to order.
Good people.
Is everyone here except for Ms. Perryman this morning?
Neil.
Me.
I'd like to say that's an inside joke, but everybody in the audience knows as well. So I'm sure Lorraine will be here in a little bit. This obviously is a very bittersweet meeting for many of us. As I think those of you all that follow us realize, this is the last board meeting for the class of '07. It's also the last class of 6 members of the board. Starting September 1 of this year, we will be down to 9 members, which in and of itself is going to, or is creating its own challenges and additional workload. One of the first things that we're going to do this morning is have some resolutions honoring our outgoing board members. But before I do that, and it's not on the agenda, but I have every intention of placing it on the October agenda, and that is we lost a good friend in the interim, Dr. Norman Hackerman, who many of you all know worked on the advanced research project for us for many, many years. Those were all peer-reviewed grants. And even a couple of sessions ago, when our funds were zeroed out, he never quit working. He was an advocate. Mr. Adams and I were with him all the way through the legislative process. He was there every opportunity to speak on our behalf. And so what I'm going to ask the board to do in October is to name our advanced research program after Dr. Hackerman. I think it's only fitting. Keeping that in mind, what I'd like to do first this morning is call on fellow board member Elaine Mendoza, who will read the resolution for Mr. Heldenfels.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is indeed an honor this morning. Fred, if you'll join me, please. From one good ag to another. We need to modify the resolution. Whereas Fred Heldenfels IV was appointed to the Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board by Governor Rick Perry on July 12, 2006, and whereas he has served on the Coordinating Board's Strategic Planning Committee and Agency Operations Committee, and whereas Mr. Heldenfels, with his wide real-world knowledge of experience in construction techniques and costs, as well as current market conditions, quickly became the board's go-to member for most campus planning and related issues. And whereas he quickly developed a reputation for asking just the right questions to reach the core of an issue, particularly campus planning issues, and often changed the dialogue to ensure that board members clearly understood implications, thereby helping the board make the best possible decision to benefit campuses and the state into the future. And whereas Mr. Heldenfels has been broadly interested in all issues before the board, participating fully in all areas to help the board and its staff fully and continually implement the Closing the Gaps by 2015 higher education plan and achieve its goals. Now therefore be it resolved that the members of the Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board on this day, 19th of July 2007, express our deepest appreciation to Fred Heldenfels IV for his distinguished service to this board and his unswerving dedication to higher education for all the people of Texas. And be it further resolved that the resolution be included in the minutes, and that a copy of the resolution signed by the members of the Higher Education Coordinating Board be presented to Mr. Heldenfels in recognition of the high esteem in which it is held. Fred, thank you for all your contributions, and we're going to keep the light on for you.
before you say anything, do you think I could get a motion to adopt this resolution? Motion made by Whit Ryder, seconded by Curtis Ransom. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Okay, good. You're clear to go.
Well, I appreciate it. I think it was a long and eloquent way to say I'm opinionated, but I appreciate it. It has been my pleasure and my honor to serve with each and every one of you. As I said last night, it is the finest board I've ever had the honor of serving with. And hopefully, if the governor doesn't change his mind, I'll have that opportunity in the future.
Thank you, Will. I certainly won't speak for the governor's office, but we have strong suspicion to believe, Fred, that you may be back with us. I'd now like to call on Paul Foster to read the resolution for George McWilliams. Paul?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. McWilliams, will you join me? It's my distinct pleasure to read this resolution. Whereas George L. McWilliams was appointed to the Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board by Governor Rick Perry on July 22, 2004, and whereas during his tenure on the coordinating board, Mr. McWilliams served on the board's administration and financial planning, institutional effectiveness and excellence, legislative relations, strategic planning, and participation in success committees, and whereas Mr. McWilliams in particular embraced efforts to encourage public schools and higher education to collaborate and cooperate, especially to resolve local educational issues, and whereas he fervently advocated the need for Northeast Texas and the rest of the state to produce college graduates with strong backgrounds in science and math, to increase the number of engineers, and whereas Mr. McWilliams strongly supported all participation and success efforts throughout the state, especially those in the eastern part of the state, to ensure that students have and take advantage of meaningful educational opportunities, and whereas his interest and contributions toward resolving student pipeline issues and helping develop a more seamless educational system that loses fewer students will help Texas achieve the goals of closing the gaps by 2015, benefiting the state and its students for years into the future. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the members of the Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board on this 19th day of July 2007 express our deepest appreciation to George L. McWilliams for his distinguished service to this board and his unswerving dedication to higher education for all the people of Texas. And be it further resolved that the resolution be included in the minutes and that a copy of the resolution signed by the members of the Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board be presented to Mr. McWilliams in recognition of the high esteem in which he is held. Congratulations.
I have a motion to adopt this resolution. Motion made by Lorraine Perryman, seconded by Lynn Phillips. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Court?
I've used the term preaching to the choir before, and I don't think it's any more appropriate than it is today, is that this room is full of dedicated educators. And the members of this board are the most dedicated group of people I have ever had an opportunity to be around. They serve without pay, with little recognition, and you'd be surprised that most of the people in this state have never heard of the Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board. But the work that's done by this board is some of the most important work that's carried on in this great state of ours. And I've just been very privileged just to be a small part of that. And I can't thank all of you out there enough, and members of this board, for letting me serve with you. Thank you. Thank you.
Next, I'd like to call on Laurie Bricker to read the resolution for Nancy Neal. Laurie?
The this will be much more serious than last night. Maybe. Whereas Nancy R. Neal was appointed to the Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board by Governor Rick Perry on July 22, 2004, and whereas she has been Vice Chair of the Coordinating Board's Academic Excellence and Research Committee, and whereas during her tenure on the board, Ms. Neal has also served as a member of the Institutional Effectiveness and Excellence, Strategic Planning, Legislative Relations, Participation and Success Planning and Research Program Committees, and whereas Ms. Neal's background and experience in nursing and healthcare and her particular interest in those supporting those areas provided invaluable insights and new perspectives to the board when making decisions about related issues, and whereas her experience as a member and chair of the Texas State University System Board of Regents offered the coordinating board equally invaluable insights and new perspectives regarding the issues faced by governing boards and how to work collaboratively with those boards and help the state implement Closing the Gaps by 2015 and achieve its goals. And whereas Ms. Neal's knowledge and expertise in P-12 issues gained through her previous service as a member and chair of the Lubbock ISD School Board added depth and value to innumerable board discussions related to those issues, and whereas Ms. Neal's attention to quality and excellence in support of the state's students, as well as her special interest in professional education, will benefit the state and its students long into the future, and whereas her service on the board is marked by an elegant demeanor and especially thoughtful, studied comment and discussion, and whereas no one can match Ms. Neal's interest in learning about discussions and conclusions from committees and other meetings for which her busy schedule will not allow her to attend, now therefore be it resolved that the members of the Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board on this 19th day of July 2007 express our deepest appreciation to Nancy R. Neal for her distinguished service to this board and her unswerving dedication to higher education for all of the people of Texas. And be it further resolved that the resolution be included in the minutes and that a copy of the resolution signed by the members of the Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board be presented to Ms. Neal in recognition of the high esteem in which she is held.
Adoption of this motion, of this resolution. Lorraine Mendoza makes the motion. Mr. Adams seconded. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Yes.
We had a lot of fun last night, and we're all probably going to say the same things about how we appreciate everyone and everything, but I put them on notice. You noticed in my resolution, the part about nursing and medicine, I put them on notice last night that I would hunt them down, humiliate them publicly, and haunt them the rest of their days if they did not take good care of nursing and medicine. So that is my caution to this board. I do also want to thank the governor for the opportunity. My stay was brief, but I enjoyed every moment of it, and there's no question this is the best staff and without a doubt the best board that any of us could ever serve on. I'm confident in that. And it's indeed a highlight of my service to this state to have had the opportunity to serve with you, and it doesn't get much better. Thank you.
Which you'll be very pleased. You'll be very pleased to know, you go ahead and stand, that the person that you're going to read the resolution for has joined us today, which we're thrilled with. Will you please step forward?
Mr. Chairman, she was early.
Yeah. I was only 5 minutes late.
Oh, that's true. That's true.
This is bittersweet for all of us. And I'll read this minute, but Lorraine's bigger than life in the sense that her personality, her humor, her wit, but we see a lot of that, but also, let me take my cell phone off. Well, she brings, I tell you, as what I used to be called the rookie in the class 3 years ago, Mr. Adams, she brings great wisdom, She brings a great knowledge of the whole education system here in the state. But more than anything else, what Lorraine Perryman brings is a commitment and a passion for the kids in our state. And that's why she sits on this board, is to make this place a better place, provide quality education to all the young people, every young person in this state. So it's with honor that I read this resolution to her today. Whereas Lorraine Perryman was appointed to the Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board by Governor Rick Perry on October 24, 2001. And whereas Ms. Perryman has served as Secretary of the Board and Secretary of the College for All Texans Foundation. Whereas during her tenure on the board, Ms. Perryman chaired the Academic Excellence and Research Committee and the Institutional Effectiveness and Excellence Committee. And whereas Ms. Perryman has also served as a member of the Coordinating Board's Agency Operations, Campus Planning, and Participation and Success Committees. That's every committee in this place. Whereas the board and its effectiveness has benefited greatly from her ability to bring together community, business, education, and other leaders in a spirit of collaboration and cooperation to reach the goals of closing the gaps by 2015. And whereas Ms. Perryman's intelligent, down-to-earth, and practical approach to problems and concerns, as well as good questions that strike at the heart of matters under consideration, has helped this board reach good decisions on a multitude of occasions. And whereas the board and its staff will miss her lively personality, her continual good humor, her outspoken yet polite approach to discussion, her West Texas wit and style, her queenly flair for entering a room, which is an event which will be greatly anticipated, has been greatly anticipated and enjoyed by all the board members, all of which help make her an especially effective leader and organizer. Whereas Ms. Perryman brought her former experience as a newscaster to the board, where she gave the most amazing of presentations as the committee chair, with her professionalism and expertise shining through. Whereas her contributions to the board are marked by her knowledge and understanding of issues across a wide range of coordinating board responsibilities, allowing much wider application of her considerable common sense in making the best possible decisions. And whereas Ms. Perryman's special interest in implementing closing the gaps, especially with regards to activities related to achieving P through 16 and excellent goals during her service on the board in the future, will greatly benefit Texas and its students. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the members of the Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board on this 19th day of July 2007 express our deepest appreciation to Lorraine Perryman for her distinguished service to this board and her unswerving dedication to higher education for all the people of Texas. And be it further resolved that the resolution be included in the minutes and that a copy of the resolution signed by the members of the Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board be presented to Ms. Perryman in recognition of the high esteem in which she's held by every one of us. Congratulations.
Mr. Ryder, would you like to make a motion that we adopt this resolution?
I would.
This motion seconded by Nancy Neal. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, same sign. I have to add my own words. Lorraine, thank you very much for serving in the leadership. Your advice and counsel was greatly appreciated. We love you. Okay.
I'm surprised Nancy didn't get choked up here.
Really did.
I'm impressed. This is a bittersweet day for me and for all of us. that have served on this board for many years together. Curtis and Neil and I were in the same class, and then we had some folks who came in with us that left, and others have joined us who are also leaving today. But over the last 6 years, I have learned many things about higher education, about education in general, about leadership, and about commitment from every board member that I've had the pleasure of serving with, as well as every staff person that has brought such a wealth of experience and background to this board, so that as we stand at the podium, we look well-informed, intelligent, based upon the great expertise that they have brought to us as board members. So I know I speak on behalf of everybody else on the board to recognize the great spirit and intelligence that everybody that is sitting out here that has the pleasure of working with the coordinating board has brought to us as board members, and I want to give you, each one of you, a very heartfelt thanks for the years of help that you have given to me and getting me up to speed. And now that we kind of know a little bit about higher ed, it's time to go on and do something else. And I look forward to what that's going to be. One of the things I look forward to working on is continuing our efforts in P16, not just across the state, but also in my home of West Texas. And we're going to have a public hearing out there pretty soon. We're looking forward to that. So I'll continue to do the good works of the coordinating board at the local level, as well as other endeavors that I'm interested in. This has been a great growth experience for me, and I know that you have lots of hills to climb ahead of you as a board, as the folks that are kind of ahead on the learning curve are leaving, and a lot of institutional knowledge will go with us. But I know that everyone here has stepped up to the plate and will continue to do so. Last night, at the frivolities, of which I have to say I was usually the brunt of most of the humor, because I'm usually the one that's making all the jokes about everyone else, I tried to bring a moment of seriousness to my comments, and I'll share one of my favorite quotes with y'all that I shared with the folks on the coordinating board last night about where our futures will take us, and the great opportunity that we have had on this board, and that each one of us that are leaving will have to continue our service across the state. This is a quote by Aristotle: "A self-fulfilled person never is. The truly self-fulfilled person is in the constant state of becoming." I look forward to furthering my service for the state of Texas in becoming the best that I can be, and I know this board will continue its service to become the best leaders that they can be for higher education in Texas. Thank you.
I'd like to call on Joe Hinton. Mr. Hinton, read our resolution for Curtis Ransom.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, Curtis. I'd like to start off by saying that I've known Curtis now for about almost 2 years, which says we've been together about 4 times. But we spent a lot of time together at the airports waiting on planes that are being delayed, and I got to know him. And I'll tell you, Curtis is a very intelligent, very deep-thinking man, and it's evident in everything that he's done on this board. And I would sum up Curtis as being a class act of the first order. And I have the pleasure of reading the resolution on his behalf. Whereas Curtis E. Ransom was appointed to the Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board by Governor Perry on October the 21st of 2001. Whereas during his tenure on the board, Mr. Ransom was Vice Chair of the Administration and Financial Planning Committee. And whereas he also served as a member of the Campus Planning, Legislative Relations Planning, Strategic Planning, and Participation and Success Committees. And whereas Mr. Ransom's strong sense of justice and fairness for students, and his efforts to ensure that all of them are treated fairly, that helped build and maintain the board's focus on giving priority to the interest of students, putting them first when decisions are being made. And
whereas being a very careful listener, and believe me he is, beneath his quiet public demeanor, his focused and very deep intellect on making the best possible decisions based on his firm belief that the most important work of the board is to ensure that more of the state's people go to college and graduate from it. And whereas Mr. Ransom's support in particular of improving participation and success in higher education among all groups brought his attention to many related areas, such as increasing diversity among the coordinating board staff. And whereas his overall wide knowledge and experience allowed him to offer the board vitally important insights for making the best possible decisions about a wide range of other higher education issues, helping implement closing the gaps in 2015 and progress toward that goal. Now, therefore, let it be resolved that the members of the Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board on the 19th day of July of 2007 express our deepest appreciation to Curtis for his distinguished service to this board and his unswavering dedication to higher education for all the people of Texas. Be it further resolved that the resolution to be included in the minutes, that a copy of the resolution signed by the members of the Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board be presented to Mr. Ransom in recognition of the highest esteem in which he is held. Thank you very much. Curtis. I would like to make a resolution, a motion that we adopt this resolution.
Is there a second? Second by Laurie Bricker. All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
First? Thank you. As a matter of fact, I'm going to do this.
Get those extra inches.
Absolutely. It's not that I'm so tall, everybody else is short. So. First of all, I'd like to thank all the citizens of the state of Texas for allowing me to serve on this board. It's really been a true honor. I'd like to thank Governor Perry for giving me the opportunity to serve. I'd also like to recognize the leadership of our former chairmen, which Pam Williford, Jerry Farrington, and Bob. I really, really appreciate your leadership, along with Neil, one of my classmates. So, also our former Commissioner Don Brown and the leadership of Raymond. And coming on the board, I was told one of the most important decisions that I'd have to make would be the selection of a new commissioner. And I was able to participate in a small way in making that decision, and what a great decision it was to have Raymond appointed as our commissioner, and thank you very much, Raymond. I'd also like to thank all my fellow board members, the ones that came on recently, but especially I have to say thank you, and I'm going to miss very, very much Lorraine Perryman and Neil Adams, and you guys have been great, great people to work with over the last 6 years. I'd also like to thank the institutions for the great hospitality that we received in visiting the universities, from Texas A&M to Texas Tech to Saul Ross to many, many others, and I really, really appreciate the hospitality that was given to us. Last but not least, I'd also like to thank the staff, from Lori, Terry Flack is no longer here, David, Tony, I mean, I can go on and on, Linda, I can go on and on and on and on, because we have these quarterly board meetings, but we also have these committee meetings. And the preparation and the work that has to go behind the scenes to put all this material together is directly has come about because of the staff, and I truly, and I know the rest of the board members truly appreciate all the special work and the hard efforts there. You know, the purpose of this board has been focused on the participation, the success, excellence, and the research and closing the gaps.
And I've seen some exciting things initiated, such as the Go Centers, the P through 16 Council, which has caused a participation of a seamless education as far as participation. And this has really created a goal of inclusiveness instead of exclusiveness. So once again, it's been an honor, it's been a pleasure in serving this board for the last 6 years, and I will truly miss it. Thank you.
Well, wait a minute, I don't really need this. Last but certainly not least is the resolution that I'm going to read, Mr. Adams. But before I do, wait a minute. We're going to do this in order.
Okay. I'll follow your lead.
At least anybody believe that Mr. Adams has done this on his own. I want to make sure, I know the board members, most of you all know this, there's always a woman behind a good man. And I'm pleased to have my good friend and Neil's wife here with us today, Sonia Adams. Sonia, would you please join me? Neil has to have somebody keep him in line. She does keep him in line, and I can promise during the session I wasn't quite sure if she thought Neil and I were married or he had just left her or what. But that's another story. Mr. Adams, would you be kind enough to join us? So many things to say about him, and the print's so small, I'm going to have to put my glasses on. Whereas Neil W. Adams was appointed to the Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board by Governor Rick Perry on October 24, 2001. And whereas Mr. Adams was appointed Vice Chair of the Coordinating Board by Governor Perry on July 29, 2005. And whereas during his tenure on the board, he chaired the Planning Committee and the Strategic Planning Committee and was Vice Chairman of Agency Operations Committee. Like Lorraine, he did just about everything. And whereas he also served on the Coordinating Board's Administration and Financial Planning, Campus Planning, Legislative Relations, and Participation in Success Committees, and whereas Mr. Adams' contributions to the boards are marked especially by his broad knowledge and understanding of issues across an unusually wide range of coordinating board responsibilities, helping the board and its staff work more closely, more effectively towards successful implementation of closing the gaps by 2015 and achieving its goals. And whereas his knowledge, experience, expertise, good judgment, and interest in P through 16, capital funding, which is obviously very dear to your heart, accountability and strategic planning issues in particular significantly increase the board's ability to address the needs of the state and its students far into the future. And whereas Mr. Adams' other especially notable contributions include his leadership in streamlining many rules and procedures, especially those relating to facilities, his leadership towards reviewing, updating, closing the gaps, targets, and goals, his strong support for implementation of closing the gaps and achieving its goals, and his support of the student loan program. I'm only about halfway there now. Whereas Mr. Adams' legal knowledge and expertise was especially helpful to the board in resolving many issues. Whereas in recent legislative session, Mr. Adams was especially effective in helping the board and its staff initiate and maintain communications with legislative leaders on education issues of vital concern to the state. And whereas Mr. Adams worked diligently over the years, benefiting personally from the opportunity allowed through education and developing his knowledge, skill, and expertise to become a highly respected state education leader, recognizing the key role that the state's educational system plays in working effectively to improve it and helping others to benefit from it. Whereas Mr. Adams' ability to conduct short and effective meetings, his continuing recognition of hard work and expertise of the board staff and others in the education community. And his little need for extensive staff support work prior to the meetings he chaired had been greatly valued among board members, institutional officials, and board staff. Neil, this is the part I want you to pay close attention to. Whereas over the course of service on the coordinating board, it has been noted that Mr. Adams' term "we" evolved slowly to where now, as he currently uses the term, it usually refers to the coordinating board rather than Texas A&M. Therefore, be it resolved that the coordinating board, members of the Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board on the 19th day of July, 2007, express our deepest appreciation to Neil W. Adams for his distinguished service to this board and his unswavering dedication to higher education for all the people of Texas. Be it further resolved that the resolution be included in the minutes and that a copy of this resolution signed by the board members be presented to Mr. Adams in recognition of the high esteem in which he is held. I move for the adoption, as the chair, I'm going to move for the adoption of this resolution. May I have a second? Seconded by Joe Hinton. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Motion carries. Mr. Adams.
Wow. Last night was this group saw me in a state of emotion that they normally don't see, and I might have to, Lorraine, break the chain here, Nancy, that I did last night. Wow, where do you begin? 6 years has flown by. First of all, I want to thank the governor of the state of Texas, Rick Perry, for giving me this honor and privilege of serving this great state over the past 6 years, and especially the honor to serve as vice chair of this committee. I especially have to thank the lady to my left, my balance, my boss, and the many, many hours that all of us, I thank the spouses that aren't here today. Ann and Sonia have become sort of tied at the hip because we have spent a lot of time together, Robert and I. In fact, since July of 2005, there's hardly been a day except when Bob and Ann and I and Sonia have been on vacations that we haven't talked at least 2 or 3 times during the day, if not been together here in Austin. Education has been an integral part of my life, beginning with my dad. That's probably where I get a little emotional. Who's in the Alzheimer's unit in Tyler, Texas today, but my hero, because he started a legacy in my family of higher education. And if it wasn't for him, then the degrees that hang on the walls in my family and my legacy wouldn't be there. I've introduced our commissioner on numerous occasions. He shares a similar legacy for his father. And I look across this room, and everyone in this room that wears a ring, has a diploma on a wall, has someone in their life that really influenced them or impacted them or motivated them to go a step further. And I would challenge the remnants of this board and the leadership of the institutions of this great state to always keep in mind somebody else got us here, and if it wasn't for them and the good grace of God, we wouldn't be here. We have, in the last 6 years as classmates, Lorraine and Curtis, I would say I'd miss you, but I'm not, because one of the great things about being a member of a board, there's a great biblical truth that you receive far more from what you give. And by serving on this board and giving, there are lifetime friendships around this board that Sonia and I will cherish forever, as well as many in the audience. I share Curtis's thank you to the institutions, the courtesies. I privilege of serving on the campus planning committee and then chairing it the last couple of years, and the courtesies that each of the institutions have extended, and I want to share that when I get to my point of the committee later today. But thank you thank you, institutions and leaderships of institutions, for what you stand for around the state. And Bob, everybody kids me a little bit about how proud I am about the institution that I graduated from, and I will never apologize for that one iota. But I have great love and respect for the other institutions of this state and what you give back to the citizens of this state. Everybody in this room is a public servant. You're not in the position that you're in for the pay. You're in it because you're giving back to Texas, and you want Texas to be a better place to live. And I would be remiss, as Curtis mentioned. Bob and I and Curtis had the privilege of serving on a committee that I believe was the most important decision, Curtis, that we as a board make, and that is the selection of a new commissioner. Raymond, it's been a pleasure to serve with you and truly serve with you. You're a great leader, team leader. I'm excited about the future of Texas with you sitting in that position. I know that the challenges that we face in closing the gaps, particularly in the Hispanic area, will be met because of your leadership and your passion. The staff. And I look around this room, that may be where I get a little emotional too. Bob and I practically lived with Laura in the last 5 months of the legislative session, practically. She's the other part of our family and commissioner. I mean, everywhere we would go, there she was. And Lorraine made the comment. We stand before you at committee meetings. We stand before you in these board meetings. We attend legislative meetings. We testify. But we are successful because of the people behind us. Staff, you have been truly a blessing to work with. And I'm going to come back and see you in Ratchet from time to time. But let me close with this, again, thanking the governor for this grand opportunity he's given me. And I'm looking forward to the great things that are going to come out of this board and come out of these institutions. I don't know what capacity, as Lorraine said, I don't know where the good Lord's going to lead me, but he'll lead me somewhere. And it'll be something doing with education, I know. Thank you for this opportunity.
Commissioner, I know you'd like to offer your own words about the class of 2007.
I will only underscore what's already been said. When I came home to Texas after some 35 years away, although I'd been in education all that time, I was not well informed about higher education in Texas. And I can tell you that everybody on this board, and most especially some of the members that are leaving, were enormously helpful and supportive. Within a few months after I arrived, I went immediately into a legislative session, and that was an interesting experience. I've told Bob, one of our inside jokes is, Bob has asked me a couple of times if I would have done things differently in accepting this job, and I said, yes, I would have accepted the job after the end of the session. A lot of help. As you can tell from the comments, both from the members who offered resolutions and the comments of the board members that are leaving, the one thing that is a common denominator among all the members is a profound commitment to educational opportunity for all the people of Texas. There's just a profound belief that education is the great equalizer for people from different backgrounds, and you heard it expressed this morning. I tell people that when I first arrived on the University of Texas at Austin campus as an undergraduate, I was 17 years old and had hardly been out of my hometown of El Paso. I walked on the mall and I saw the inscription on the tower of the university, ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free. And what is extraordinary about that inscription is that's something that underlies all the work that this board does, and that that animates the work of board members. It has been a pleasure and a privilege to work with such people of commitment and integrity, and it will be a loss for me not to have people like Lorraine and Neil and Curtis and Nancy, and I will miss you, and I hope I know we will stay in touch, and I will count on your counsel and your leadership as we go forward. And thank you very much for your service to Texas and your help, particularly to me.
Well, I guess after all these nice things, we better go to work. I do need to make an announcement this morning. One thing, to be somewhat reflective and say thanks for a job well done, which we greatly appreciate. But the board still needs to function. And so what I'm going to do this morning is make the announcements of the new committee assignments, which will go in effect September 1. I have asked all of these individuals to serve, and more importantly than that, they have all agreed enthusiastically to take on new assignments. In the academic and research area, Lynn Phillips is going to chair that committee. Elaine Mendoza is vice chair, and Laurie Brooker and Joe Hinton are going to serve on the committee. College readiness and success, the old participation and success. Laurie Brooker has agreed to chair it. Lynn Phillips is going to serve as vice chair. Fred Heldenfels and Elaine Mendoza are going to serve on the committee. And on our strategic planning committee, Mr. Whitrider has agreed to chair that. Fred Heldenfels is going to be vice chair, and Paul Foster and Elaine Mendoza will be on that committee. And agency operations, which I've chaired the last couple of years. I'm pleased to say the quality of the folks it's going to be upgraded considerably. Paul Foster has agreed to chair that, and Joe Hinton's going to be the vice chair. Fred Heldenfels and Whitrider are going to serve on the committee. So I greatly appreciate you all taking on that assignment. Now, after all that, Commissioner, I've got to figure out what we're going to really do. First of all, the third item on our agenda is the consent calendar, which can take into consideration our non-controversial items too.
Minutes.
Oh, the minutes, excuse me. Thank you. Yeah, let's go back and do that.
Did you do dinner last night?
Yeah, we will need to approve the minutes of our April 19th meeting. Chair would entertain a motion. Joe Hinton makes the motion for approval, and Nancy Neal seconds. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those same sign. Motion carries. Now we'll go to the consent. Please note that agenda item 5D, which concerns consideration of methodology for allowing funds trustee for professional nursing shortage reduction program, is on the consent calendar. However, there is supplemental agenda material for this item to make a non-substantive change which keeps in place the same institutions as last year. Each of you have a copy of the lilac-colored supplemental agenda page showing the language that was added to include independent and private institutions. Unless there is anybody that would like to take any of these items off the consent calendar, the chair would entertain a motion for their approval. Motion made by Lynn Phillips, seconded by Paul Foster. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Same sign. Motion carries. Now to our major policy discussion this morning. Today we will begin hearing about the role of effective institution in student learning outcomes with Dr. Bill Reeves, Executive Director of the Center of Research, Evaluation, and Advancement of Teacher Education, CREATE, as a consortium of Texas A&M University, the Texas State University System, and the University of Texas System. CREATE works to provide opportunity for member institutions and the teaching profession to explore quality and effective issues relating to teacher preparation, retention, and student achievement. We'll also hear from Dr. Doug Palmer, Dean of the College of Education at A&M. and Dr. Palmer will provide us with information on A&M's education preparation programs. First, I'd like to call on the Commissioner, who will provide some additional introductory remarks. Commissioner?
Thank you, Bob. I would simply like to say that this session this morning, this overview of educator quality is a result of the staff here at the Coordinating Board taking a look at an increasing body of research that shows that educator quality and effective teaching is the most important element in achieving desired educational outcomes. Now, that seems to be almost obvious, but it really isn't. For a lot of years, there's been research that's talked about the impact and the significance of parental involvement, about the socioeconomic characteristics of young people in affecting their educational outcomes, a whole range of factors. But increasingly, as I said a moment ago, there's a body of evidence that shows that effective teaching trumps all other factors in a young person's life in regard to achieving at high levels educationally. Good teaching trumps lack of parental involvement. Good teaching trumps poor socioeconomic circumstances for children. Good teaching trumps bad teaching. And because higher education plays a central role in both preparing teachers, training teachers, and providing professional development for teachers once they enter the profession, I thought it was extremely important to provide an overview of this issue and to let the board members know that over the next several board meetings, the staff will be presenting to you recommendations about how we can develop a more effective teaching force in the state. All of you know that this is particularly important now because of recent legislation. The legislation that was passed in last year's special session, House Bill 1, requires much higher levels of effective teaching. We are going to a 4x4x4 curriculum, 4 years of English, 4 years of math, 4 years of science over the next 4 or 5 years in Texas. We are going to have to find effective teachers to teach at those levels of rigor. We are, even at this moment, preparing new college readiness standards that will prepare a larger number of high school graduates in the state to enter college and be successful from the moment they step onto a campus. One of our goals is to diminish and ultimately eliminate the need for developmental education. We are also going to take a look at ways that we can attract more not only high potential but high achieving college graduates into the teaching profession. Last week I was struck by a presentation at the annual conference of the Education Commission of the States. I was appointed as a commissioner of this organization by Governor Perry, and it's a very important organization. It's headed primarily by governors and members of state legislatures and commissioners of public education and higher education, a very powerful, a very influential group. And one of the presentations was by a former chair of the Education Commission of the States, Governor of Wyoming. And he talked about how several years ago, the Education Commission of the States wanted to examine how attractive the teaching profession was to high-achieving students in an elite, very selective public university that, in addition, had a long tradition of student involvement in service learning and had a strong commitment on the part of students to public service after they graduated. As it turns out, they decided to go to UCLA. And they had a number of focus groups with high-achieving students who had participated in Campus Compact and had a record of public service. And the governor of Wyoming pointed out this striking conclusion or finding, that they spoke to dozens of students at a typical public university. And they asked every student that they spoke to in these focus groups, how many planned to go into teaching? And the response was 0. Not a single one of these high-achieving students with a long history of public service planned to go into teaching. We have to change that. And so I hope that the presentations this morning will take us a step in that direction. So I'd like to invite Mr. Reeves and Dean Palmer to come up, and we eagerly await your presentations. Bill, if you'd like to go first.
All right. Thank you, Commissioner. I we'll begin. We had talked yesterday about the possibility of Doug beginning, but I'm delighted to do so, and it's okay with him. First of all, thanks to members of this board and to you, Commissioner Paredes, and staff for the opportunity to talk about this area of teacher preparation. I think it's a really important area. You've done an excellent job of laying out the context and the need. And what we'd like to do in the few minutes that we have in terms of prepared remarks is to introduce you to the work of this consortium of universities, to talk just a little bit about work that is already underway. And not that we have all the answers, but at least we hope that you find comfort and confidence in the fact that you do have a number of state institutions that already, I think, view this as an important need and are already beginning to examine this. So if it's okay, we'll begin. What I want to do is talk just a moment about, I think we'll have a presentation coming up here, so we can use some visuals. There it is. Thank you very much. I want to talk just a moment about refining university-based teacher preparation programs, and if we continue, what we're talking about here primarily is organizational. There's issues, policy issues, and I think coordinated policy issues that the coordinating board and other institutions in the state, other agencies in the state will need to undertake. What we have been primarily focusing on at CREATE is really organizational improvement, total continuous quality improvement efforts, how we can do a better job of attracting, training, and placing teachers in the profession. So we're talking about this from an organizational improvement lens, and I think that is an important factor. My objectives today, there are 4 of them, if we just put them up, as I've already said, is to acquaint the board with some work that's really going on, and particularly what I'd like to do is end by talking about a couple of what we think are promising constructs or components that we're advancing through CREATE and working with member universities. If we could continue. CREATE is the Center for Research, Evaluation, and Advancement of Teacher Education. It is comprised of 31 colleges. It has grown from the original founding institutions or systems of UT system, A&M system, and the Texas State University system. We've added additional systems, including the University of Houston system, as well as other program partners, the University of North Texas system, Texas Women's, and we now have a single and very important, and this is a growth area for us, community college. So these are the members of this current consortium. Funding, we're in our 3rd year of operation. Our funding comes from the Houston Endowment and also from the Sid Richardson Foundation in Fort Worth. The mission of this is to improve the quality and effectiveness of teacher preparation through multi-system research and development programs where we are trying to examine our practices, our own institutional practices in preparing teachers, and then ultimately to connect that to the effectiveness of those teachers once they get in the field. So we're really beginning, that's our attempt to try to really closely examine ultimately the impact that we are having on public school classrooms in our state. If we could continue. There are several assumptions. There are 4 assumptions that we make, some of which I think have already been highlighted. We believe that preparing and nurturing a teacher workforce for this state is among the most important workforce issues that our state is currently facing. Secondly, we believe that universities and their colleges of education, in order to achieve the Closing the Gap initiatives, in order to achieve more success and opportunity for students in Texas, we have a vested interest in terms of in terms of the quality of the teacher workforce. And we play, as a collective of universities, an important leadership role. In order to achieve the promise that we have, it is going to require that we expand and refine current systems. If we do what we do right now, then we can pretty well predict we'll get what we get right now. And so because of the dynamic growth in our state and because of the complexity of the student workforce, we really believe that change is going to be necessary. And then finally, we believe that those changes will have to come about in resources, in instructional delivery, and in evaluation and the measurement of our effectiveness. What we do at CREATE is, there are 5 issues on this slide, is to review and disseminate research, to commission Texas-based studies based upon research that we've seen in the country, to come in and sort of validate that and replicate that in the states, see if we can come up with comparable kinds of solutions, to interpret research and translate research for our folks in terms of developing standards, frameworks, and tools that can guide improvements in our teacher education program. We sponsor professional development for our member institutions, both to create a research community and also to build research skills. And then finally, we are working with a group of public schools to try to forge stronger school-university connections as a part of our work. We cannot do research on teacher education in isolation of public schools, and so you'll see that one of the things that we're really trying to concentrate on is forging a stronger relationship with key strategic school districts across the state. Under construction, there are a few promising practices that we have, and I just want to reference those. One of the things that we've done from our review of the literature, our work with institutions, and through a leadership academy that we formed, is we are advancing something in terms of a reform model or a redesign opportunity for colleges of education. We're calling that a school of professional education. Our reason for calling it a school of professional education, the operative word is profession. What we want to do is encourage our institutions to embrace the whole of the education community and to focus on the public school professionals that are in their area. Secondly, we have developed a public school research network that I want to talk a little bit about. Third, we are encouraging something called responsive, a type of research called responsive educational research, which really means it's customer-centered and customer-driven and responds to public school needs. And finally, we have a performance reporting format that we are just beginning to place, and I believe I brought copies of those reports will go out at the end of this next month, in August and early September, to all of our member institutions. And I brought only the table of contents, not to bore you with all the charts and tables, but I thought it would be helpful to you to see the type of tool that we would like to place forward for members of our institution. And I believe that those are about somewhere, and hopefully those will be distributed to the board before we're ending. Let me continue here in the interest of time. I want to talk about the redesign elements that we're talking. Let me talk to you about the things that we're advocating for professional schools of education, and we're doing this through a number of venues. But first of all, we're looking for the colleges of education to be able to reculture, to be able to refocus, so that K-12 learning or PK-12 learning becomes really the central focus of their work, that it's really studied, that it's really monitored, and that the effects of our work over the long term are gauged by the effectiveness of students in our own community. And we'll talk to you a little bit more on about how we're doing that. We also are seeking to try to develop programs that are based on sound professional models of teaching, which is a huge challenge, incidentally. There's not great consensus always on how we do that. The state of Texas is advantaged, I think, in that we at least have a common evaluation system, and while it needs refinement and improvement, there is a common structure for how at least public schools describe and observe and monitor teaching in our state, and we need to we're trying to use that as a springboard. We're looking at institutions that in improving the effectiveness of our assessment within our teacher preparation program and our feedback to students, because there's sound research that says that really pays off in terms of the quality of teaching in universities. We were looking for greater university-wide engagement, not only in content development, but in the teaching of content, so that math departments not only do a great job of teaching mathematics, but they also, for those students who will become teachers, they also attend to and think about and research and teach the teaching of their discipline, because they are so well, they have such great expertise in that. This responsive educational research agenda, and then 3 other items, if we can go to the next slide, we're promoting this whole continuous quality improvement concept based on process evaluation, continuous professional development so that folks are always being and always improving the edge of their own resources and skills, and then finally partnerships with schools. Those are the components of the philosophy or the model that we are trying to advocate, and we just wanted you to know that. And the way in which we're doing that, one of the ways in which we're doing that is the document that we just provided to you, and this is a system that we're calling PACE, and I just want to refer you to that, and I'm mindful of the time here of my colleagues, so I don't want to spend a lot in this overview, but I want to let you know that what we're doing is to set up a tool that enables our folks and our institution to be able to examine over time, first of all, what goes on in schools right in our own backyard. We've created a proximal zone for all 31 institutions that are part of our institution. And what we've done is we're giving them longitudinal information on enrollment trends of districts within the 75-mile radius. First of all, we're telling them which school districts and which schools are in the 75-mile radius of their own institution. The other thing that we're doing is giving them the enrollment trends over the last 5 years. We're giving them achievement trends in mathematics and reading at high school, middle, and elementary schools over the last 5 years. And we're asking them to examine together and to consider trends, learning trends, and employment trends in their own backyard over a period of time. We realize that universities serve institutions beyond a 75-mile radius, but this is our attempt to at least set up a proximal zone so that we can begin to focus. We think this is also a really good instrument for implementing this whole P16 concept. We think it really complements what you're doing and when you see the type of work. The second set of data is then to look at university production over a long period of time. The total number of teachers produced, the total number of teachers in subject field produced, and then we're looking at placement, and particularly placement in the zone, the percentage of teachers that are placed in the zone over a period of time, and the percentage of teachers that are retained in that zone over a period of time. And then finally, we have a series of benchmark reports where we enable universities to compare production, placement, and retention with comparable other institutions. And again, this is an evaluation tool. This is an opportunity and a tool for continuous quality improvement, and what we're hoping is that our institutions will examine that, begin to plan interventions over time, and begin to really impact what they're doing in that way. The other thing we want to let you know is in one of the studies that we'll be commissioning, I haven't really talked about a couple of the studies, but within the time available, I did want you to know about one that we're launching this next year. It'll be funded through the Sid Richardson Foundation. This will actually be a panel of education leaders that will be working over the course of the year with our research center along with the Aspen Institute education program to re-examine university-based teacher preparation programs to see if we can discover what might constitute best practices for this century, for now, and for the future of the state. We have been very pleased, and that Dr. Paratis and Mr. Adams have agreed to serve on that panel, and among a number of other important statewide leaders, and so, well, we wanted you to be apprised of that. The last point that we would like to make is consistent with the Commissioner's comments. What we're hoping, and where ultimately we hope we can go, is to really encourage universities and the consortium of universities to take leadership to make Texas ultimately America's best workplace for teachers, to actually decide to do it, to actually talk about then objectively how we might achieve it together, to collaborate across professional communities and higher education communities and policy communities, and to come up with recommendations about how we achieve it. Someone has to take that step. It has to be a goal and objective for the state to maintain a vital workforce we need. That's our quick overview, and I thank you for the opportunity, but we just, and I want to say in closing that the work of the institutions has been stellar. We have 31 institutions primarily working with colleges of education as the champion within each university, but we've really received excellent support, and we've really received excellent leadership from the group, and we're just now getting underway. There's much to be done. We've learned a lot in the first 2 years, and we're just beginning to scratch the surface. So we look forward to working with you and supplying this board and others more information and suggestions about improving. Thank you.
questions?
Dr. Reeves, that question? Yeah, let me make a couple of comments. Dr. Reeves and I go way back, crossed the path a number of times, and welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you for what you're doing. I think this is putting some accountability into the system is important, but we have got to, as the commissioner said, figure out a way to attract our brightest back into this public servant of being a teacher. I hear frequently from your superintendent colleagues and my clients how difficult it is that the teacher education programs are not producing the numbers that we need in public ed, as well as the other needs of the state in private ed. And therefore we had to go to an alternative certificate. And that impacts the classroom, but more importantly, that impacts what those kids walk out with. And it impacts the kids in terms of what these higher education institutions receive in terms of whether they're prepared to do the rigorous work of college. And I'm excited about what your organization is doing and the institutions that are part of it. I think the accountability component is critical. It's real easy to implement policies and best practices, but and maybe they were best practices somewhere else, but they may not necessarily work here. And I think it's important to follow up and do the follow-up that you're doing, and this PACE program, I think, is right on.
Thank you.
Yeah. Laurie?
Yes, I think I'm a rarity on this board. I'm a former public school teacher. And a couple of the things that I wanted to ask you to kind of underscore what Neil has said is looking at the alternative forms of certification, in particular some of the best practices like Teach for America, like You Teach at the University of Texas, that I know that the University of Houston is now emulating at the university there. Looking beyond colleges of education, which I heard you talk about. I remember some figures from 3 or 4 years ago that in the greater Houston area alone, that if you took every college of education and added them all up and looked at their graduates, you had maybe 200 in the college of education that were to be teachers versus over 800 from the alternative certification programs from around the greater Houston area. Somewhere or another, the colleges of education have got to broaden their focus. And I know that the commissioner has been meeting with the deans of those colleges, and I know that everybody's thinking differently. And that's obviously something that needs to happen. The other piece that I would encourage you to look at is the trend in differentiated pay for performance, value-added pay, which there is political resistance, I think, sometimes, but the reality is to look at teachers and honor them as you would any other business leader and look at them in terms of pay. I don't think that there's probably anyone in the education field, especially in public education, that does it for the pay. But to look at really performance-based pay, and now that we have more and more measures of that performance, in particular with accountability systems, that would be something to really attract and retain. I think attracting probably isn't the hard thing. If you look at the beginning salaries across the state of first-year teachers, that's probably not bad compared to other professions. It's that 3, 4, 5 years out when they're still making the same amount of money or maybe $1,000 more. I'm very encouraged by what you're doing, and especially with the collaborative that you have, in particular that you're looking at the K-12 as well as community college segments, because those are key to reach back and bring them in as partners. So thank you for what you're doing.
Well, thank you very much. Just to respond to one of the first point that you made about the numbers in university colleges of education, a couple of things I do want to say. I mean, first of all, under the current policy structure in our state, teacher education is really, and this has really been this way since 1986, teacher education is really a university-wide function. And our universities play a role, I think, in teacher education, sometimes cognizant of it and sometimes maybe not totally cognizant of it. But they play a role in 2 ways. Number one, every teacher in the state has an undergraduate degree. And whether they are matriculating through a college of education or whether they're matriculating as a high school teacher might through another department, an academic department on campus, every teacher in our state is touched by, everyone coming from a Texas university is touched by that university and influenced by the university. So the university has a huge leadership and production role, even if they're not being certified, formally certified through the university. I think they have a really important leadership opportunity to do that. The state of Texas has grown so rapidly, projected to continue to grow so rapidly, they're probably getting an adequate number through our universities in time. We're probably going to need to look at least in the near term, all kinds of quality alternative providers as well. But to us, the issue is whether you go through a certification route that's conventional one through a university or whether you go through an alternative route, the question that needs to be answered is what constitutes quality teaching? Absolutely. And the state needs, and the nation needs, better research and better consensus on what great teachers do, and therefore, whether you are a university or a private provider, then we need to organize to teach great teachers to do those things, or to teach other teachers to do those things that great teachers do. So I think you're absolutely right and right on in looking at that. We need to escalate the numbers rapidly, but we also, it's going to take university-wide involvement in order to get those numbers out there to meet the demand of public schools. Thank you.
Reeves, could you give us an indication from a timeline standpoint where you think where you'll be when you've gathered some initial data that you can work with?
Well, we are, as I say,
I know it's a work in progress.
Absolutely, absolutely. We will be presenting these data. The first set of reports will go out. They will go to deans of education along with provosts and presidents, and we'll be presenting those in late August and in early September. Immediately after that, our organization will be hosting a number of events over the course of the year to kind of facilitate the interpretation of that data, and encourage folks to build sort of intervention plans in what we're calling those proximal zones. So hopefully you'll see lots of work going on in this area as early as this next academic year. Now, what comes up from those zones, we're not trying to mandate that, and we think that that will vary greatly depending upon the needs of each institution and the plans that they derive. But what we hope is that people will have better information about their own backyard, informed decision-making, and informed interventions working with their public school colleagues in that area.
Thanks. Neil?
I guess it's a couple of months ago, Dr. Reeves, you and I and Raymond and Dr. Gardner had lunch, and about one of the things that I think we need to, and Commissioner, that you need to look at in the future, we've got the new think tank coming on board that's going to be doing research in a number of areas. We've got the 3 research centers that were funded by House Bill 1, and of course creates what they're doing through your consortium. And I think it's important that all of those, and the Sid Richardson Foundation's got this new panel moving forward, that we collaborate together, that we don't reinvent the wheel, that we wisely use our resources and pool those so that we're moving down the road together. And I think the meeting that Bob, you were not able to attend, but one of the things I know Commissioner and Dr. Reeves talked about is that very thing, and I would hope that we as a board in the future would continue to advocate those resources coming together and sharing, and what are we doing so we don't duplicate efforts.
Well, we would welcome that opportunity. It would be fruitful for the comment.
Raymond?
Yes, Bill, I'm glad that you're taking a look at the relationship between schools or colleges of education and other academic units on campuses, schools or colleges of arts and sciences, for example. It's been my experience, and I'd like Dean Palmer to talk about this issue as well when he speaks. It's been my experience that colleges or schools of education tend to be relatively isolated. And they're not only isolated from other schools and colleges, but they're also isolated from some of the resource academic units that could be, I think, invaluable in the preparation and training of teachers. Let me give you a specific case in point. I have in visiting schools, particularly when I was doing this with Commissioner Neely, in visiting schools and talking to superintendents, one of the issues that would come up recurrently, and this has to do with our achieving the goals of closing the gaps, is that a lot of teachers are not prepared to deal with the cultural and socioeconomic characteristics of Hispanic students. They don't know any Spanish, but they know very little about Mexican and Hispanic culture, and consequently that causes problems in achieving desired educational outcomes. And then when that comment is made by a superintendent or a principal, invariably I ask, where do most of your teachers come from? And they will say University X. And then I look up the catalog of the university online, and I see that they have a department or program in Chicano studies, Latino studies, and then I look at the curriculum in the School of Education, and there's no connection whatever between the two. These institutions have vast a wealth of academic resources related to issues like Hispanic culture and educational needs, and somehow the schools and the colleges of education don't take advantage of that. So to the extent that, once again, Bill, you can enable, and certainly we're going to try to help out on this issue, we can integrate the resources of an institution to provide the best training available for teachers both pre and in service. That would be an enormous help for all of us.
Yes, sir.
Dr. Palmer, welcome.
Thank you. Thank you very much. What I was thinking of doing to start with, by the way, was to give a little bit about my background. I recently, at Texas A&M, recently was appointed the dean about a year or so ago, but I have had a long tenure there. In fact, I have been a faculty member at Texas A&M. Actually, it'll be 30 years this last July 1. I would like to claim I was the youngest professor ever hired, but I don't believe that is the case. I can also assure you, as this is part of a truth in advertising, that David Gardner actually was a student that worked with me at the time. So either shouldn't hold that against me or that against him. Either way. First of all, I do encourage you to ask me some questions as we go through this whole process. I am going to, I want to talk about, in fact, I was invited in many ways to really kind of reflect on, here you have a very interested board in terms of teacher preparation, and what would be the kinds of things that you would like to have a board engage in? So it isn't just, kind of reflecting on the past, but what would be some of the things that would really hopefully encourage some dialogue and the potential of consideration of new initiatives and so forth. So the first thing I'm going to do is I want to provide a context. And again, part of the challenge about being a university professor, it takes me 15 minutes to say hello. So I'm going to try and move through this as best I can. But on this one slide here, I'm trying to provide you a variety of contextual issues that affect what's going on related to teacher preparation. As was acknowledged by Commissioner Paredes, teachers make a difference, and it's just been increasingly apparent. Studies all over the country, Linda Darling Hammond's work and Sanders' work, and just numbers of individuals around the country have, recognized the fact that, and it has been reaffirmed, that teachers, in fact, make a difference. And if you're going to have an impact on high-quality education, you better think about teachers. Yeah, we talk about curriculum. Yeah, we talk about, testing and accountability issues for students, but you better talk about teachers. That's really a key issue. And no matter how much you do in those other areas, unless you have qualified teachers that are really effective, it's not going to work. So we've kind of gone to some level of acceptance of this. But there's continued concern for the availability of quality teachers, despite the fact that there's been a variety of different kinds of initiatives that have happened over the last few years. There are, in fact, multiple pathways for entry to the profession, as was noted, earlier. again, we're not just talking about higher education. There's just, and there's multiple kinds of consortial efforts, between colleges and school districts alone, regional service centers. I mean, you name the actually private, entities getting in the scene. I mean, there's lots of different kinds of pathways, and yet there's, again, continued concern. It could be considered controversial, but we have a great deal of knowledge about how to effectively prepare teachers. If someone tells you, we have no idea what to do, we don't have much knowledge about this, they're wrong. Can I tell you straight out, they're wrong. We have, yes, we can always refine it, but we've got a great deal of knowledge about how to best prepare teachers. They better have content knowledge, okay? Particularly we're talking about secondary. I mean, it goes without saying. They better know something about how to plan and deliver instruction to a wide variety of students. We better be concerned about diverse students, because that's what we've got. We're only going to move the state and the nation forward unless we're attentive to those kinds of issues. We better have intensive field-based training that allows feedback and support and mentorship that's going on. Not just in words, not just throwing somebody out there, but really allow a supportive mentorship situation, which again is a collaboration between higher education and the local schools. So, that is gone on. And by the way, there's a variety of state and national initiatives that have gone on to try and promote this, but we have continued need. Okay. As I noted too, there is enhanced collaboration between IHEs and LEAs. So again, that's a good news issue. I have this one little statement that says, teacher expertise, high quality teachers, and teacher accountability. I probably could talk hours on this. What happened? We know a great deal about teacher expertise. In fact, there's a couple of papers I'm going to be giving to David, which will be distributed out to you. That this is part of a like if you write it, it must be good. But the issue is that a couple of years ago, I've had some papers published related to my work in teacher expertise. And so it's a bit of an information to you. But then we know a great deal about teacher expertise. And by the way, we also have some indications from the research literature about how to even identify expert teachers. But I got to tell you, that is different than NCLB notions about highly qualified teachers, and No Child Left Behind notions of highly qualified teachers. And the notion of teacher accountability, as oftentimes is reflected in the kinds of practice that goes on, does not reflect what we know about teacher expertise or identifying effective teachers. If you want to, again, I can get into a whole lecture about teacher expertise, but the point is that we have a great deal of knowledge about this, and oftentimes they're not feeding into policy in many ways. The last point I have here is actually, it comes from my background in special education. And actually, this goes back a number of years. I should also tell you, I'm also a graduate of UCLA. I did not know Ray at the time, but he was a member of the faculty there. But I will tell you that there has been literature out there for years in special education that basically reflected the fact that, and we've had high need for teachers in special education.
That's bad.
But the thing is, we've got national, federal, state requirements that you better deliver a free, appropriate public education to all students with disabilities. Well, one of the practices that resulted in that is that if you don't have the teachers, that you need, you lower the standards that will enable the teachers to be sitting in those classrooms. So it's an interesting market phenomenon we have here. We don't say let's pay them more. Let's have a situation where we lower the standards in order to get people in the classrooms. The kids that need the teachers who have got the best skills are oftentimes the kids that don't get the teachers who are well prepared. Okay, so that is a phenomenon that's operating, and I'm telling you, it's alive and well. And it isn't just in special education. So that's the context. Getting this license here to say, okay, well, what could we do? I want to move beyond the idea of, don't we have problems, and isn't this terrible, and so forth, but really talk about what could possibly be done related to recruitment and retaining and promoting high quality teacher preparation. So recruiting talented teachers, retaining effective teachers, and promoting quality teacher preparation. And I believe that the Higher Education Coordinating Board, in collaboration with institutions of higher education, can play an important leadership role. Please. Excellent. Oh, good. Let me give you again context here related to Texas A&M. About a year or so ago, there was an analysis of the debt of students graduating from various colleges within Texas A&M University. The debt for an engineering student was $21,000. Do you know what the debt for a graduate from the College of Education was? $21,000. So let me tell you something. You know, I agree with you. Your initial starting salary is not bad, but when you look at the potential, you know, that's going on here in terms of fiscal remuneration, salary structures for engineers are very different than salary structures for teachers. And so if you have a very, very talented individual who has many options, even though they may love to go into teaching, in some ways it's not a very I'd say, cost-efficient kind of decision to make. So the issue here is, what can we do with people saying, I would like to go into the field, but you know what, I don't want to leave with the same level of debt as somebody else, you know, that I can go into another field and make a lot more money. So, again, one of the proposals is, what can we be doing to provide enhanced funding for teachers? And again, I think the kinds of loan forgiveness programs that have been established that need to be, again, enhanced. And I would also argue, by the way, that we can also be thinking of providing incentives in high-need areas, in STEM areas, in the areas of special education, bilingual education. You know, again, we have got long-standing needs that are going on. I would argue all teachers need to be, you know, we could really recruit, I think, even a more dynamic group of individuals than we have in larger numbers if we were to have programs of that nature that would be going on. Retaining effective teachers. Career ladder actually is somewhat of a dirty word in the state of Texas. And I don't think it's because the word itself or the words. I think it's really because of the fact that there was a promise that wasn't fulfilled. The notion that not just related to finance, but the idea of really role differentiation. That what happens is that as people develop additional skills and have been in the field for a while, the options in terms of teachers is basically to go into administration. You know, what can we do to be enhancing their effectiveness of being able to work with other, you know, I would say novice teachers to facilitate their development and to work, you know, in an indirect way to improve the instruction in the classrooms. I think, you know, we ought to be thinking more effectively or more dynamically about what are the kinds of opportunities that we could create to foster these kinds of issues. And I would argue that higher education can play a role. In fact, we are just going through the process right now of going through the various university approvals to develop an executive EDD that's targeted to effective teachers who've been teaching for a period of time. The purpose, there is an option for them to get certification, principal certification, but I will tell you what we're really talking about also is really enhancing their skill sets as and expertise such that they can play an important leadership role within their school and within their school district to again, enhance instructional effectiveness. I believe that those kinds of opportunities could be enhanced throughout the state, and potentially, again, the coordinating board can help foster that. I would say, again, one of the things I have here is that oftentimes we get, you know, some supports. If there are supports, there's supports for initial training of teachers, for initial certification. What there isn't is additional resources or vouchers for people to go on for advanced study. And I will tell you again, it's not all created equally, but the point is that intensive, you know, instruction, professional development activities that really do link with professional practice enhances the effectiveness of individuals in classrooms. And yet we don't have either a salary structure to help support that, or let's focus on higher education. We don't tend to get a lot of I mean, what are the incentives to develop programs and to have individuals come into those kinds of programs? So again, I think the extent to which we can be thinking and fostering those kinds of innovative programs, I think it could be helpful. Incentive funding for IHEs with programs demonstrating high retention rates. You've heard the statistics. Approximately 50% of the teachers leave within 5 years. I mean, that's a loss of talent workforce. And by the way, what we also know is that not the fact that all it takes is years of experience, but individuals who are effective are going to be enhancing their effectiveness over years of practice. And so we're losing a number of people with potentially increasing levels of effectiveness in the schools. It is a very costly endeavor for school districts. It's a loss of talent. We're constantly having to replenish, these kinds of, again, just particularly in high-need areas, these areas. So what about the idea of providing incentive funding? Again, I always get the notion of being careful about kind of self-aggrandizement here, but we're engaging. In fact, we have a significant database that we have established within our college. We are monitoring everything under the sun in terms of faculty productivity, in terms of our students, characteristics of our students graduate. We're doing follow-up with our students, and the most recent data we have of 5 years, that is, there were people that graduated in 2002, that we have 82% of our people in schools teaching today. Within 3 years, we got 91% of our people are teaching. And by the way, I have to tell you, in Teach for America, that rate is like a third after 2 years stay in teaching. So I'm thinking, if you're going to invest, if you really want to have an impact, a long-term impact, you got to be thinking about, and again, the premise here is the fact that high-quality preparation results in better retention that's going on. As an aside, and this reflects need, our college developed our own career day this last spring, and we had 145 districts that showed up. And if you know Reed Arena, that they were all around the exterior of the Reed Arena, the walkway area, and we had we had I think 995 teachers that were certified this last year. And I will tell you, by the way, they came from multiple different kinds of programs, not just undergraduate programs, but post-bac programs. We had programs that were by the way, closely aligned with College of Science. The idea, by the way, one of the things you're talking about, are you isolated? Well, I will tell you, I don't know if we're just unusual, but I am working, and I've gotten a lot of collaboration with the College of Science and the College of Engineering on a variety of activities, and with the College of Liberal Arts. And so that, I think, is absolutely key. Commissioner Paredes, in terms of being able to do this. And but anyway, the point is, I had one district that came up to us and said, we'll hire all 1,000 of your teachers. And I said, well, you can't do that. I mean, there's actually, they actually want to go some other places too. But the point is that there is high need, and I believe informally the word gets out. But I think we also ought to be thinking about what kinds of incentives do we have for teacher preparation programs that do prepare people that stay in the field longer. I can tell you our SIP code funding is no different than anybody else's SIP code funding in terms of what's going on. There's no particular incentives that are going on related to that. And I think we ought to be thinking about some models to try and facilitate this. Support for school leadership preparation. Again, it's one of those truisms is that you want to attract good teachers, you want to retain good teachers, you better have good school leadership. And I think that in some ways we can't think about enhancing the quality and numbers of teachers unless we really talk about that, unless we really think about that. Okay. When we think about how effective our teacher preparation programs, one of the measures we have obviously is assessment of the candidates that graduate in terms of the Texas. I'm not suggesting that having some general measure like that is bad. If that's it, if that's the notion of what we have in terms of teacher quality or teacher quality preparation, teacher preparation that's quality, then I would say we are really have a very limited perspective in terms of what's going on. I think if we're going to look at what is high-quality programs, we ought to be looking at long-term impact. We ought to be looking at student performance, but we can't be looking at it in single snapshots. You know, what we need to be looking is over some time period. We ought to be looking at retention over some time period. We do know about what are some of the components of high-quality programs. We ought to be making sure that programs really reflect those kinds of notions. And I'm suggesting here about the adjustment of SIP funding. And then I'm also reflecting on the idea that is there some possibility of having incentive funds or innovation funds that are available for new teacher preparation programs to try and address some of these key issues, really trying to encourage this. Obviously, when I look at your grant program, actually, sad to say, but at 5:30 this morning I was online looking at your grant program, and I reflect on the various kinds of grant programs you have. I'm thinking, you know, there are innovation programs that you've got, you know, going on here. But what have we got going on related to teacher preparation programs? What we've got listed as a teacher quality grant, that's a federal grant program. What have we got going on here? What can we do to try and enhance what's going on within the state of Texas that can really be reflective of the unique context that we're operating in? So, my concluding reflection is obviously I'm arguing for the fact that I believe that this board has played and can play, continue to play an important leadership role in enhancing the workforce. I think it does, this begs in many ways the idea of, and I think someone noted the idea of we need to be disseminating more information. We need to be talking about coordinating the information that's coming out of IHEs, that's coming out of CREATE, it's coming out of all sorts of other kinds of entities. We ought to be trying to make sure that if we're going to facilitate best practice, you know, let's not do it in this stovepipe or, you know, kind of isolated fashion. Let's make sure that we're you know, exchanging this information. I got to tell you, I am not necessarily advocating, I hope no one's listening here, I'm not advocating for the idea that there's always more money going to Texas A&M University, although I tend to argue for that generally. But the issue here is the fact that my constituency are the kids in the schools. I just happen to be working through professors, through teachers and administrators and school psychologists, et cetera, that we're training to get there. And so we ought to be figuring out some way of working across institutions to foster that. The final point I'd like to make is actually I just came back from Doha, Qatar. I have a project actually that deals with their school reform there, and in fact I'm preparing teachers with the University of Qatar, with their national university, in terms of this. And I can assure you that we're doing amazing things, but it's not all about money. Can I tell you? They got lots of resources. The issue is capacity. That you need to have the capacity, you know, within the faculties, within the universities, within the schools to facilitate those collaborations to train the teachers. Okay. So again, my thought is the sense which we can be working together to enhance capacity, to prepare those teachers. I think we're going to obviously have in my mind, a more effective public school system. So, thank you.
Dr. Palmer, I have a question. I thought you were saying zip code. You're saying SIP code. What does SIP stand for?
Oh, I'm sorry. It is a catalog of funding codes, you know, that essentially are reflective of various course areas within universities.
Yeah.
And so,
On the funding point.
Let me tell you one of the issues there, is the fact that there has been some effort to make some adjustments to enhance the funding support for intensive field-based training. It costs a lot of money to engage in field-based training. This, again, this is not to critique my colleagues in liberal arts, but you can have a lecture with a large number of individuals, you know, in liberal arts at an undergraduate level. If you're going to be engaged in field-based training in which you're not only talking about specific methodology, you know, within a university-based class, but you're going out into the schools, you're observing them, you're giving them feedback, that is a very intensive situation. Well, the notion, there is a little bit of a differential, but I got to tell you, it's minor. So as a consequence, at some point there's slippage. So the issue is, are we really meeting the spirit of what we know about effective intensive field-based training? because of the fact that we're having to deal with the economics of it, can we do as good a job as we're doing? And I would say that in many cases, we're limited.
Great.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes.
Neil?
Dean Palmer, welcome.
Thank you.
And congratulations on your moving up as dean.
Thank you.
I appreciate your passion. I really do, and it shows, and that's great. And I agree with you. I don't think it's all about money, but we have an interim committee of the legislature that's going to be looking at the funding formula. And I know the governor and a number of the leaders on the Hill have, as it reflected by the fact that they trusteed $100 million with this organization for incentive funding for institutions. I think, Mr. Shepard and members of the board, as you go forward in the 2009, between now and the 2009 legislative session, what Dean Palmer's talking about is we've got to take a better look at how do we attract kids into this profession and this calling. It's really a calling. I've always thought teaching was a calling. And how do we retain them once we get them there? But I think a lot of that comes back to what Doug is touched on, is the incentive funding, and what Laurie was talking about in terms of tied back to performance. But I think loan forgiveness issues, there's all kinds of things. I know Dr. Reeves at one time, the Texas A&M system had the President's Scholars, which was attracting minority students into the teaching profession. And I think we've got to take a hard look as a coordinating board and commissioner as a staff to look at some innovative ideas. I believe, Bob and I both saw this on the Hill in this last session, they're begging us for ideas about how do we improve that. They realize that there is a significant problem in this state related to teachers. And I think sometimes we get caught up, those that tend to go to the engineering fields or science fields, they wouldn't be there if there wasn't a good teacher in that high school classroom, or that junior high, or that middle school classroom, or that elementary classroom. It's a building block, and I think we have lost sight sometimes in this state as policymakers of focusing on the STEM side of it. And yes, there's shortages, but those are going to continue and accelerate if we don't do something about this other side. And yet at the college, I know at the university level, many times, as Doug indicated, and the commissioner just alluded to, the colleges of education tend to be on the lower end of the funding bucket when it comes to things. And I really think we've got to, and we as an institution, as a coordinating board, have got to raise the level of how we look at teachers and teacher preparation in the College of Education. We've got to elevate that they are truly an integral part of this state's future. And if we don't come up with some of those innovative ideas, and I think some of the things, Doug, that you're talking about here are things that we need to be looking at. You touched on a number of things that, and campus leadership. We can put 15 quality teachers on that elementary campus. But if we don't have an effective principal on that campus, then the education delivery will not be what we would expect it to be. So it's not just the teacher, and I hope we don't lose sight of that. It's the leadership, it's the superintendents, Bill Reeves, that are providing the leadership in those campuses. And I think we've got to change some cultural thinking within that leadership framework. I'm excited about the commission, my opportunity to work with the Sid Richardson Foundation, because I think we'll be looking at some of those issues. But I want to congratulate both of you for raising the issues, because I think everybody in this room better be thinking about that. I think all our futures depend on that. If we don't improve teacher preparation and producing quality teachers and more of them, then this state's in trouble.
Laurie?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. A couple of comments. You mentioned about Teach for America and about how maybe 50% of them drop out after the 2-year requirement. They drop out because They are the best and the brightest. They are from, Eastern schools. They're from all over the country. And they leave because they've done their 2 years, and there's no reason for them to stay. They're in the inner city schools. They are learning probably more than any of us put together could ever learn. But there's no incentive. And they are Teach for America, and some of their models have spun off into the most successful charter schools in the state of Texas. So that's something we absolutely have to figure out, what they're doing and how we can keep them and how we can create models of our own within our colleges. Another thing is the business community had better get woken up and supportive of school districts that are looking at differentiated pay. Sounding maybe a little defensive, former HISD Houston school board member, and Neil and Nancy are both former school board members as well. When the school districts come out with differentiated pay and pay for performance, and the unions and other political entities shoot them down, there better be the business community and organizations like yours that are there to defend them, like THECB and others. Because until and unless the business community looks at teaching as the profession that it is, we will never retain the kind of teachers we need to retain, ever. We need to look at where the school districts are recruiting their teachers. If you look at any major school district in the state, they're going out of state, they're going out of country to find the kind of teachers that they need. We need to look at loan forgiveness, and there's a model in California, Raymond, I think it's in the San Diego area, where if you graduate from this high school and go to college and come back and agree to teach at this high school, they'll do loan forgiveness. And they even do things like, find a place for you to live for a year.
And there's a commitment on the part of the teacher to stay there over a period of time as well.
Exactly.
Exactly.
You have to sign on, and the loan forgiveness is incrementally. They don't just all of a sudden dump it in your lap. School districts have signing bonuses all over the state of Texas that are pretty significant, that encourage teachers in the math and science and special ed and bilingual areas. Some of the challenges, health insurance. How many times have you guys heard, teachers come before the Board of Education and say, we cannot afford health insurance, therefore we do not have health insurance. A better way to fire ineffective teachers. Until due process changes the way it works. Sorry, Neil. But, we have ineffective teachers. Now, I'm not talking about teachers that might, you have thousands and thousands and thousands of teachers. You're going to have one that might commit a crime, a felony. I'm not talking about those kind of teachers. I'm talking about teachers that aren't effective teachers and still are on that career ladder. And that each year they get an incremental bonus, and each year, and they're ineffective. And that's a very strong, very small minority of teachers I'm talking about. I'm not talking about the, 13,000 that are in the Houston School District. There might be 1 or 2 or 10. But those are the teachers. You have to go to term contract instead of continual contracts. Another thing that we absolutely have got to solve is the fact that if you're a teacher in the state of Texas and you're drawing that teacher retirement, you have totally eliminated your chances for Social Security when you retire. And until that is fixed, we are not going to get alternative certified teachers coming from major corporations coming to teach for us and then saying, oh, we just lost all of our Social Security benefits and that of our spouses. That's got to be fixed. There are a lot of school districts that have foundations, and a lot of those foundations are kind of struggling at where they could really put their efforts, and that's where I encourage you to look. Because the school district's foundations, like those in Spring Branch, for example, that enabled me to get my master's degree because they invested. That's what they did. They put money into certain teachers, and every year they'd say, we'll pay for you to start your master's degree. And finally, just so that you don't think it's all doom and gloom, I'd like to invite you anytime to come to Houston to our P16, Greater Houston P16 Plus Council, where we have 4 deans of education. We have Teach for America, we have alternative certification, we have charter schools, we have teachers, business, parents, students. For us to be a sounding board or think tank or just a resource to you. And, I'm encouraged, but I think that we've got a long, long way to go.
Fred?
Laurie forgot to add, and could you get back to us at our October meeting? One of the things that I wanted to ask both gentlemen, Dr. Reeves, in your report, something that got my attention was the phrase, expand and refine the current system. And I know you were talking about our education, our higher education college systems. But one of the things that Commissioner Paredes recently shared with us was a report from the NCEE called Tough Choices or Tough Times. Are you familiar with that report? I think my question is your research and your center and your efforts going to allow us to build a sense of urgency and find a way to shortcut the path to change, because we can't afford gradual change. One of the most striking things, and there's a lot in this report, if you're familiar with it, you know they recommend 10 radical steps really to reinventing our education system. But we were talking about teacher quality and teacher preparation. This really struck me. In the new system, talking about education system and teacher quality, it would be relatively easy for teachers to reach out to other teachers and form organizations to operate schools themselves, much like doctors, attorneys, and architects form partnerships to do so. And that's the kind of change and reinvention and restructuring that I hope your research and your action recommendations are pointed towards.
And I would just say on behalf of what our mission is to create, to be really honest with you, we're not going to be advocating that type of radical change ourselves. What we're trying to do is to provide our member institutions a lens and a tool to look at and to work with local school districts and employers of teachers in their area, and to develop their own game plans. Our work will hopefully be to facilitate their own game plans about how we improve production of teachers, the effectiveness of teachers once they're on the job, and really how we increase the ongoing research and feedback that we give each other, school superintendents, school principals, university deans, university presidents, how we actually monitor whether we are making a difference, both in terms of the flow of teachers and the quality of teachers and the retention of teachers in our schools. Now, the reform issues that you're talking about, we will, I'm certain, as we have we have a very dynamic education system in our state and country, and there will continue to be all kinds of innovation and all kinds of need for change, and we certainly support that, but we're not advocating that. We're really trying to get our folks to look at continuous quality improvement of the job we're doing at universities. That's kind of our limited focus. We don't dislike Teach for America. We like them very much. We like other alternatives. We're just a university consortium working on how we can define our job and do our job better, and kind of literally clean up our own backyard, before we work with our neighbors. So that's a little different focus, I think, in terms of that. George,
maybe this can be directed to Raymond, but unless 21-year-olds have changed since I was 21-year-old, I'll guarantee you none of them are thinking about the things that Laurie's talking about as a profession. And what I'd like to hear is the Governor of Wyoming's comments about the interview of all the UCLA students, and 0 wanted to enter the profession. The follow-up question is, why? What was their reason for not wanting to?
Well, there are a lot of reasons. Obviously, the pay scale is one issue. The fact that if you look at salary increases over the term of a career, they're not nearly as positive as they are in other fields, including nursing, for example. There's no doubt that nursing is drawing a lot of young college graduates who are committed to helping professions away from teaching, because the salaries, as I said, are so much greater. I think that on a lot of university campuses, particularly highly selective ones, elite institutions, that students are actively discouraged from going into teaching in the K-12 sector. They're told by faculty, and I have to admit that in my own career, I was guilty of this at some points, where I would tell very able students, if you go into K-12 teaching, you'll find that if you teach in Los Angeles Unified, it's a very structured, very rigid teaching environment where the teaching is highly prescriptive for young teachers, and that's not conducive to the development of one's own intellectual skills and teaching abilities. I think that there's all the criticism that has been directed at teachers in the public education system in this country over the past 15 or 20 years has discouraged very capable students from going into the field as well. I think we have to change the image of teaching for really bright college students, and I think that in our universities we have to establish the enhancement of a stronger teaching force as one of our highest priorities. There's nothing that colleges and universities do that's more important than preparing good teachers, and we just haven't done a very good job of that. There are isolated instances around the country. UTeach is a good example of that, but those are the exception rather than the rule. We have to get universities to focus more, colleges and universities to focus more on encouraging bright students to go into teaching and then preparing them in a way that makes the teaching profession exciting and attractive.
Dr. Reeves and Dr. Palmer, we could talk about this subject all morning, obviously. I'd like, Dr. Phillips, for you to ask the last question, because unfortunately I got to run this railroad and we have a lot to do today.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I have two.
Okay.
Thank you all for being here today. I'm encouraged by what you're doing. I think we can collaborate and partner with you and help you in significant ways, but it all depends on what kind of data we have. And so I would like to understand more about the data you're collecting and maybe see some of it for a sample institution. You can black out the name. But if we have the data, we can help you. And the other thing is, this is all very optimistic, but do you have any thoughts about triage, immediate triage for creating professional communities within schools?
Are you referring to higher ed at this point?
No.
No, you're referring within the schools.
The teachers, the public school teachers K through 12.
I think obviously the triage issue to me suggests the fact that what we're dealing with is a loss of significant talent annually. Yeah. And it seems to me that our studies that have been done related to attrition reflect the fact that there are multiple factors. Yes, of course, fiscal issues are going to be one of the factors, but it isn't the only factor, in fact. I believe, in fact, one of the strongest issues is the quality of, in fact, this was noted by Bill, it's the quality of the work site where teachers are play really a critical role. And so, again, I would argue that it's the school leadership, and in an immediate basis, it's the principal, in addition to the superintendent, that's going to play a role. We have people who've been doing some research actually within the state, and now it's actually nationally, looking at what's going on in affected schools with those populations of students that have historically not done very well. But the students are doing very well in here. And we're looking at the leadership of what's going on in those schools. And by the way, teachers aren't leaving those schools. So the fact is, I believe it's the school leadership on an immediate basis is probably something that is absolutely key.
Well, there's just fabulous, elegant, impressive research out there.
Right.
But one of the things that's puzzled me since I've been interested in all this is why don't we see it enacted in the field?
Transfer.
And that transfer issue is just huge, and there are probably lots of logical reasons for it, but we've got to crack that nut.
I agree.
Dr. Adams, you have 2 minutes for your closing argument. We could literally talk about this all day. I think this is one of the most meaningful major policy discussions that we've had in a long time.
I can close in 2 minutes. A lot of judges tell me, give me 1 minute. Doug referenced the silo effect. And I've used that term, and when we've had public ed and higher ed contingents here, and we've had some meetings, Lori and Nancy have been in those, Bob, and we're continuing to foster those. But wouldn't it be a unique phenomena if we went to the legislature in the 2009 session with a plan from higher ed and public ed working together, saying here are some initiatives that if funded would make a difference? And the two elements walk together. Every higher education institution in this state, all of the public ed leadership, we're saying, hey, legislature, if you give us these kind of funds for these kind of programs, we can assure you, based on the research and data, we can make a difference. Commissioner, I think that's where we play a major role in pulling those factions together to do that. I don't know how many times Bob and I heard, why aren't you together? Public Ed's over here testifying about something. Texas A&M's testifying about something. U of H is testifying about something. Nobody's, and when they sit on their side of the table, we're all coming with our hand out. We're not all together. And I think we have got to, as a commissioner and as a board, we have got to pull factions together between now and 2009 if we really want to make a difference. That's my closing argument.
Thank you all very much.
Thank you very much,
Robert. We appreciate it. You know, Neil, in that regard, if you'll remember, Dr. Ann Stewart made a recommendation at one of our capital funding groups that when we appeared before Senate Finance, that the coordinating board would lay out the vision and they wouldn't have to repeat it. And we did that. And I think that was the first good step, and this obviously is a suggestion for the next. We're now going to move on to have Laura Weber come up and talk just a little bit about what did happen in the session and some of the new responsibilities that we've been given. Neil certainly gave out some well-deserved accolades earlier to Laura. Dominic, who you all know and started receiving emails from out of the blue, about 50 of them a day.
And they were yellow.
And, yeah, that's right. I thought they were spam at first. But I can't say enough about the team. I know Neil and I would walk over there. One day we walked over with a friend of mine that's a governmental affairs person in the insurance business, and it's kind of his first time on the job and still learning his way around. And he said, "Where are you guys going? And where's your committee hearing?" And I said, "Well, we don't know." He said, "Well, how do you get there?" I said, "Let me tell you something. All Neil and I have to do is get to the cafeteria and get to the table under the big clock where Laura Weber will meet us, and then they take care of us from there." And that's the truth. We would meet every morning in front of the big clock. Well, I hate to give that secret away. Otherwise, that table is going to be gone next session. But obviously, thanks for all your help. I'm sure you can get through this easy in a few minutes. Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I know that we're running short of time, and we need to move along. I want to return thanks to the board, but especially to Chairman Shepard and Vice Chairman Adams, the commissioner, who were there almost every day. Wore out a lot of shoe leather, but it was great to have that kind of support. And I know the legislature appreciated seeing the face of the coordinating board so many times during the session. So thank you for that. And thanks to all the staff here. We've said a lot of good things about the staff, but you don't know how great it is to have that support behind you all the time when you're out there in the fray, as it is, knowing that they are there to back you up all the time. This last session, as in others, we had about 100 pieces of legislation that actually passed out of the 500 pieces that we were watching. Almost half of those actually got pretty far along in the process, but in the end we ended up with a little over 100 pieces of legislation that affected the coordinating board in higher education. The biggest of those always, and the biggest policy driver probably of all, is the appropriations bill, which in this case was House Bill 1, and I just wanted to start there and kind of give a very high-level overview of the funding that came out of the session. As you can see on the slide, For the coordinating board appropriations, there were significant increases in many areas, and most of the increase that you see there is due to financial aid programs increases and the incentive funding and some other types of funding of that nature. So what the coordinating board had identified going in as their 3 priorities for funding was financial aid, basic research, and health-related programs. So I just wanted to touch on what happened in those 3 areas, since those are the ones that were most concerned. In financial aid funding, our total appropriations for the biennium for our 5 major programs increased significantly by approximately $162 million over last biennium. Much of that increase, as you can see, went to Texas grants in the tune of $96.2 million. I understand that that will serve about 90,000 students this biennium, which is an increase of about 18,000 to 19,000 students to receive Texas grants. In the area of tuition equalization grants, that remains steady. The Texas Education Opportunity Grant increased by 56%. It's a good increase there. In the Beyond Time student loan program, significant increase in general revenue funding. What you're seeing there is the difference in general revenue funding. Many of you will recall that the board this last biennium put in money from the Hinson Hazelwood loan program to help bring up Beyond Time, but that was kind of a one-shot thing. So there's a significant increase in general revenue funding for that. Unfortunately, it may not help us. It probably will not bring any new students in, but at least we can keep most of the renewals going for Beyond Time. The work study program increased significantly over last session, and we have a mentorship program, and we're part of that you'll be hearing about later on in the agenda that we can use that funding for. And I know Lois Hollis will be up later to talk about the financial aid programs in greater detail as well, so you'll hear more about that on your agenda. Basic research funding. Mr. Shepard mentioned the work of Dr. Hackerman in this area, which was really helpful in getting this increase in funding for basic research in the advanced research program. Health-related funding. We saw a significant increase in the Joint Admission Medical Program and in the Professional Nursing Shortage Reduction Program. And is Representative Howard still in the room? There she is back there. Someone who's very interested in nursing, and I know was very helpful in looking at some of these funding issues, is here with us today. In addition to those areas, we have quite a few riders that are associated with the Appropriations Act. There's well over 100 that affect just the coordinating board and special provisions alone. I just want to talk about 4 of those from this past session. The College Readiness Initiative rider, that's where the funding was carried over from House Bill 1 from the 79th third call session regarding all of our college readiness initiatives. The College for Texans campaign license plate rider, we last session got legislation to offer a specialty plate, but unfortunately we didn't get an appropriation rider to use the money. So this time we got that problem fixed. The review of state financial aid programs, it instructs us to use $150,000 to do a very thorough study of financial aid that Lois Hollis will be telling you about later today. And then in the Higher Education Performance Incentive Initiative, again, what Mr. Adams mentioned earlier, the $100 million toward incentive funding, part of which can be used for scholarships for top 10% students.
Laura? I want to mention the basic research, which is something we all talked about here as part of our LAR, and we were shooting for $75 million. As all of you know, the last biennium we had 0. And we had some real strong advocates that really pushed hard for us, and Senator Ogden and Senator Zaffarini both, and Lieutenant Governor Dewhurst were big advocates for that. And we didn't get near what we asked for, but $16 million is certainly better than 0. And so that's, I hope, is a stepping stone for 2009. And I think we've got to tell them, as we talked about yesterday in the Agency Ops Committee, we've got to do a better job, Laura, somehow. As you saw and we saw when we visited with Led, there's a basic misunderstanding of basic issue research and how important that is to this state. and we got to keep selling that and do a better job of selling it. But we made a step forward, but I think we've still got a ways to go there. That $75 million is really where we need to be.
We'll try to double it again next session at least. Other individual bills, key legislation to touch on here. In the area of academic affairs, House Bill 2198 just eliminated a pilot project so that certain community colleges, junior colleges could offer baccalaureate degrees up to 5 degrees. The House Bill 3826, which I know is Ms. Ricker's favorite bill right now, to require the recommended high school program as a prerequisite for admissions into the general academics. That was a target for closing the gaps, and so it's one that's finally been put into place now through this legislation. House Bill 3851, you'll be reviewing rules later on related to this that authorizes the coordinating board to have a standardized method of calculating high school GPAs once students reach the college level.
Well, let me stop you on that one as well. And I think, Commissioner, we have, that's for entrance into the colleges. But I think we need to sit down with the public ed leaders of the state, and that not just be a standard for admission, but we need to help them that there's a statewide standard, period, in terms of that, and how that's figured, grade point averages are figured. So I would encourage that dialogue. Well, you've started a dialogue with the Texas School Alliance, and that would probably be a good starting point. But I think we need to all be on the same page on that.
Absolutely, we agree, and we are working on that.
Good.
Senate Bill 1231, this is one that I mentioned because there's a change in policy, but also because the institutions right now are struggling a little bit because it asks that they track dropped courses across institutions. So if a student drops a course in one institution, the next institution they go to needs to know about that, and they're trying to figure out how they're going to do that tracking. You'll be looking at some rules related to this bill later on today. Your authority is really limited to rules regarding circumstances under which they can drop the courses. So the issue about how to track all of that is something that the institutions are working on diligently right now. In P16 initiatives, we have a bill that officially brings the Texas Governor's Schools over to the coordinating board. House Bill 2237 is the intensive program for teacher preparation academies bill. Senate Bill 1031 is the bill that phases out tax in favor of end-of-course exams at the high schools and has college assessment exams at certain grade levels. In financial aid, House Bill 2978 regarding an engineering program for students. Senate Bill 1640 and SJR 57, I know Vice Chairman Adams probably wants to bring to your attention as well. This was the bill package that authorizes the board to have greater bonding authority for the Hinson-Hazelwood loan program. It is going to be an item in the November elections, so we want to make sure that that bonding issue gets supported.
Let me comment on that. That not only increases our bonding capacity, which our financial advisor and Lois Hollis believe that by 2009 we will run out of our current capacity if we don't get that done. Senator Williams carried that bill for us. That bill got caught up in all of the acrimony in the Senate and the House on various issues. Mr. Shepard and I and Ms. Weber and the commissioner spent a deal of time trying to shepherd that through and make sure it didn't die, particularly on the House side. And we've got to really thank the Speaker of the House. He literally saved us at the end of the day in getting that through the House, and I know Bob shares that thought as well. We had a hearing, or Jenny Morrison is another one we need to think. She had a hearing in front of her desk in her office. It went to appropriations where it had to the same day, and it wouldn't have happened if it hadn't have been for the Speaker. It hit the floor the same day. those things just don't happen, and they realized how critical this was to the future of this state and kids having that available.
To put it in medical terms, that bill had been flatlined, and Lauren, the people you mentioned brought it back to life.
Absolutely. And we owe a great deal of gratitude to them. So, go ahead.
In agency operations, Senate Bill 1007, you'll hear a little more about this later as well, which brings a student representative onto the coordinating board and places students on some of our advisory committees. Senate Bill 1046 was a bill that we were interested in to enable the board to post notices 7 days in advance instead of 30 days in advance like we had been required, and to have telephone conference meetings under certain circumstances.
Those of you all that know Senator Zaffarini, you have 3 minutes. And that's it. You better be able to say whatever you can say in 3 minutes. And so when I appeared before that committee, I said, Senator, this simply brings us into the 21st century. Thank you very much.
It makes us like other state agencies. The last piece I want to talk about really briefly are some of the commissions and committees that stemmed out of the session or prior to that will be working on a lot of the policy issues that we all are working on, and that we will be very much engaged with in supporting and responding to their requests for information, testifying, whatever their needs are. HCR 159 created the Select Commission on Higher Education and Global Competitiveness with the members to be appointed that you see here. I've not heard about appointments yet, but I'm expecting those within the next few months. House Bill 2237, the High School Completion and Success Initiative Council. The Commissioner is a member of this committee that's going to be looking at the new college readiness issues that we're all concerned about as well. Senate Bill 1031 created the Select Committee on Public School Accountability. Again, the Commissioner is a member of this committee, and they are by statute supposed to meet no later than October 1st, so we're expecting the other appointments to be made to this pretty shortly. The House Representatives Select Committee on Higher and Public Education Finance has already been meeting, and they've met twice. They're going to meet again probably in early fall. Is the Commissioner in the room?
He'll be right back.
Okay. He met with the chair of this committee for about 2 hours a couple of weeks ago, and they were trying to lay out what kind of finance issues in higher education the committee might look at. And some of the 4 areas they came up with were formula funding and special items, capital funding, incentive funding, and of course funding of financial aid. So we're expecting that committee to be moving on those issues. Another committee that's already working is the Commission for a College-Ready Texas that the governor appointed, and has met several times, and we expect to meet several times more. In the spring, we can expect the major standing legislative committees to start becoming active again. They'll get their interim charges and start working those, so quite a bit of activity that will come back to the board to be working on as well. And that was going to conclude my presentation, unless you had some questions on other bills. I meant to mention that you should have received in the mail a draft of the summary of all the bills. So if there was anything in there or anything in this presentation you needed to ask about, I'd be happy to try to address it.
Laura, one comment that I want to leave the board with. At least everybody thinks that Neil and I, you did all the work. Everybody at this table, because of their relationships, made some key calls and contacts on various bills during the session. So that all of you all, I know speaking on behalf of Neil and Laura Raymond and myself, we really appreciate that. Things obviously made a difference.
I would ditto that. Laura, did you mention the bills by Senator Whitworth on changing our method of operation, posting meetings? Okay, you did.
Yes.
Yeah, I thought you did. I was probably thinking about something else. I'm sorry. I think, again, Senator Whitworth and his staff, we owe a great deal of gratitude. I mean, when he takes on a bill, he's there when it's for the committee, and he makes sure that it gets heard. And he carried 2 major bills for us, and we're to be indebted to him and his staff. So he carried the one that allowed us to 7-day notice instead of 30-day notice, and now allows us to meet by telephone if we need to. So,
Laura, thank you very much. Obviously, at our retreat tomorrow, we are going to be talking about a lot of these initiatives and where they're going to fall in terms of our responsibility. Mr. Chairman of Strategic Planning, you have 5 minutes.
You've been around former Chairman Barrington too long. That's true. Let me, a couple of things before we get started. Yes. Okay, Joe, is it Rolla? Rolla. Joe Rolla, are you here? Stand up. New president of Angelo State. Welcome. Is Representative Donna Howard still here? Donna, where are you? Wave your hand. There you are. Representative Howard, thank you for your support in the session. Past board member of a public school and very knowledgeable about these kind of issues, and we appreciate you being here and having an interest in what we're doing. Thank you. This is my last hurrah as chair of this committee. I last in April had a chance to thank Susan and her staff, and we had a nice dinner and visited with spouses. And Susan, you and your staff will always be very special to me, and I appreciate your efforts. Before we get started, Mr. Chairman, I want to mention some other folks too, though. There are a group of institutional leaders in the room today, and some of them may be here, and I want them to stand, and I want to thank them personally. These are people that we at the Campus Planning Committee, which was the old name, now Strategic Planning, work with on a daily basis. The staff does. Virgil Gay from Texas A&M University, Juan Sandoval from Midwestern, stand and remain standing. Danny Gallant from Stephen F. Austin, Peter Graves from the Texas State System, Mike Ellicott, Texas Tech, Mike Buck from Texas State, Kimberly Williams from TSU, Bill Beckham from TWU, and I have a hard time with this name. Help me, Susan.
And
Patel, thank you. And Dilip, I hope you're here.
He's on vacation.
Okay. Rich Escalante from North Texas, University of North Texas, and Gary Menard from the UT system. Thank you for the courtesies that you've extended me over the last 4 years as being a member and as chair of this committee. And thank you for what you do for your institutions and the information you provide us and how you respond to our staff. Thank you. Our first item on closing the gaps was comments by the chair, and I've made those. The one last comment I would make, Mr. Chairman, in leaving this organization is I hope that there will be somebody that will pick up my wand of capital funding, because we still need to fix that in this state, and I really hope that task force will continue to meet and focus. I know Senator Zaffarini and Senator Ogden and Lois Colkhorst on the House side and the Speaker all have and the Governor have an interest in us coming up with some solutions in that area. The first item on our agenda of strategic planning is consideration of the annual report on progress toward closing the gaps by 2015. And Susan, you'll present that report, please.
Yes, I will, and I'm going to skip through this very quickly. Thank you very much. Go ahead. As you know, back in October of 2005, we increased the goal for participation to include an additional 630,000 more students. Go ahead. The enrollment increases right now, we're on target overall, but as you can see from the overhead, the slope of that curve is sliding down the wrong direction. Next slide. This shows the increases. As you can tell from this, it shows the progress we've made, where we need to go in the red bar, and then the light blue is a compilation of all of the targets submitted by the institutions. The Hispanic target, the institutions from the targets, does not reach where we need to be on the statewide level. It shows, and this is, you'll be talking about more like a little bit later, this shows the percentage of the high school graduates going on to a four-year institution who already have the recommended high school program. And here it is for the community colleges, and this was a big surprise to me. At the two-year colleges, 81% of the entering freshmen straight from high school already have the recommended high school program. That's a very encouraging slide. That's why I wanted to focus on this a little bit. Overall, 76% of the high school graduates have the recommended high school program, and that is up from actually 40% in the last 6 years. That's a good thing. And this ties into what we're doing on the vertical teams with the P16, the initiative and trying to get that working. If we can get the recommended high school program up to the right rear and get that aligned with entrance into higher ed, that will go a long way into helping the developmental ed problems that we're having. So now I'm going to summarize if y'all have questions. You were sent the report earlier. If you have any questions, I'll be glad. This is just, fall to 05 to fall 06, the enrollment was static, but still we're on target because of the earlier increases we had. Enrollment growth for Hispanic population we have substantial increases, but we're still needing to do a lot more. And we've had slight increases on the percentage of high school graduates going directly into college. Once again, success goal is to increase by 210,000, have 210,000 undergraduate certificates, and we're on target for that one. The bachelor's associate degree, we need a little bit more input from the institutions. I'm skipping through these very well. Teachers, this has to do with where you're at. The good news here is that if you look at what the institutions are targeting, they're actually targeting more than what we have set as a goal and closing the gaps, which is not a bad thing. So if they can reach their target, we're still on target. We are a little bit low on the math and science. The progress, the 9,700 that we've reached so far, about half of that comes from alt-cert programs, alternative certification programs, not from the standard programs. We're going to look at the nursing program because I know there's a lot of interest in this. If you look across the board, when we set the targets in 1999, we set the targets. We had been on a trajectory of dropping of nursing graduates. We are now on the upswing. There's been a lot of legislative initiatives put in place, and they seem to be working. The increase is about the same between the bottom is the associate degree and the top, the lighter blue is the baccalaureate level.
And I think this is a prime example of when the policymakers and we as policymakers go to the policymakers with a confronted effort. That kind of funding, if focused in the right places, can make a difference. And I think we've got to do the same thing we talked about this morning in terms of teacher preparation.
Go ahead and skip on to the next one. Okay. We're skipping through these very quickly, as you can tell. I wanted to focus here because we have undergraduate excellence, and this is one of the things we do. I know as a board you spend a lot of time on doctoral programs and that sort of thing. 81% of all of our students are undergraduates at the universities. If you include the community colleges, 91% of our students are undergraduates, and if you actually look at it, 40% are freshmen. So we need to do a really good job of working on the undergraduate. Next. Okay, next. Okay, this is one of the things, and this is a slide that I know the commissioner's interested in. If you look at institutions, this is kind of hard. Institutions in the top 50, U.S. News and World Report, why do we keep focusing on having institutions work on that? If you look at where the number of institutions that California has, which is 9, and then you look at the funding, those top institutions, those institutions are what drives the funding for research dollars. And this kind of shows you a little bit. Maryland is kind of out of sync with that one, but they are right there next to Washington. So rapid growth, NIH has been through the NIH funding the last few years. It seems to be focusing more toward NSF funding on the national level. This is something I wanted to focus on. In the last 6 years, here are some of the things y'all have accomplished. Excuse me. We've got 200,000 more students. And actually, our enrollment forecast for that time said that we would have 200,000 more students by 2015. Recommended high school program is the default, and now it's the, oh my goodness, I'm going to get your water.
You got it.
My cup choke. This choke here. My allergies are going to do me in. Straight down the bottle.
Take your time, Susie. We're not that big.
The recommended high school program is now the default, and it is also, as of this session, going to be the default for admissions into a public university.
Which is choking me.
That was one of the strategies in closing the gaps. A lot of people forgot about that. It's finally coming to pass. The Education Go Get It campaign was started and continues. By Fall 06, we've increased the number of undergraduate awards by 31,000. That's a huge increase. The nursing graduates have started increasing. There's still more that needs to be done, but we've started. And the universities now retain all of their overhead income from contracts and grants, and that used to be 50%. That was one of the targets. That means approximately $100 million a biennium for the universities to use. So I just wanted to leave y'all on a note that there have been accomplishments. We talk about all the stuff we need to do, but y'all have done a lot.
Well, not us. It's we, the institutions, and everybody working together. Commissioner?
Neil, I wanted to emphasize to the board, particularly the board members who are leaving us. I have spent most of my time as commissioner talking about the challenges, and I think that I've probably overdone that because I haven't spent enough time talking about the accomplishments. And I noticed this in the legislative session because so many members of the legislature talked about how far short of achieving the goals of closing the gaps we are. Well, the fact is that achieving the goals of closing the gaps is very much within our reach by 2015. We have some work to do. We have to improve our results, particularly in relation to Hispanic students. Last week, we brought in a group of about 30 Hispanic educational community leaders from all over the state and had a very lively discussion, a 4-hour discussion about how we can work together to improve results. And I think that activity will bear some fruit. We have recently started putting together a series of proposals that we're going to bring to the board regarding increasing the presence of African American males in education, particularly in higher education. We've had a conversation with various legislative leaders about this issue. One of the things that we've done, and I think this is you'll see the results in a more accelerated fashion over the next 8 years, is you have put a lot of infrastructure in place that will enable us to achieve the kinds of results that we need over the next 7 to 8 years. Texas is one of a handful of states in the country where the recommended high school program is the default curriculum. We expect that. It hasn't even gone fully into effect yet. You've already seen that 97% of students applying to universities already take the recommended high school program. Over 80% of students who go to community colleges have the recommended high school program. That will have not only enormous impact in terms of participation rates, it will have an impact regarding graduation rates. So I think you'll see some very desirable results down the road. Texas is, and it's important for all of you to fully appreciate this, Texas is regarded as a leader nationally in setting high standards and high expectations for student performance. I mentioned that I attended the Education Commission of the States meeting in Philadelphia last week. There were constant references to what was happening in Texas. Time after time, a question would be raised and people would look at me and say, tell us what Texas is doing in this regard. You have done some exceptional things and set exceptional standards for this state. And now it's our job, now that we put the infrastructure in place, to make a commitment to achieve the goals. But we've got challenges, but the goals are attainable. And that's the message I want everybody in this room to fully appreciate. We've had some extraordinary programs develop in institutions of higher education. Some of those have been recipients of Star Awards. We've had some institutions developed remarkable programs in developmental education, mentoring programs, and so forth. So we are most assuredly moving in the right direction, and we expect, as I said, even more results, an accelerated result over the next 7 to 8 years. So we have a lot to be very, very pleased about.
Thank you, Commissioner. I couldn't agree more. One of the interesting things, I think, in terms when we look at the recommended high school program and the 4x4, I think we've got some interesting opportunities to look at research. How effective are these new policies? Are they really making a difference in developmental education? Are we really producing students that are more qualified to enter the college level rigor? And so there's going to be some interesting opportunities for research to see how those programs are in fact working. The next 5 items on the agenda, 5C, 5D, 5E, 5F, and 5G, were on your consent calendar. Anybody has any questions or comments? If not, we will move on to items under 5H. The agenda item is consideration of adopting the committee's recommendation to the board relating to construction, rehabilitation, and property purchase projects. The committee saw presentations on these 3 projects at its June committee meeting. Because of the source of funds or tuition revenue bonds for all of these projects, the board is being asked to approve the evaluation of these projects. All the projects are from institutions within the Texas A&M University system. Pretty fitting that my last year that the Texas A&M system is on display. Virgil Gay. Virgil, would you like to come forward as we look at each of these projects? The first project is a request by Texas A&M University System to construct emerging technologies and economic development and interdisciplinary life sciences building. That's a mouthful.
Yes, it is.
Okay.
All I want to say about this project, in the interest of time, is that we're excited about having a facility that will foster the development of emerging technologies and delivering these technologies to the marketplace. We did the presentation before, and I just want to make that statement with regard to the project.
Okay. You have in front of you, board members, the staff's layout has come to you with a recommendation for approval from the Strategic Planning Committee. What's the pleasure of the board?
Move approval.
I have a motion by Mr. Heldenfeld, second by Mr. Ransom. Any discussion or questions? All in favor of the motion signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. The next item is, or the second project is a request of Texas A&M University Galveston to construct a science building. Mr. Gay, any comments there?
Yes, is that the A&M Galveston is just very excited about the prospect of relocating from their marine science program out of an existing 72-year-old Fort Crockett research facility, which was originally constructed as military barracks. So they're very excited about this project moving forward.
I failed to mention the previous project was for $100 million. This project is for $50 million. It comes to you with a recommendation from the committee for approval with conditions. You'll see the condition. This is subject to the university developing and reporting back to the board specific plan of action on addressing critical deferred maintenance and progress be distributed prior to approval of any future projects. Mr. Gay, you understand that, right?
Yes, we do.
Okay. And y'all are working on that?
Yes, sir.
Good. What's the pleasure of the board?
Move approval.
A Motion by Mr. Heldenfeld, second by Ms. Neal. Any discussion? Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Chairman, just one comment that we all still have a lot of work to do on the articulation of the Closing the Gaps goals in these proposals.
Okay. Ms. Brown,
Not just yours, but all together we do.
Ms. Brown, you note that? Okay, thank you. Any other comments or questions? All in favor of the motion signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed, motion carries. The third project is a request for Texas A&M University Health Science Center. This project meets the board standards for space, need, cost, efficiency, deferred maintenance, and critical deferred maintenance. It is a $60 million project to construct a medical education and research building. Mr. Gay, is this part of the relocation of the new College Station Center?
This should be part of it.
This is part of it, right? Mm-hmm. On that new campus? Okay.
Yes.
Do you have any other comments?
The only other comment is that the development of the new campus, we're just excited about taking a leading role in providing qualified medical personnel for our state.
This will be the first time that Texas A&M College Station really has what would be a home for the Health Science Center. So this is the beginning of that new facility, and that's exciting, I know, for a number of people, and particularly the young men and women that will go through there. This comes to you with a recommendation for approval from the Strategic Planning Committee. What's the pleasure?
Second, sir.
Have a motion by Mr. Foster, second by Ms. Perriman. Any comments or discussions? All in favor of the motion signify by saying aye. Aye. Motion carries. I need to go back and take care of a little business that I didn't. On item 5B, on Closing the Gaps report, I'm advised by staff that we need a motion to adopt the report as presented.
So moved. Second.
We have a motion by Ms. Mendoza to approve the report as presented. Ms. Phillips seconded. Any discussions or comments? All in favor of the motion signify by saying aye. Aye. Those saying motion carries. Okay. Okay, item 5I is a list of the various projects that the committee approved, and they're there for your review. We had some healthy discussion and some very good input from each of the institutions, and so those are there for your information. Mr. Chairman, Ms. Brown, do you have any other things? That wasn't 5 minutes, but that's as good as it can be.
I'll tell you what, it was pretty close. We've given Chairman Perriman a long time between now and noon.
Oh, that's dangerous.
Yeah. I'd like to call on Chairman Elaine Perriman to give us a report on the Committee for Academic Excellence and Research.
We'll try to go as quickly as possible also. Agenda item 6A is my report to the board in my capacity as chair of Academic Excellence and Research and what has occurred since our last full board meeting on our committee. Our committee, the full committee, met on June 20th. The committee first heard my report from the Participation and Success Committee, which met on May 29th. WIT has been very kind to include me in those committee meetings because we have projects that overlap between our two committees. Those are all addressing progress on college readiness initiatives. The course redesign project that has been our committee's area of principal focus in college readiness continues to lead implementation efforts. Composition 1, redesigned by Texas Tech University and the Dallas County Community College District's LaCroix Center. U.S. History 1 being redesigned by the University of North Texas, and Calculus 1 redesigned by the UT Telecampus are the first courses in this project. I'm very pleased to report to you that all 3 courses are on track to be offered this fall as mandated in the original legislation. Phase 2 funded 5 fast-track projects starting in April. to redesign an accelerated first-year Spanish course at Texas Tech, a standard beginning Spanish course at Austin Community College, an expository writing course at UTEP, and a college algebra course at Del Mar College. Also funded was a UNT online repository for instructional materials developed as part of this project as well. 35 proposals for Phase 3 were received at the coordinating board on June 29th. Staff completed those reviews and recommended to agency ops yesterday that 18 proposals be funded through the next 2 years. That committee approved the recommendation at its meeting yesterday afternoon. These awards are being announced later today during the Participation and Success Committee portion of our meeting. An RFP for Phase 4 redesign projects is now being prepared. We plan for that RFP to be posted soon after today's meeting, reviewed in late fall, and the awards announced as early as the January 2008 full coordinating board meeting. Our committee also heard staff reports on a potential framework for reviewing and prioritizing future doctoral program requests, on program announcements for the ARP and the Technology Workforce Development Program, on research reports about technology development and transfer, which is about intellectual property income and expenses, and the fiscal year 2006 research expenditures report. The committee also discussed the decision to delay action on the proposed changes to the guidelines for instructional workforce education. The committee agreed with the staff to provide additional time for review and public comment on those issues, and the item will be addressed at a future board meeting after we've had ample time to hear everybody's suggestions and concerns. Other recent activity includes staff review and recommendations on a number of new program proposals and preparation and rules from the last legislative session. We'll see those rules for proposed action later today as well. Finally, our committee also noted with great sadness, and as has been mentioned several times today, the death of Dr. Norman Hackerman, who was the chair of ACORP, the Advisory Committee on Research Program, for a number of years, a committee that I had the great pleasure of serving on as a representative of the coordinating board. Dr. Hackerman was truly a towering figure in Texas science and education. Our entire state will be poorer for his loss, as well as the institutions that he was so closely tied to, the University of Texas at Austin as well as Rice. That concludes my report as committee chair, and then we have some action items to go to next. Agenda item 6B is an update on doctoral program review status, and Joe Stafford will discuss that with us.
If I may, and this kind of sets the stage for item F, which we'll come to in a moment. As I'm sure we all feel, there's some concern about the rate of expansion of doctoral program offerings and whether that's appropriate and the right priority. And I want to put it in a little bit of perspective, if I may. Between 2000 and 2006, you saw some statistics on degrees, increase in degrees awarded. 433 of those were doctoral degrees. That might strike you as a bit surprising, and perhaps you're concerned about where and how those were awarded. 56 of them were awarded at the health-related institutions, that is 56 of the increase. 155 of them at UT and A&M, the two institutions we've classified as research universities. Another 200 of them at the 7 institutions we classify as emerging research universities, and only 22 at all of the others. So out of that 433, 411 of them were at exactly the institutions where you would have expected to have seen growth. That's one of the things I wanted to put to kind of give you as a bit of perspective. Another is to look at what kinds of doctoral programs we're approving. The big growth has been in what we might call professional practice doctorates, the Doctor of Physical Therapy, the Doctor of Nurse Practitioner, the Doctor of Audiology. We went through a wave not too long ago of the pharmacy doctorate, and of course we've added a lot of EDDs. All of those are really directed at practice as opposed to the more traditional PhD that's a research preparing the next professoriate. Of the degree programs that we have, then, that dichotomy, I think, is a useful way of thinking about it. However, there's another group, and that's kind of a gray line. They're PhDs, but they're heavily oriented towards practice, towards careers that are other than the traditional professoriate. And you'll see one of those in a moment. I've attempted to do a first cut at classifying it, and we're going to have some engagement of the universities to help us with that classification of those that are in that gray area. But most of the expansion really falls in either this dual area or in the professional area, and most of them are falling at either the research institutions or those emerging research institutions. My first cut is that out of 718 approved programs in the inventory, only 22 of those are what you would call a traditional PhD in one of the institutions that's not classified as either a research institution or an emerging research institution. And those 22 are, they're pretty easy to see what the circumstances are that led to the approval of those programs. They're, for the most part, highly specialized and at an institution that has a unique strength. So it's with that framework that we'll look at some of the programs as we go on into the next part of the agenda. And as we go forward over the next several quarters looking at doctoral programs, I'll probably be emphasizing this a bit more. We'll be talking a bit more about the criteria for evaluating programs with this kind of a framework.
Does anybody have any questions of Joe before we move on? Thank you, Joe. Agenda item 6C is consideration of approval of a request from the University of Houston Clear Lake to develop a branch campus in Pearland. Joe's going to explain that for us as well.
The city of Pearland has offered to build and lease space for UH Clear Lake. It's a very convenient location in a very high growth area just off the Beltway. It's a location where students will be taking primarily the high volume courses in business and education, psychology, criminal justice, upper division and master's, so it complements the nearby community colleges. Proposal's been sent out to other institutions in the region. There are no objections to it. It's a high-growth area. It makes a lot of sense. The bottom line is that the staff recommends that you approve it. The approval of the lease part of it is a separate issue and will be handled by the normal administrative procedures.
And I believe that Dr. William Staples from University of Houston Clear Lake is here in the audience. There he is. Welcome. We're so glad you're here. He can also respond to any questions or comments that the board may have. Does anyone have anything they'd like to say or any questions? Laurie.
Well, I think it's an amazing opportunity for the families in the Pearland area. That is a huge, huge growth area. That school district and the surrounding areas are exploding with growth, and so it's a wonderful opportunity. Are you looking for a motion yet, or?
I am. If no one has any other questions of Dr. Staples or also from Joe. Motion?
So moved. Second.
Motion made by Laurie, seconded by Elaine. Thank you. Any further discussion? All in favor? Aye. Opposed? The motion carries. Agenda items 6D and E were on the consent calendar. Agenda item 6F is consideration of approval of 6 doctoral program requests. Requested are a PhD, an ED, and 4 practice degrees. Item 6 6F1 is consideration of approval of a request from Texas State University San Marcos for a Doctor of Physical Therapy degree with a major in physical therapy. Joe, would you explain that to us?
As you know, all of these proposals are reviewed by a team of out-of-state experts looking primarily at the issues of the quality and the rigor of the proposed program. Stacy Silverman led that team. It is a practice degree. It is a degree that you will see more of as the whole profession of physical therapy moves towards the DPT as the normal degree. So we recommend approval of it.
Thank you. Nancy?
I move adoption for approval.
We have a motion from Nancy, a second from Fred. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? The motion carries. 6F2 is consideration of approval of a request from Texas Tech University for a Doctor of Philosophy degree with a major in wind science and engineering. We know a lot about wind in West Texas, don't we, Nancy? This is an appropriate degree for us to have. Joe?
This is one that illustrates the point I was making earlier about these dual-type programs. This is a program that will be unique. It's the first in the country to pull together some work from meteorology, civil engineering, and other disciplines to create this new PhD program. Clearly, it will produce some people who will be faculty members in a very specialized area, but it will also produce people who will be leading the practice of engineering and the use of wind for production of energy and for the prevention of wind from and wind energy from destroying things. It was created through an NSF program, the Integrated Graduate Education Research and Research Traineeship, or the IGERT. Dr. Kevin Lemoyne and Dr. Reinhold Cornelius led the team on that, and they recommend approval.
Any questions?
I move approval.
We have a motion from Nancy, a second from Laurie. Any further discussion?
Mr. McWilliams thought it should say wind and sand. I resent that.
They do generally go together. We must admit that. Any further discussion?
Just wanted to point out, I appreciate the inclusion of the plan to recruit underrepresented students who are a little more diligent with looking at these programs and how they're actually going to attract the population we're trying to reach out. So I appreciate that.
Yeah, your message has been well received on that. The staff is working hard to try to make sure that that's in every review as we go forward. Sorry, I didn't mention that.
Any other comments? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. 6F3 is consideration of approval of a request from Texas Tech University Health Science Center for a Doctor of Physical Therapy degree with a major in physical therapy, and Joe will explain this item as well.
And this is really the same issue we heard before as the profession is moving to the DPT. And again, this one's been reviewed by outside team. Donna Carlin led this review.
Any discussion, comments? A motion, please. A motion from Elaine, a second from Laurie. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. 6F4 is consideration of approval of a request from Texas Women's University for a Doctor of Nursing degree with a major in nursing practice within the College of Nursing Practice. Joe?
And again, what's happening in the health professions, a doctor of nursing practice is a major trend. This happens to be an interesting one in that the school has had for a long time a PhD in nursing. So in some sense, you might even say this is a moving down. It doesn't replace the PhD. It's an addition to it. But it means that they had a solid foundation upon which to build this program. And again, Donna Carlin did the staff review. We recommend approval.
Any questions or comments? We have a motion from Nancy, a second from Curtis. All in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Agenda item 6F5 is consideration of approval of a request from the University of Texas at Brownsville for a Doctor of Education degree with a major in curriculum and instruction. Joe?
And again, back to this framework, this is another one of those that is focused primarily on the practice. It's one that has huge regional impact. You heard some things from Dr. Reeves, Dr. Palmer this morning about the need for applied research in the field of education. I take special pleasure in this one because it was a little more than 15 years ago that Dr. Garcia, Dr. Pena, and I were talking about what kind of a partnership could be created in Brownsville. And so here in the 15th year anniversary, we have an institution with combined enrollment of 15,000 students and their first doctoral program. Dr. Susan Hetzler did the staff work on this one.
Thanks, Joe. I think Bob has some comments to make.
Well, I do, Madam Chair. First of all, thank you for recognizing me. I normally don't make motions, but in this case, I would like to make an exception and move for approval of this. This is a huge day in the life of UT Brownsville. This is their first doctoral. And I think it is only fitting it's in an area that I personally think, and Joe and the staff does, an area that they can excel in. They're out there teaching the teachers. And in light of the discussion this morning, I think it's very appropriate that this be their first one. We have Dr. Juliet Garcia and Carl Stockton, who are great friends of mine. I want y'all to stand up, please. I know they're extremely proud and have worked very hard on this. So, Madam Chair, I am more than thrilled to make the motion that we approve this.
Thank you. We have a motion. Do we have a second? We have a second from Paul. We thank you so much for coming today. Is there any further discussion of this issue? We have a motion and a second. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Item 6F6 is consideration of approval of a request from the University of Texas Medical Center at Galveston for a Doctor of Physical Therapy degree with a major in physical therapy. Once again, Joe.
And this is your third
Physical
doctor of physical therapy, and it's the same issue.
Any questions about this one? No. Nancy has made a motion. Do we have a second? From Lynn. Any further discussion? All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Agenda item 6G was on the consent calendar. 6H is consideration of adopting on an emergency basis the Commissioner's recommendation relating to new Section 22.312 through 22.315 of Board Rules concerning engineering recruitment programs. This comes from House Bill 2978 from the 80th Texas Legislature. Joe?
These are the rules necessary for us to implement the program set up by this new legislation. A portion of the funding will be used for summer programs called summer camp or a summer bridge, but it's to introduce middle school and high school students to the concepts of engineering, to give them an opportunity to see what an engineering future can be, and then the balance of the funds would be used for scholarships. The exact split of how those funds will be done is to be worked out yet with some of the legislators that were involved. But this will permit us to proceed with the implementation of the program.
You've heard the staff recommendation. Do we have any questions or comments, Elaine?
Move to approval.
We have a motion from Elaine, a second from Fred.
And a question.
Yes, okay.
Any of the funding for this, is it available? How are we recruiting the students to participate in the summer programs? Is some of that funding available for the recruiting?
I don't know that we've actually worked that out yet. There's conversations that are just beginning with the deans and of the engineering schools. That's a good point. We'll make sure that that's a part of that discussion.
And Joe will bring back further information. Okay, Fred. Any other questions or comments? We have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Agenda item 6I is consideration of adopting on an emergency basis the Commissioner's recommendation relating to amendments to Section 4.3 and new Section 4.10 of Board Rules concerning limitations on the number of courses that may be dropped under certain circumstances by undergraduate students. This is a result of Senate Bill 2183 from the 80th regular session. Joe.
This is legislation that has a lot of people pretty nervous at the moment just because of the very short time to get it implemented. Students who enter for the first time this fall will be limited to no more than 6 courses that they can drop after the traditional drop-add date, and it doesn't affect that working out the schedule, but once the schedule is fixed on the census date, from that date forward, to drop a course without penalty, it'll be limited to 6 times that they can do that. The administrative problems are huge. We're working as fast as we can and in collaboration with TACRO, the Association of Collegiate Registrars and Admissions Officers, to figure out how collaboratively the institutions can work on this. The biggest issue at the moment is to be sure that the students are warned of the consequences of dropping courses as early as this fall. These rules don't involve the board very much. They set in motion what's in the legislation, do add one additional provision of a reason or rationale for a drop to be excused, and that is if job requirements are such that the employer, they would lose their job by not dropping the course. All of these, the issue is going to be one of how one documents at the institutional level and verifies that this is a legitimate reason to drop the course. Your role in this is quite limited. It is mostly an administrative thing, and you will hear a lot more about it as we collectively try to figure out how to make it work.
Yes, Lynn. While our role is limited, I think that this will affect some of the things we've talked about today, the quality of instruction in higher ed. Indirectly, perhaps.
Yeah, I think it'll affect probably counseling and advising more than it will the direct instruction, but it will affect both.
Yes.
One of the things that concerns me about it is consistency among institutions, and I know that the staff is working really hard on that, and I appreciate the feedback I've gotten. I got quite a few calls and emails regarding this, in particular with community colleges, where students may register for several courses, start these courses, and then, for whatever reason, and sometimes even the professor may advise them to drop the course. And so there's a lot of rethinking as to how we shift to this new law. And I appreciate the staff's support and answering questions that I've received. But again, the one thing that I'm concerned with is consistency. If it says that the number of courses that an undergraduate student may drop falls upon the individual colleges and universities. So there's got to be some coordination in those efforts so that we can retain these kids and that they understand that if after they get so many drops that all of a sudden they're starting to get Fs and they either go out of state or they drop out completely. So I'm concerned about it still.
Well, I think there are hundreds of people in the state are very concerned about it. I met yesterday with the university's chief academic officers, and a great deal of consensus. I think they're very much in agreement with you that we need as much uniformity as we can get, but we're going to have to talk our way through that and figure out what all these issues are. And it seems like every conversation we have, there's another little wrinkle, another little variation on how some campus has done this in the past, and does it apply, doesn't it not apply. I guess all I can tell you right now is we're well aware that you're going to get calls, you're going to have people buttonholing you, and there are about as many circumstances, probably more circumstances, to deal with than there are institutions in the state. So working this out in a uniform and consistent way will take a little time. Do advise any students that you know of to be careful, because this is a potentially dangerous thing for them if they get caught in the situation.
Military is excused, right?
Yes, it is.
Okay, I thought so.
Laurie and I have discussed this issue at length, and we're very concerned about this. You know, we want to give the encouragement to students in Texas, not only to enter higher education, but to succeed in higher education. And, you know, we're all concerned that this is another way to subvert kids and get them, and adults, and get them out of the system because they have a bumpy semester or problems of varying degrees and kinds in their personal lives, because we want them to succeed and complete their higher education career. So I know all of us share a concern about this, because we want those kids to get those degrees and be out there as productive members of our society. Do we have any other questions or comments about that? A motion?
Has there been any, my question is, there any research that's been done, and it's been a very short span of time, to estimate the number of kids that would be impacted by this new requirement?
No, we really do not have access to data that would give us much of an estimate. It's between the 12th day of class, the census date, and the final, for all kinds of non-completes, which would include the withdrawal with a failing grade, which is not one of these, the incompletes, every other kind. It's probably around 5% statewide of all registrations. The portion that applies here, we do not know at this point, and that's one of the things we'll be working with the registrars on to get a better handle on it.
At TACRO, we'd like to thank them very much for all of their support. They have just been invaluable in trying to work with this legislation. Right, Joe?
Yes, they have.
They've just been awesome. Do we have any other comments?
Yeah. You are considering community colleges with this as well.
Oh, yes.
Are they a part of that organization?
They are a part of that organization. They just didn't happen to be the part of the organization I met with yesterday afternoon.
Okay. And as a follow-up to Fred's comments, what makes us think that we can, if we don't have the data in the past, what makes us know that we will have the data in the future for a student that's at this particular college or university, dropping several courses, going somewhere else and registering and dropping some courses?
The institutions have the data. It's not centrally available. It's not brought together in a uniform way here at the coordinating board. So the way we're going to have to get this estimate is to work with those registrars and at least work with the larger institutions to get that measure.
A lot of work to be done.
David has some additional comments.
You may have mentioned earlier, and I didn't hear it, but it sounds as though you may not have, is that part of the discussion with TACRO was to do actually a study in terms of what type of system would need to be put into place to make this effective, to sort of follow this across institutions, and to do a cost-benefit analysis of such a system as well. And so they're dealing with the immediacy of the issue, then they're doing studies, such as Joe mentioned, to see what really is the extent of it with the many, many permutations of drops across the state, and then but also follow up with what really would it require to create a system that would really be useful, so that students would know, faculty would know, institutions would really be able to follow this across the system. And inherent in the cost benefit is does the cost exceed what the benefit may be as well? So that we believe that has to be considered in a specific study done in that regard.
Dr. Parsnow and our staff is going to probably be the lead person working with TACRO, and so we'll do the best we can to keep you informed.
Joe, is it the case that heretofore, if you drop a course after the 12th day, then your money is not refunded?
It's prorated over a period of time, but you lose most of it pretty fast.
Because I think that's an underlying rationale here.
It was apparently a part of the rationale, and that'll be a part of that cost benefit to really look at. We need to know not only do they drop, but when they drop.
Right, exactly.
My concern, and I mentioned this at in the committee meetings as well, is I want to make sure that we have adequate communication to the students to make sure that they understand what they're getting into when they start dropping courses, because unless they really understand this, they're going to get themselves in a trap, and as somebody mentioned a minute ago, they're going to end up with F's later on in their higher degree, higher level courses, because they can't drop any more classes. And I don't know what can be or has been done to address the communication issue.
Dr. Parsons might come on up here. Dr. Parsons has been in frequent contact with the TACRO folks and working on this notification issue and other things. Good, Mike.
Good morning. I've also taken the liberty to invite Mike Allen, who's the Associate Registrar at the University of Texas at Austin. He serves as the chair of the Legislative Committee for TACRO. We had a meeting with representatives of TACRO on June the 26th, shortly after the AER committee meeting, and worked out a three-step implementation plan that TACRO is collaborating very securely with us on. One of the first things that will happen is at the TACRO summer meeting, where registrars and admissions officers from every community college and university in the state will be in attendance. This will be on their discussion agenda. Joe will be there to present a session, and the Legislative Committee will also be discussing it, I'm sure. But we have actually worked out language with TACRO to serve as a sample notification that institutions can provide for all of their entering freshmen as of this year. Many schools have summer orientation programs where they bring their entering freshmen to the campus, give them an orientation, get them signed up for classes. Those students have probably not been uniformly notified about this new statute. So TACRO is working through the registrars and admissions officers to contact advising centers and advisors so that all entering freshmen will be notified about this, and advisors will receive appropriate training so that they can then assist students in their choices for courses they would undertake to enroll in. So we're trying to be on top of it.
What about existing students? Did I miss something here?
It doesn't apply to any student already enrolled prior to the fall '07 semester. So this is for entering freshmen forward from fall of '07. And I have to say I'm very grateful to TACRO for the support they've given us as staff. This is not something that would be easy for us to implement on our own. And because they have a membership from every institution in the state, they can really serve as a tremendous communication liaison for us.
Yes, Lynn.
Is this going to apply to part-time students as well as full-time students?
It applies to all students enrolling as first-time freshmen, regardless of full-time or part-time status, as of fall '07.
Do we have any information whether or not first-generation students might drop more courses than others?
We hope to approach these kinds of issues in the study that we will collaborate with TACRO to produce. At this point, we don't collect information at that level of detail centrally, but this is a big issue, and we're confident that registrars from every institution, both 2-year and 4-year, will be ready, willing, and eager to help us as best they can.
We just want to make sure we don't make it harder for the very people we're trying to...
Exactly. Yeah, well, that's one of the reasons that we're glad TACRO will work with us to do this study, because without them and the depth they can drill down in student data, it would be very difficult for us. But obviously, we want to answer these same questions.
We've passed notes back and forth here, and nobody has an answer. Can anybody tell us what the major impetus or driver for this action was? I mean, there's been...
Who wants to answer that?
Is there?
Well, I did the analysis of the original bill, but was not able to contact staff in Representative Brown's office to find out what it is he had in mind. Mr. Allen might be able to speak to that a little bit. You're on TV now.
Is there a big bullseye on my fish? No, if you read the analysis, it was posted on the legislative website, there was some reference to saving institutions money because of reducing refunds to students, but I think that we're all in a common understanding that this is an effort to reduce the cost to the state in terms of students taking courses on multiple occasions, and we all have opinions about the effectiveness or the wisdom or the appropriateness of that particular approach, but the fact is that at this point in time it is a statute. Our association is in the best position to kind of referee the discussion and come up with the least offensive implementation plan, and along the way try to pick up some additional data about why students drop and perhaps use that at some point in the future to provide policymakers with information that might assist them in making wise policy. We do not have an answer about the best way to implement this. We do have some ideas, and we will explore those and try to make it as painless as possible. All the questions that you are asking are the same questions that have been asked by our own membership, and not always in a gentle tone. And all I can tell you is that we will do the best we can. We do have resource of many people from all kinds of institutions. I currently work for the University of Texas at Austin. I've spent 12 years in community colleges, 3 at Alvin Community College and 9 at Galveston College, so I'm fully aware of the issues and the differences between the populations, the missions of the institutions, and the impact that it will have on these diverse students. So we'll do the best we can.
Very diplomatic response. Very. We had an active discussion about this issue at our committee meeting, and we're all just as amazed as y'all are. So, but if the legislature, in its wisdom, has passed this legislation. So, do we have a motion?
One more question.
Okay, Lynn.
To not be diplomatic. How could this possibly be enforced? How could violations of this possibly be? I mean, passive resistance, just count them, worked some places.
Laurie.
Dr. Parcell had sent me an email in response to some of the questions that I was receiving, and it's my understanding that between now and October, at the October board meeting, we'll have an opportunity to talk further and look at some other options that we may have as far as, is it rulemaking or what would it be?
Because the implementation date that would have an effect on students was so close, we've gone ahead and recommended emergency adoption of these rules, and that's why they're being brought to you this board meeting. That way there'll be some framework in place to address the needs of the entering fall 2007 class. But we do intend to bring this back to you for the more routine rules process in October, and in between we intend to have a comment period as appropriate, and then hopefully that will give us some ability to reflect on the comments and to possibly modify these rules. The statute actually is relatively limited in the rule-making role it ascribes to this board. The bulk of the implementation of this statute is pointed toward the individual institutions. So we have some limitations on what we can do in rules. That's why we're eager to work in a collegial and collaborative way with all of the stakeholders, both the 2-year and the 4-year institutions, and THECB is really the comprehensive organization that has a membership that can help us do that. There is no penalty identified in the statute itself, so because the institutions are enjoined in the statute that they may not allow students that 7th drop for no good academic cause, it is for each institution to determine its own consequence.
So as a follow-up, it sounds like there really is no teeth in this anyway. I mean, for the 7th drop, you could get some sort of waiver from the institution.
I'm never eager to say there are no teeth in a statute, because in 2 years there could be.
Yeah. Well, the other thing is they've thought about, I'm going to assume that they've thought about dual credit, that doesn't count, right?
That's one of the questions we're exploring. My understanding is that high school students who enroll in dual credit courses are allowed to have that credit count toward their high school graduation, but they don't actually collect it as college credit until they enroll. So that's one of those policy issues that we're going to have to explore at length and work out, and hopefully ask the representative staff for some guidance about legislative intent. That's part of our game plan for the next 3 months.
I think George had one last comment.
One last, since I'm going off the board, I can say this. If we can't articulate a rationale for a statute that's going to create a massive undertaking, why is there not a movement to repeal this statute? There will be.
Well, and we'll just close on that. You know?
Yeah.
A rhetorical question. Thank you, George. And we look forward to future folks that aren't here, like George and I, to answer those questions. And I did that all the time when I was mayor, and it worked pretty good. You just move right along. Do we have someone that would like to make a motion? Nobody wants to make a motion, but we've got to do the rules. So who wants to do that? Okay, Nancy, she's leaving. So and who wants to second it? Neil, he's leaving. So we'll make the motion in a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Begrudgingly. All opposed? Well, kind of everybody, but because we're just, as we like to say, here to serve, aren't we? Okay, the last item on the agenda is item 6J, which was on the consent calendar. And as we have discussed at length, this is the last meeting for several of us here today, and my last meeting as Chair of Academic Excellence and Research. I want to thank each and every one of you for the thought and care that you've given to the work of this committee, and by extension to the students of the state of Texas. I've appreciated all of your insights and attention to detail and your willingness to work through difficult questions and find solutions. We've dealt with some of the most pressing issues that impact higher education in recent memory, and everybody has brought wisdom and thoughtfulness to each of those concerns. And I thank all of you for the integrity and the seriousness and sometimes the levity that you have brought to solving these problems across the state of Texas. It's been my pleasure to serve as the chair of this committee and to work with all of you, as well as Commissioner Paredes and all of the staff that has helped us, as we said before, look intelligent, well organized, and knowledgeable about subjects sometimes we know absolutely nothing about. But we rely on our betters that surround us, and I would particularly like to thank Carol Rainey and Linda Dommel-Smith for all of the hard work that they have done for me, and the many phone calls and visits that have gone back and forth, and particularly to Carol for her kindness to me during the loss of my father recently. Thank you very much for your thoughtfulness, Carol. And thanks to all of you who serve higher education in the state of Texas. Mr. Chairman, I turn it back to you.
Thank you, Chairman Perryman. As always, you're very succinct. You gave us almost our entire time back. We greatly appreciate it. We have no items to discuss in executive session today, so we will adjourn until 1 p.m. It's because of all the Maggie Moo ice cream that we ate.
Whoever's problem.
You did good. I'll eat the whole thing.
Thank you very much, Laura. It was wonderful. I don't believe the butterfat content is 17 or 20%. It must have been up around 35 or 40.
It's nothing like your darling.
We obviously have a busy afternoon, and certainly when we end the meeting around 3, we've got to get down and start our retreat, so I will make every attempt to keep this moving. Ask Mr. Ryder to do the same, and as Mr. Adams told me a while ago, he said, well, you're chairing part of this, and you certainly have control over that, so I'll try to do my part, Mr. Adams.
Sure you will.
At this point in time, I'd like to call on the chairman of Participation and Success for his last meeting. Mr. Ryder? I don't mean last meeting on the board. I mean last meeting as chairman of this committee.
I thought you had some news to deliver.
No, sir.
Thank you, Bob. The first item is the committee's chair report, and I'm not going to really spend a lot of time talking about what we as a committee worked on between the last 2 board meetings, because the majority of those items are on the agenda today, either for discussion or for approval. I do want to comment, though, on we have the same problem as I do want to talk about the P-16 Summit, and we held this on June 20th and 21st, and I just want to take the opportunity to really thank, number one, the staff. I tell you, we had over 560 people at the P-16 Summit, and I tell you, each of you did a yeoman's job, and I wish I could take you each by name and go through it, because that is, it was a huge endeavor for that many people. And it is, the feedback we're getting has just been excellent in terms of the quality of the program, the quality of the speakers, and that speaks to the work that Glenda and all of her staff did, and also Susan and Joe and everybody, because that was the entire staff that helped pull that together. I'll tell you, from my assessment, I think it was a great success, and I think also the board members should be thanked for that, because there were a lot of board members on the phone twisting arms to get contingencies to come from different parts of the state. And the thing that was encouraging about this summit is that it was not just a Dallas-Fort Worth or a San Antonio. It was every state, every community from this state was represented in terms of regions. Upper West, South, West Texas. Lorraine did a great job. I think we had 41 people from out in West Texas come for it. So I am really proud of all the work that the board members as well as all the staff did. Now, I'll tell you, there was, I think this Friday, I don't know if Glenda's here, but there's going to be posting on the websites regarding all of the, there you are, Glenda, regarding all of the breakout sessions and tapes and general sessions, and all the participants will be made aware of that in the next few weeks. But there was...
Actually, Mr. Ryder, I understand from staff this morning it will go live on Wednesday.
Great.
And it will include the audio tapes, those that we had of good quality of all the breakout sessions. The video is not yet ready. It's being edited, but we have all the PowerPoints that were used. We have handouts, how to contact the various people. It will all be done, and we're posting it so that it looks like the agenda of the meeting. So there is the session and then the little icons that you can click on in order to get whatever it is you need from those presentations.
Will there be emails that go out to all the participants notifying them?
Yes, we will notify everyone who is registered, and of course we'll notify the board.
And for those board members who couldn't be there, I would really encourage you there to, there's no way probably you could listen to everything, but Glenn, I'd ask you to, on the interboard side, to really, and unfortunately I came in late for the lunch speaker from California.
That will be a video.
And I tell you, I came at the back end. I was flying back in that morning, and I heard the last 5 minutes but I heard more positive comments about that speaker. And I think that Dr. Paredes had played an instrumental role in getting him in. He was from UCLA, was it? UCLA?
Yes.
And it was...
That's a surprise, right?
Yeah, that is a surprise.
But all I know is that when you walk in, and I had 5 minutes left to go, and there was a standing ovation for the speaker. There was great support for what he had to say. So I'd encourage all the board members at a minimum to go in and listen to that or watch that one video. One of the interesting things is that there was several points that came out of it, and there's probably a lot of takeaways for us to learn, but there were 4 or 5 things that came out of it. And one is, if you looked at we had people that were considering P316s and people who had never, who were knee-deep in it. I mean, you had Houston's got great experience, you had El Paso there. But, the common theme that came out of all those meetings was the importance of determining a focus for each of these P316s. And that came out clearly in all the breakout sessions. The other issue that came out and I was impressed by, and my session that I led was the last session, and I think there was only about a third of the people left in the room when I finally got up. But there was an individual, an executive from Verizon there who was up on the panel, and I thought it really did demonstrate how important it was to have business leaders engaged in this process. And in terms of what he had to say, and we heard that clearly as we went to our breakout sessions, is having them at the table as the stakeholders. The other key things we heard, and we've heard them before, but was really the importance of building on the existing partnerships we had. I know a lot of breakout sessions I went to that had public school and higher ed people in it. They talked about a tremendous number of initiatives going on, but they really didn't know, they both didn't know about the initiatives. So the whole issue was, how do we take those initiatives and work together and leverage our resources? I think the other and the last clear point that came out to me in a lot of the sessions I went to is that there still continues to be a major disconnect between public ed and higher ed. Yep. I think it's a great accomplishment having all those people in the same room, but it was very clear that we still have these 2 silos. Yep. And I guess I walked away understanding the importance of what we've been saying. Is how do we break those silos down and have a continuum of education to talk about? And I think that, if nothing else, hopefully help to break down some of those barriers. Now, I think the real key now is, what do we do with all we've done? We laid great groundwork, and I guess what I'm hoping is that now that we can have a great follow-up in supporting these P316s that want to start. I hear that West Texas is getting active. I know East Texas is. And I think the critical thing for us as a governing body is to provide them with the support they need. The worst thing we can do is, now when they need the data and they need the input and they need the expertise, to be able to line them up with the resources within the state, whether it's to send them to Houston or wherever else if they're just getting started. So I encourage our staff and our board to continue to do that, because otherwise, as somebody told me, it's going to be another summit where you go put the notebook on a shelf and you think about it next year again when you do it. So I would challenge all of us to do that.
And I think that's an area where those of us that are going off the coordinating board can really stay actively involved in trying to keep those local initiatives energized. Yep. And interfacing with Glenda and the folks down here to keep that mobilized, because I know a lot of us have tried to, I mean, Elaine's still on, but she's certainly doing that in San Antonio, and so I think we need to really keep us in the loop so that we can keep that moving forward.
I guess critically important.
Could we get a list of the actual attendees? I know we got lists of those registered, but I'd like to see who from our, so that we can all see from our constituencies who.
Yeah, because Fred recruited a lot of people to come
who all
as well.
Yeah, the other
Did really well. We had about 126 people from Central Texas.
Yeah, from Central and Austin.
Yeah. I'll take credit for it, but
I think the other thing that would be great, Glenda, is if we could, as we begin to see, these P316s begin to develop, hopefully, that we share those successes with the board, and we share those successes with other, institutions of higher education to show again, where are the best practices and where do we see, the fruits of all your labor. So, but in summary, I thought it was, I will say, 12 weeks ago we were in deep panic, and then I said we need a leader to take hold of this, to work with Glenda and everybody from the board, and Lori Bricker stepped up to do that. And Lori, thank you. You did a great job, brought great leadership to it, and it was evidenced by the people in the results. So thanks so much.
And I went to Lori's breakout session, and it was excellent.
Thank you.
It was sold out.
Yeah, we had to haul chairs in from the hallway. It was so packed.
That's because it was in the bar.
Well, we hoped you'd have refreshments, but you didn't.
When we had gotten word from you all that you were worried about the success of the conference, and rightfully so, we had taken a look at all the conferences that we had done in the past and noticed that we had a string of successful conferences, mostly with governing boards and these regional Closing the Gaps conference. And David and I got together and we said, what's the common denominator in the success of all these conferences? And we figured out very quickly that the common denominator was Mary Smith. And so we got, where's Mary?
Where's Mary?
She's changed her job. She's now official photographer.
Yeah, she had a name tag on.
But Mary got involved. Mary got involved late in the planning of the conference and really pushed this thing over the top. She was extraordinary. Thank you, Mary.
Thank you. And to everybody else involved, thanks so much. Great success.
I wasn't able to make that conference, but I've heard glowing remarks even earlier than this, other than today. You made a couple of points. So one is my concern, and the Commissioner and I have talked about this as well as David, is we have these conferences, and then what we do with it afterwards. And we glean these great ideas, and part of it many times is perception over reality, is at least giving the participants who come to those conferences and have provided ideas and use their resources to come to those conferences, feedback, not just on the website, but feedback that their time and efforts were meaningful, and that we've taken their ideas and that we're trying to do something with them. That needs to be, I'm not sure exactly what's the best way to communicate that back to those participants, but I think we need to do a better job of that. The other one was your comment on the public ed and higher ed still being two silos, and I couldn't agree with you more. I think we've made some strides, but we've made some baby steps. I really think we need to sit down and think about, and the Commissioners meeting regularly now with the Texas School Alliance. I think that's a great step. That's the largest school districts in the state, probably represents, 75% of the kids in the state, and I think that's a great step. But I think there are other strides in terms of how do we get the management of higher ed and the management of public ed together. We've had a couple of meetings here where we've done that, but we need to give some more thought to that, because that's to me, those barriers and those cultures have got to be broken if we're going to be successful about what Bill Reeves and Doug Palmer were talking about this morning. So I would encourage that.
Along those lines, if I might mention, we've had a series of regional P-16 meetings, and one thing Glenda has discussed with her staff and Mary Smith is we think we have some dollars left in our grant with Houston Endowment, AGB, and Lumina, and we believe we're going to be able to have 3 more of those meetings. And so we were thinking that would be a part of this process, Mr. Adams, and we need to really make sure we integrate that. I think we mentioned before that we were at least thinking that those 3 would be among 4 possible locations, one being Tyler, one being Midland, Odessa, one being Lubbock, and the 4th being Laredo. And so all of these are places where we know they're taking the next steps, which would mean some of those meetings that we would have would be somewhat different than those we've had with other areas. And so I'm glad you brought that up, because that's something I don't think we mentioned directly to the board, and Linda may have some other things she wants to add, but we need to look at how all these things connect together in a little bit more complete way than we have in the past.
You know, Neil, the other suggestion might be is, and Glenda, you probably know those other parts of the state where it is, P through 16 is more than just a thought. It is moved to the stage where there is strategic thinking going on, but they just have not lined the players up with the stakeholders. They maybe have a leadership team. And so I'd encourage us to be very proactive in going back to those 3 or 4, however many there are, and initiating, how can we help you? How can we take those next steps? And I think that's a lot of what we can do in terms of follow-up and feedback. So.
And we will do that.
Great discussion. Thank you.
I'm sorry I had to miss the conference. I'm looking forward to going to it on the internet. But this is just an anecdote that I think might illuminate ways in which we could help. I'm on our local P through 16 council, and we were lucky that we have a grant from a foundation, and so we're going to hire a person, full-time person, to foster P through 16 efforts in the college readiness in our district. And so when the job description came out for this person, I said, well, there's something that's not on here. The most important thing, the person should speak Spanish. Well, there was a big discussion about that, and no, they wouldn't put Spanish required. They put Spanish preferred. And then they had a whole list of things on there, like the person coming in charge of all the testing, the SAT, the ACT. I mean, if we could come up with some sort of ideal job description, you know, I said the best person we could get is somebody who dropped out of school. You know, we need somebody who's been there where these kids are, who are thinking they're going to drop out. And I think, you know, a lot of ISDs are so used to thinking about the resume, and that they aren't thinking about the qualities of a person that you could have in a school that really might make a difference. And if we could sort of connect the dots on some of that stuff, like you were saying earlier, Commissioner, about the resources being there in the universities that the departments of eds aren't taking advantage of. Maybe at one of these conferences we could come up with sort of an ideal program or something like that.
We will start work on that. Chris Alvarado and that group will start putting that together based on our experience with our field specialists. I think we already have sort of a basis in what we've learned from that might be useful.
Yeah. Great.
Other feedback, other comments? Great. Okay, that concludes my committee report, and we'll move on into the agenda. Agenda item 9B is a presentation by Dr. Eugene Anderson, who is the Associate Director of the National Initiatives Division of Government and Public Affairs at the American Council of Education. And today his presentation is entitled Higher Education Solutions for Our Future, and hopefully this will provide us with a continued overview of the importance that higher education is continuing to play as one of our nation's great resources. So welcome, and we're glad to have you.
Well, thank you all for inviting me. I bring greetings from Washington, D.C. and AC President David Ward. I've had the opportunity the last year leading this campaign to come to Texas many a times, and the more I hear and talk to people in this state about what's going on at your wonderful institutions, the more I understand why people say the great state of Texas. As all of you are, I'm sure, aware, Solutions for Our Future is a public awareness campaign that was launched by the American Council on Education back in the spring of 2006. The goal is to raise public awareness about the societal benefits of our colleges and universities, trying to get the public to move beyond just seeing our institutions for the wonderful individual benefits they bestow, but also understanding that they're crucial to the success of our communities, of our state, our nation as a whole. And over the past year since the campaign launched, we've been doing a lot at the national level. We've been running public service announcements, commercials. We've been doing print advertisements in Wall Street Journal and Roll Call, which is the newspaper of Capitol Hill. And we just recently finished a string of radio ads targeted at Congress as they debate the federal budget and specifically elements related to higher education. What I thought would be useful in the time that I have here today is to talk to you about kind of the next phase of the campaign and give you 3 areas of the campaign that I think you might find useful. We've moved from a focus on the national aspect of the Solutions Campaign to really focusing on the grassroots element, because we realize what we're talking about is specific to each institution, because each institution has their own mission, their own goals, and their own way of providing these societal benefits. So we've been traveling around the nation, speaking to regional conferences and people from institutions all across the nation to build up this grassroots network. Currently, we have over 1,000 institutions signed up. Most of the institutions in this wonderful state have signed up and are participating. And we've tried to make it more about tools that institutions can use, because we realize that institutions are already engaged in what the campaign is about. Institutions every day, from the leadership to faculty and students, go out in their communities and talk about all the things that the institution is doing. So we want to provide resources and tools that we think can help further the goals. I know that working together, we can really succeed at boosting public awareness of all the societal benefits. And so I'm encouraging you to let the Solutions Campaign be a benefit to you. You all have a handout, and there's some slides that give kind of a context of the current state of things. I don't have enough time to go over that in detail, but I wanted to make sure you had the slides so you understood that we're in this situation where the public has a high favorability of our institutions, but are concerned about things. We call them the 3 A's that are at the top of the list. A lot of us know about and hear about: affordability, accountability, and access. And a lot of that relates to, in terms of affordability and access, concerns about costs. So there's some information in there about changes in per-student FTE, state appropriations in the state of Texas, to show part of the challenges our institutions face is that per-FTE funding in 2005 was less than it was 25 years ago. So this poses a serious challenge, and we ask people, do we want a 21st century education for our students? If so, that certainly is going to cost, and we're trying to raise public awareness about that. Let me go right into just showing you talking about some of the new tools for 2007. We have media ads focusing on radio, weekly and bi-weekly newsletters, new print ads, and targeted email advocacy. And I'll start by just showing you an example of the targeted email advocacy. This is something new we're really excited about, and we're rolling out. And what it is, it's a way to engage your alumni and community of supporters to speak out on your behalf in advocating for not only your institution, but higher education. This is a tool that we have that we're making available to all institutions. And what it allows us to do, you'll see this example here, if you could go back, is to send a letter from the president of the institution. The example is, this is University of Puget Sound out in Washington, and it's a letter that would go to, for example, your alumni list. And it's a letter from you talking about, some new exciting initiative, an example of how the institution is meeting the challenges that we face today, and asking those supporters to send a letter advocating for support of higher education to their elected officials. And this is set up so it's simple and easy for people to do. So once they click, the next screen then takes them to what is a standard letter, but it can be customized to talk specifically about your institution. And it's a general letter. We didn't want to focus on a specific amendment or issue, but just to thank the elected officials for their support of higher education, and to say to those who have not been supportive to reconsider their position, because an investment in our nation's colleges and universities is so critical. And what you'll see on the left screen, it's kind of small for those looking at the PowerPoint, is it asks the person to put their name and address. And by putting that information, once they hit send, this letter of support goes to all state and federal elected officials. And it's a general letter of support. And we think it's a great way to involve the alumni in generating more support for our institutions. The next thing that I want to talk about is something that, if you've been on our website, you may have seen. We have a biweekly newsletter that we send out to people signed up for the list, and that's a growing list that includes not only people inside higher education, but the general public. We did a meeting at the Department of Ed and found out that we have actually some fans at the Department of Education of the newsletter because of the type of information it provides. Each time the newsletter goes out, there's a guest perspective. Sometimes it's an op-ed from a columnist of a paper from around our nation. Sometimes it is something from a president. And so I'm asking you, this is a chance for you to talk about your leadership in your institution. You can contact us if you're interested in doing a guest perspective. It can be about any issue. We just ask that the focus be about what your institution is doing to meet local challenges. We've had college university presidents talk about research on alternative fuels. We've had them talk about community engagement and redevelopment projects in the local community. This example here is about student engagement and volunteerism. So there's a lot of examples of things that people can talk about. And it doesn't have to be something new. If you've got something along this lines that you've written, maybe for your own institution, alumni publication, we're happy to take it and put it out there to a wider audience. What we're trying to do with the campaign is help you in your work leading an institution and promoting all the things that that institution does. So it can be something new, or it can be something that you already have produced. We'd be happy to work with you. We've even worked with a few people on taking speeches and transforming them into these guest perspectives. So we want to encourage you to reach out to us to develop a guest perspective. Next one. The final new tool that I want to focus on, we've launched the public service announcements with the help of GSD&M right down here in Austin, and people are really excited about those. But we had people asking about something that they could put their stamp, their seal on. And of course, that's a little harder to do with television, so we developed some print ads that could be co-branded and customized. You have examples of two here that we call the slogan ads, and this is an ad that it's trying to connect the public with how the work that we do has life-saving implications. And so we use this slogan that people are used to seeing, Fight AIDS. And the small text says that if you support the fight for AIDS, then you should support higher education, because higher education is where medical innovations occur and likely a cure for AIDS will be found. So if you look at the bottom, to the right, there's a Solutions for Our Future box, but to the left, where it currently says John Doe College, that can be co-branded with your institution name, so it's an ad that you can use and appear as a partnership, which is what it is, a partnership between your institution and the campaign to try to raise awareness about all the things that our institutions are doing. Another one is Free to Bet. This is more about the support of free thinking and ideas that our institutions create and stimulate. So similar message, a slogan people are used to hearing, but focusing on the role our institutions play. Next one, please. And the final one that I really want to highlight, this is the completely customizable ad. We have a lot of people asking, can you develop some tools, some items that we can use and really put our own story in? And so these are the number ads that we developed. And the idea is to take a specific example from a university. What you see here, it's 90 million, and it's an asterisk. And all these ads have a big number. That's the focus. What this talks about is a water filtration invention by a professor at George Mason University, and how this has the potential to save 90 million lives, and that this is the example of the type of life-saving innovation that comes from our institutions. So this is something that we're making available on our website, a template, so that any institution can use to put their story in, whether it's an innovation of a professor or some activity of the larger university. We did one recently with the American Association of Community Colleges, and the big number is 80. And the statement is the percentage of first responders trained at our nation's community colleges. So this can be about one thing, or it can be about a larger thing, and the goal here is to give you all a resource, a tool that you can personalize and make and place in any type of publication that you would like to place. The ones that we've developed so far, such as this one, were developed and placed in Roll Call, which is a very influential newspaper read by most of Capitol Hill. And so we partnered with George Mason University to pay for the placement of that ad in Roll Call, and that's something that we also are willing to do with any other institutions. Now, the customizing for your own use is just access. It comes with access and being a part of AC and a part of the campaign. So there's no cost with that. But if you're interested in taking the ad that you develop and having it in Roll Call, in front of Congress, then we're willing to talk to you. We're willing to work on splitting up the cost to make that feasible for everybody. So these are just 3 new things that we have with the campaign. We're doing a lot of things, but we're really trying to give college presidents tools that they can use to do the work that they do every day, which is promoting their institution and talking about all the wonderful things that their institution does to meet local, state, and national needs. So I know that if we continue to work together, we can succeed at increasing public awareness and public support for our institutions. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Anderson. Any questions at all for Dr. Anderson? Have y'all had any of these affiliations with any Texas institutions at all yet?
Yes, we have had a lot of interaction with a lot of the different institutions. We've done a good amount with the UT system and their involvement in the campaign, and they've gone forth and done something that no one else has done with the State of Tomorrow PBS series, which is just a great visual way of showing the wonderful things that the institutions in this state are doing. So we've had a lot of engagement and interaction with institutions around this state.
Right. It's the first time I've heard about it, so it's my first exposure to it. So, any other questions? Thanks so much for coming and making your presentation today. Very enlightening. Thank you.
You're welcome.
I'm sorry.
I would guess most PBS shows are available ultimately on CDs, so we'll try to get the CDs of that series, and I think you'll find it very interesting. It's quite good. It comes out here in Austin, I think Thursday at 7:30. Is that correct?
I think that's correct.
I think so.
Okay.
But obviously, PBS, not as many people as we would like watch it, but...
Thanks very much for coming. Appreciate it. Agenda item 9C is consideration of the adoption of the Uniform Recruitment and Retention Strategy, and I think the board probably remembers we've been discussing the URRS for several different meetings and really trying to think about how can we use the Uniform Recruitment and Retention Strategy to more effectively improve our participation success for closing the gaps. And including your agenda package today is a proposal for that, and Glenda will give us a brief report on that.
I think you're familiar with what we're asking to do related to the URRS. What we really need to do is move it into the forefront of what we do as staff and board. We've had the URRS legislation since 1999, and what we have done up to this point is relied on the institutions to put programs in place and then report back to us on those. We have not actively taken those reports and used them in the way that we should have, nor have we provided sufficient feedback to the institutions on best practices that will help us reach Closing the Gap's goals. And what we want to do is put this in the forefront of the work. The Commissioner has talked to you about it. We are not doing anything dramatically different in terms of the kinds of programs that we would expect the institutions to have. We would ask them to serve more students than have been served in those that we have been receiving reports on. We want to have them use really good programs, but we don't want to dictate which programs that would be the best for any particular institution. What we will be doing is looking at the performance that's reported, not only what comes in with the institution's report, but using the accountability system to create a performance report on recruitment and retention programs that are in place at the institution. Another thing that we are proposing to do differently is we will arrange for technical assistance. If we have institutions that clearly are not showing progress, we would be able to call on other institutions and experts to bring them to assist the institution to improve the performance that has been reported and analyzed. We are hoping that we can recommend to the board at appropriate places how to use the results of those reports and the performance of the institutions in making decisions. Perhaps it would be with academic program review, it may be with facilities, it may be with TRB requests. We don't know specifically what's going to be the best match. We really intend to have that in the forefront when we're looking at how to make decisions, how to help us evaluate requests. And so that would be a change than what you have seen in the past. And basically it becomes a focus for especially the participation and success group, but for the whole agency in looking forward to 2015. We don't have that long to make significant progress. And hopefully by putting real emphasis on the uniform recruitment and retention strategies and providing the support that institutions will need, we can achieve those goals. And so in a nutshell, that's what we're proposing.
Questions for Glenda?
Just a comment. I think that this is an outstanding opportunity for us to add this into the equation when we look at monies that would be dedicated to universities that are actually within the accountability system. They're actually doing this and doing it well.
And I think this is the first time, really, that we're asking that, specifically one recruitment and one retention strategy be identified for each institution, and then following up on that as opposed to just the normal process of how we've reported on you all. I think it's a great. The commissioner, I think, made this recommendation probably 2 meetings ago, and I think this is a great start. And I agree with Ms. Brickern that it gives us the opportunity to look at another criteria for what we're doing in terms of how we're meeting Closing the Gap. So if there are no other questions for Glenda, could I have a motion for approval? Ms. Bricker?
A question.
Yeah. Yes.
I wonder if there's a way that we could phrase this where we are not necessarily limited to just these 6 things, and where a university might have something else that they put in that meets the evaluation criteria but isn't one of these 6 things. I don't know.
I think we can certainly do that in the language that we use as we put this out. We will we'll go back and make sure that if they have a proven program that has results, I think that's what you're indicating, something that's based on good research, that's had good outcomes, not to prohibit it just because it's not in this set of 6.
I'm just thinking from the discussion this morning about let's say a Department of Education developed a program to be in touch with their graduates and help them with continuing education or something.
But thank you.
Thanks, Ms. Witt. I have one more thought. This is also something that we could report to the legislature as they look again at the top 10%, because this is actually the end result of what they're striving to achieve.
Certainly be a tool. Sure. Other suggestions or comments? Ms. Brickers, your motion for approval still stand with the, I think, the comment from Ms. Phillips. I think that's a good suggestion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Ms. Mendoza. All in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. All opposed, same sign. Thanks so much. Agenda item 9D is on the consent calendar. Agenda item 9E is updates on the college readiness and success initiatives, and at each of your places there should be a copy of the combined document, which has now been updated, as well as the updated calendar. One change that Glenn and I have talked about is we just gave this report to the board today, and it's a large document to try to review at this meeting. We have asked that document be included in each of our board books going forward, so that you can look and see the highlighted changes as to what has been changed. I'm still going to ask Lynette Heckman to come up and make a brief report on some of the summaries of what is happening in the initiatives and any major changes that since the last board meeting.
Thank you, Mr. Ryder. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
First of all, I'd like to thank my colleagues from across the agency who have been involved in the college readiness initiatives in House Bill 1. This is not all about the activities under participation and success while it resides in this committee. Folks from across the agency in other divisions have been working on a number of initiatives like you heard about this morning on course redesign. So this is truly a joint effort across divisions in making sure this happens. Before you, in your white pages, you have some information, just general information on the House Bill 1 college readiness activities. There have been some recent developments in the educational research centers, which Susan will talk a little bit about right now. There are yet an agenda item under agency ops that you'll hear more about, but she's going to give you a little bit of information right now. So, Susan.
And it will be very brief. For those that were at the operations committee, we're still working on the contracts with the three selected institutions to hammer out some issues, and you'll be hearing a little bit more about that at the agency ops part of the committee. But we're moving forward as best we can.
Stay tuned.
Yeah, you'll hear more.
Okay. We are going to, though, talk about it. Are we still going to take that up as an agenda item in the
agency ops?
Agency ops.
Right. That's right.
Okay.
I believe that's item 10L under agency ops.
Okay.
Course redesign, you heard a little bit this morning from Ms. Perryman on course redesign. I do think we have some specific information on Phase 3, and if you look at the overheads, we actually have the list of the institutions who will be receiving funding under Phase 3 of course redesign. As soon as we get this up and running, here we go. We'll also provide you with a specific list. This is hot off the press. So we have three sets of information here. We have under developmental education, we have course redesign, so you'll see the institutions that are receiving funding under course redesign for either developmental education or some paired courses, for instance, developmental math with a computer course at Texas Women's University. So there are some paired courses under course redesign under developmental education. In addition, we have the regular course redesign, and we have information on the institutions that are receiving funding under just the regular course redesign, regular entry-level courses. And then there is a third group of courses, I believe it's referred to as additional, and we will fund those courses based upon what remaining funds we have in fiscal year 07 for House Bill 1 college readiness activities. So those areas where we're not able to expend funds completely from other initiatives, we've received enough good proposals under course redesign that we'll be able to absorb. We anticipate not having any UB authority needed for fiscal year 01 in being able to fund these additional course redesign courses. So we're hopeful that we'll be able to use all of fiscal year 07 funding completely for all of the initiatives under college readiness, with course redesign taking up any slack that we need to take up. So we're delighted that we received so many good proposals from the institutions in phase 3 of course redesign that we're able to do that. So that's some good news.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner, I'm not sure whether you're on that one or maybe Glenda can answer this, but I know initially when we were talking about the course realignment and the putting together the task force to work on that, there was some concern about participation by higher ed, and then how they, and then in addition to that, how the two factions were going to get along in terms of that realignment. Is that, I mean, is that an issue now, or I mean, is this going smoothly as we?
Well, you're talking about the vertical teams, correct?
Right, vertical teams.
Yeah, that's a different issue.
Okay, right. Totally different. I'm sorry.
And you're going to talk about that.
Right.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
The vertical teams, that's not something that we particularly put in here because we had reported on that at the last meeting, but I can give you a little bit more information. The vertical teams are moving along fairly well in their work. They have one more meeting yet in August. Right now they are actually writing the draft college readiness standards, and they will be available for our staff to review, the Commissioner of Education and Commissioner Paredes, as well as TEA staff and our staff, within the next few days, so that we'll be able to look at those standards. In addition, Commissioner Paredes will be meeting with Sandy Kress with the Commission on a College Ready Texas. He's the chair of that commission. We'll be meeting with Chair Kress as well as the vertical team co-chairs and the Commissioner of Education to look at those things prior to their meeting on the 31st. They actually have a meeting scheduled for the day before, a 2-hour meeting in which they'll actually be going over those standards. So they're pretty close to being ready. The draft, again, these are draft standards, and we'll be getting a lot of input not only from the commission but also from faculty and teachers and others across the state. So,
Lynette, those vertical teams were made up of representatives from higher ed and
yes,
public ed.
60% higher.
And that's what I thought, and but those have gone smoothly, apparently.
we could not have
That's good,
asked
and
for a better
that was, I know, a
process.
concern at one point. That's great.
They've been working very well together.
With this, just to remind all the board members, this is a process that Dave Conley has been involved in from the very beginning. You'll recall that Professor Conley made a presentation to the board about how he had gone about developing college readiness standards for the American Association of Universities, and had done some work for the College Board and other highly visible educational organizations. When the Commission for College Ready Texas was formed, I let the chair, Sandy Kress, know about this exercise that was being done by the vertical teams, and I told him that we wanted to align the work of the vertical teams as closely as possible with that of the Commission, and this meeting that Lynette referred to at the end of this month is reflective of that attempt to integrate the two processes. We feel very comfortable about the process. As I said, it's been Dave Conley's team that been the glue that has held everybody together, and he's done this work many times before, so we're hopeful about the process. The information we've been passing on, transmitting to the vertical teams over and over and over again is don't compromise on rigor. We cannot have compromised college readiness standards, which would ultimately result in us having to go back 5 years from now and go through this process all over again. We need to have legitimate college readiness standards and work back from those standards to strengthen the curriculum in the high schools. We'll ultimately go down to middle school and elementary school and make sure that the entire P through 12 curriculum is aligned with college readiness. For those students who are not interested in immediately going to college, our message to them is that workforce readiness and college readiness are the same thing.
And Commissioner, it's my understanding, Neil, really that they're on track, and I think what happens is, a reminder to the board, I mean, January is going to be a very important month because we hope that college-ready standards will come back before this board for approval. And to me, that's going to be a monumental time for us to do that. And then the vertical teamwork shifts. The allocation, I guess we go from 60% higher ed to 40% public ed, 6% public ed, and higher ed's 40%. And that's where we start talking about math, science, the rigor that we're going to teach those to attain that college readiness. So, the good news is I think we're on track, and probably 6 months ago we got off a little bit slow, but we made great progress. So
we certainly have. And I was just going to make one comment about the P16 regional councils, which will be an important part of this process, is when we get these college readiness standards in place, the work at the state level, continuing work with the vertical teams and with Dave Connolly and his staff as he facilitates some of that process, at least with higher ed. And then using the regional P16 councils to work on course realignment at the local level. So, we do have a way of pulling all of these things together using the regional councils in a very deliberate way. Another thing that we're doing, and this is not reflected in your report because it's a fairly recent development, is that we have asked, or will ask in the next week or so, that each college and university appoint a P16 special advisor. And those special advisors will be appointed out of the provost office. So we want to ensure that they are on the academic side of the house. And those P16 special advisors will be our liaison when it comes to any of the activities that we're doing with regard to P16 college readiness success initiatives. So they will be our connection to the colleges and universities. So the colleges and universities will be hearing from Commissioner Paredes within the next several days, we hope, about those P16 special advisors. So that's another element of all of this college readiness work that we're doing. So we're excited about that. Other questions?
Lori, did you have a question?
Well, I have a comment that hopefully ties in somehow with all of this. As our P16 regional councils move forward, and as the different committees that are appointed move forward as well, one of the key issues that I think where we could have kind of gotten off track that maybe we could be more aware of in the future is policy and recommendations that would go into potential bills like House Bill 1 that would have unintended consequences. And as Neil pointed out, the necessity of our agency working hand in glove with TEA, one of the things that I think we could possibly do, and I'll leave this up to the Commissioner to figure it out, would be before we come up with our legislative agenda or during the process of coming up with our legislative agenda, that we would have these kinds of discussions, open discussions and meetings with TEA and other agencies that might have a similar interest, so that we can build a coalition together. You were talking about how in some instances higher ed would be meeting in one committee and public ed in another. We could build those coalitions and collaborations and at the same time avoid unintended consequences and conflict. So I don't know how we could do that, but if there's a way, for example, in the meetings that Neil has brought us together with all of the different entities, maybe that would be a time to begin talking, say in January, before the next legislative session, how those kinds of issues can be discussed before it becomes part of our legislative agenda.
Good suggestion. I'm sure the commissioner will figure that out before.
Absolutely.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
Question. I have two questions. I think they're related. Does the work of the vertical teams include going all the way to the end of course exams?
Will they be involved in working with the end of course exam?
Not by statute.
Yeah, that's okay.
The coordinating board will work with TEA to help develop those end of course exams, and at least that was my agreement with Shirley Neely. I'm sure we can work out something similar with whoever the new commissioner is of education. But we recognize there was an agreement from the very beginning that the end of course exams once again had to be calibrated with college readiness.
Right. The college readiness standards, as you may recall, the State Board of Education will consider those standards once they're adopted into the text. So as a part of the rollout of the college readiness standards being implemented into the curriculum, the outcome in the end of course exams obviously will reflect the college readiness standards.
Yeah, I mean, the end of course exams have to also be aligned.
Right.
But then, and until they are, I don't see how any of the curriculum, well, no, I guess we're not, I don't see how any of the standards will be necessarily be adopted at the local school level. What is that step between the vertical teams, looking at the standards and having the end of course exam in, Sherman, Texas match?
Well, the TEA staff, we've been talking with them about this. TEA staff will be, they have their own calendar for how they roll out when they're looking at the text. And all of these things, while it may not be, there's never a good time, but they're rolling these college readiness standards into their calendar for when they're considering changes to the text. Once those things are done...
You say text or test?
Text, the essential knowledge and skills. I'm sorry.
Oh, text.
The curriculum. The curriculum. Some people call it TEAC, some people call it text. Anyway, the K through 12 curriculum, yes, ma'am. In addition, what the vertical teams will be working on, the next step, phase 2 of the vertical teamwork, is working on the instructional activities and working on those things, which then will be implemented along with any changes to the curriculum itself. So all of this has to roll out along with their calendar of typical activities, along with textbook, all that, the textbook process that they have.
Since they buy them 6 years ahead, I don't see how that's going to work at all.
Well, that's an ongoing discussion with the staff at TEA, that we're having with the staff at TEA. They understand the difficulties of all this, too.
Well, it just seems to me that there's a missing step, which has always been the missing step between the research and the knowledge of what needs to be done and the on the ground. And I don't see that step here.
Well, part of that step will be addressed as we roll out the college readiness standards and the work of the vertical teams continues. We will be working with, for instance, the regional P16 councils to be working on what they can do at the local level. While the calendar may not fit so that, we could wait until, 10 years from now to actually be doing some work at the local level, we're going to have to be doing some things at the same time that the state's working on their activities.
I don't see what the P16 councils can do. You need someone who is in charge to say, this is the way we're going to teach these courses, and here are these end-of-course exams, and it's all, we're going to be college-ready. I mean, it's not a PR
Dr.
effort.
Phillips, I absolutely agree with you. You are right on point with it. And I believe that we have it with TEA on paper in a way that makes sense, how it rolls out. Lynette referred to it. At our next meeting of the committee, we will bring Sharon Jackson from TEA and the plan so that you can see how the essential knowledge and skills are planned to connect with what goes on in the classroom, the textbook material selection, and how that connects with the assessment.
Okay.
It's there. I can't explain it to you because I don't understand all the pieces that TEA has to deal with. But they have a document that they shared with the Commission on a College-Ready Texas that I think is just exactly what you're asking.
The implementation piece.
Right.
Okay.
And it rolls out
with the
by
timeline.
2012.
And I tell you, I think it would be helpful to have somebody from TEA here and meet with the P&S committee. I think
We'll get Sharon to
to
do
field
that.
those questions and make sure that the P&S committee has a comfort level with it. I think it's a great suggestion.
I think that's good. We'll do that.
Great question. Want to add anything else?
Probably just a note on the summer bridge programs. Most of the summer bridge programs, whether they're high school or developmental ed, some of them have actually been completed. We do have our new evaluator working with the University of Texas at Arlington on evaluating those summer bridge programs, both the developmental ed and the high school summer bridge programs. So she is, our new evaluator, hit the ground running in working with UT Arlington to do a really comprehensive and rigorous evaluation of those programs. So
Can you introduce us to our new evaluator? Is she here?
I'm sure she
He?
is. Robin Zuniga.
Okay.
She probably didn't realize she was going to be introduced right now.
I just want to say for the board, that is another critical function for, the board remembers that we're allocated about $12 million for the biennium. And I think it's critically important next session that we have somebody that's evaluated every dollar we spent for the summer bridge programs, for the governor's school, course redesign, everything where that money's been allocated, to be able to go back and say this worked or it didn't work and why. To hopefully be able to get that same kind of allocation, next session. So I'd love to, next board meeting, I'd love you to bring her and introduce us all to her. So.
Mr. Ryder, may I say that? At each of your places, you have the updated calendar and a document that if you've got really good glasses, you might be able to read. I see that we have the larger version printed and ready to hand out, so don't panic. You will have one to take with you. It's on your website. It tracks everything that Lynette has referred to. So you're up to date. And then some.
Right. Lynette, thank you. Anything else? I also want to say that the good news is we are on track for the board members. The place where we have had a lag in our timeline has been the education research centers. And we're going to talk about that a little bit more in agency ops. But other than that, all the HB1 activities seem to be on the timeline we originally established. So, other questions? Thanks, Lynette, so much. Agenda item 9G is consideration of adopting the Commissioner's recommendation to the Board relating to a new Section 118 of Board Rules concerning the operation of education research centers. And are we going to move that, or are we going to skip that?
We need an F.
Oh, no, we do need a motion, don't we? Oh, yeah, I'm sorry, I skipped that. Skip down.
F is Lois.
Yeah. Lois is going to come up and talk about agenda item 9F, and that's the annual report that we made for state legislature on financial aid.
Hopefully you all received the financial aid report. What I want to do is go through this and highlight some of the areas, and I'll go quickly because I know you're trying to get out of here. What I want to do when I do this is talk about 3 different types of aid. I want to talk about gift aid, which is grants, scholarships, fellowships, free money to students. Work study, which is subsidized part-time employment for students, subsidized by either the state or federal government, and loans. So for fiscal year ending August 2006, we made over $476 billion, Let me start over. 582,000 students received over $4.76 billion in financial aid, which is a lot of money. What you'll see is 61% of that aid was in the form of loans. Nationally, that number is 52%. 38% is in the form of grants, and nationally that figure is 42%. 1% was work study, and on a national level, the only comparison we have is work study and tax benefits, and that was 6%. What you see from this is Texas is a little bit behind as far as the amount of gift aid they have for their students. Next slide. Okay. Federal aid made up 76% of the financial aid that students received, and that's the checkered area. The powdered blue area is state aid, and that made up 11.3% of the aid received, and that was a growth of $74 million over the amount we had to spend in fiscal year 2005. That was in part due to increases in the TEG and the Texas Grant Program. The yellow slice is institutional aid, and that makes up 6.8% of the aid received, and then 5.8% of the aid received was other aid, which is either alternative loans, grants and scholarships that the students came to the school with, or exemptions and waivers. One thing to note in this, the total aid for students in 2006 increased by over $303 million. 59% of that increase was in federal funds, and almost 80% of that increase was in the form of loans. So you kind of see a theme here. Okay. In this slide, you see the percentage of students who get loan aid and grant aid by income levels. The income levels go across the bottom, and the blue bar is the percentage of gift aid received, and the maroon bar is the percentage of loan aid received. If you look at the first four income groups, which are those students from families with incomes under $40,000, those students make up 70% of the students receiving financial aid in Texas. And what you see is that more than 50% of the aid that they receive is in the form of loans. So there's a notion out there that students who are at low incomes have enough gift aid to make ends meet as far as the cost of education. When you look at the figures, that's not the case. 50% of those students are taking out loans to make ends meet. Next, let's talk about Texas Grant a little bit. This figure shows you the number of students awarded a Texas Grant by year and the breakout of those recipients by income level. The different colors represent different income groups. And what you see is in 2003, there's a big peak in the number of students receiving Texas Grant and a peak in the income levels. 2003 was the last time that Texas Grant was fully funded. And what we mean by fully funded is that every student who was eligible received a grant in that year. And because the Texas Grant Program makes a commitment to students who start in the program that as long as they meet the satisfactory academic progress requirements in the program, they can continue, you'll see that we still have students at a high income level even though the funding's been scarce. And that is dropping off, and the students at the lower income levels are increasing. So as the students who at the higher income levels graduate, those students fall out and they're being replaced with the students at the lower income levels. Okay. This slide shows the impact of constant funding on Texas Grant recipients. And what this is, the number of new students are along the left-hand side of the graph, and the blue line, the blue bars indicate the number of new students who would be eligible for the Texas Grant Program if we were fully funded. The maroon that kind of goes down by 2012 shows the number of students who can be funded if Texas Grant funds are held constant. What this means is, well, let me tell you one thing.
Is that constant from what's been approved in this year's?
It is not constant from what was approved. At the time this was done, we didn't know what that amount was going to be. So this is constant funding at 2007 levels.
Okay.
And the Texas Grant amount is based on the statewide average of tuition and fees. So if funding is held constant and tuition and fees continue to rise, no matter what the level is, the number of recipients that we can serve will go down. Now, the good news is, and Laura mentioned this earlier, that the appropriation for the Texas Grant Program increased by $96 million for the biennium, which is the largest increase we've had since 2002-2003. It will enable us to serve an additional 18,000 to 19,000 students, and with this money, we estimate that we'll be serving half of the students who are eligible to receive a Texas grant. Okay. Just to look at the trends in financial aid at a state level, what you see, the striped area on the graph are grants, and you can see that that grant aid has kind of held steady in Texas since about 2003. The blue area and the whole solid area are loans. What you see is an increase in the amount of loans that Texas students are getting. If you look at the next slide, which is a national level, you'll see the same trend. The difference is there is slightly more grant aid on the national level, but the other interesting thing is the yellow bar up at the top, which are non-federal loans, they're alternative loans. In the rest of the nation, those are growing at a much faster rate than they are in Texas. So what does all this mean? Out of the $4.76 billion in student financial aid that was awarded for 2006, most of the aid came from the federal government, and most of it was in the form of loans. If we continue with making most of the aid available in the form of loans, what we're going to see students from lower incomes probably not enroll in higher education. So according to the Perryman study, an investment in higher education will give the state an 8-to-1 return on investment. So if you take that $96 million that we got, the increase in Texas grant, that would mean that would return to the state $770 million. Not a bad return on your investment. Not only will it return, though, more money, but also the societal benefits of having a more educated workforce. So I'll be glad to answer any questions you might have about the report or any of the numbers.
Questions for Lois? I don't think. Go ahead.
I just wanted to point out that given the fact that a very large percentage of financial aid for Texas college students comes from federal sources, we are going to send this report with a cover letter from me with bullet points to all members of the Texas congressional delegation. They need to know how heavily reliant our students are on federal support.
Good point.
Great point. You might run for governor.
Any other questions or comments? And each of you was provided the detailed bound report with our agenda packets that goes into a lot more detail that breaks down the financial aid. If no other questions, could I have a motion for approval of that report? Ms. Perryman, second. Ms. Phillips, all those in favor of adoption indicate by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, same sign. Thank you very much. Now we get to agenda item 9G. This is consideration of adopting the Commissioner's recommendation to the Board relating to a new Section 1.18 of the Board rules concerning the operation of the Education Research Centers.
Correct.
And Susan is going to give a brief report on that item.
With support.
And David and our legal counsel.
You will see in front of you the comments that we received on the Education Research Center on this rule. We have received numerous comments on the rules, and working with the Texas Education Agency have proposed changes to the rules that we hope will satisfy or at least get us through all of this. We think they will, and so we're suggesting that we go ahead and adopt these rules, understanding that given the current contract negotiations, they may need to be modified in October. But we're hoping that we can go forward and go ahead and get these rules adopted now, so that in the event that they don't need to be modified, everything's in place. Because part of the legislation requires that TEA and the coordinating boards adopt similar rules. The same rules. So we've been working with the Texas Education Agency to match up the rules.
Is there a chance, Susan, I know that we've got some timelines, and And for the board, tentatively it's been University of Texas, Texas A&M, and also University of Texas at Dallas that have been basically approved for the 3 centers. But I know that there's some timelines as to when that funding needs to happen by the end.
That's a different item.
Okay, so from a rule standpoint, that does not...
That does not
okay.
affect the
Okay, and we are going to discuss this in a little bit more detail in the contracts and agency ops also. Okay. If any other questions for Susan before discussing more detail in agency ops? If not, could I have a motion for approval of the rules as so presented? Okay, Mr. Heldenfels. And second by Ms. Brooker. All in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed by the same sign. Agenda items 9H and 9I are on the consent calendar. 9J is consideration of adopting the Commissioner's recommendation to the Board relating to amendment to Sections 21.953 and 21.956 of the Board Rules concerning the Early High School Graduation Scholarship Program. And Lois is going to give us a brief explanation of that.
You've got a supplemental page at your place on this program. The Early High School Graduation Program gives students a certain amount of money if they graduate early and an additional stipend if they graduate with college credit. And what this says is if you graduate in not less than 45 consecutive months with 30 hours of college credit, then you can get a $1,000 stipend. The problem is 45 consecutive months is really not long enough for a normal school year. So many kids who graduate on time are not eligible for this. We went to the legislature and said, okay, you've got to help us. Most of the kids in the school districts in Texas cannot take advantage of this. So they did. But the problem was they made this active for students who graduate June 16th, 2007 and after. So those kids who have graduated prior to that cannot take advantage of this. That was not our intention. So we got some letters because of the rules changes we made that said, well, isn't there something you can do to help these other students? And when you look at the statute that says in not less than 45 consecutive months, that doesn't leave you a lot of wiggle room. What we did was we got with our attorneys and we said, okay, what can we do? And they said, well, we figured out that you don't have to actually get a diploma and walk across the stage to graduate, so we defined graduation as soon as you finish your coursework. That will help some students. It will not help all of them. So based on those comments, we made the rules change to take advantage of that. The problem was that section of the rules was not open when we did our proposed rules, so we had to pull that out. We will be bringing that before you, though, in October, and it will still be retroactive, and we'll try and grab all those students who can benefit. But unfortunately, not all the students who are already hurt by this can benefit, and we hope that next time, during the next session, we can get that changed to 46 months or say graduate on time and take out the reference to the months so we don't have this problem again.
So what are we being asked to approve today?
What you're being asked to approve are rules that allow students who graduated June 15th and after, June 15th, 2000 and after, who have 30 hours of college credit to be able to receive a $1,000 stipend.
Okay. And then in October, this will come back to redefine at least graduation.
Right.
Can you repeat what you just said? And I'm sorry, I got called out on this very subject, so I apologize.
Okay. What happened during the session was we tried to get this, I know you're familiar with this, we tried to get the 45 months rule changed to 46 months. It was changed, but it was only changed for students graduating June 15th, 2007 and after. So what we've done, and the law is very specific, it says students must graduate in not more than 45 consecutive months.
But isn't the question on counting date to date rather than month to month? That's what I'm being told.
as far, I mean, we've talked, the attorneys here, you know, we've talked about this pretty much in length, and 45 months is 45 months, and it is date to date. But what we're trying to do, we found a way kind of around this, and that is not looking at when a student actually receives their diploma, but when they finish their coursework.
But you've still got this window of 1 year that's fallen through the cracks, and that's what I'm getting calls on.
Right.
Let's talk to the senator about it, so that's why I'm curious.
Right. I mean, the way the law is written, and what we tried for was to get this retroactive for everybody. When it was put into statute, that's not how it was written.
Who was the they that you tried to do it with?
Flores? It was Representative Flores' office, and
I was just told it was the Lucios, father and son.
Was it both of them? Okay.
Okay.
Right, and you know, what we give them and then what Ledge Council gives them, sometimes things get changed. So, and we'll try again next session to grandfather these students in.
You don't even recognize
It's just so...
And really what I'm hearing is we need to approve these rule changes the way the statute is written today. I mean, it's not an option. That's what we need to do in terms of the rulemaking, and then come back next meeting at least try to provide some relief by the definition of the graduation date. And I think that's all within our ability we can do right now.
You're absolutely right.
I understand it. That may not help you, Ms. Neal, in your explanation.
Well, it's not just me. There's others. There's kids all over the state of Thousands. I just heard from Lubbock. That's why.
Right.
Which is unfortunate because, well, as was just told to me by Mr. Duncan, it's unfortunate because if interpretation changed, which evidently that's kind of what happened because 2006 slipped through the cracks, according to what Dr. Gardner has told me, and it wasn't noticed. Now all of a sudden it's noticed, and the remedy is 2007 forward. There were people who invested their time, who earned this, and now a barrier has happened that's doing exactly opposite of what we're all committed to do, which is try to make it as possible as we can.
I may be able to shed a little more light on the situation. When the law was changed, I'm Jane Caldwell, Director of Grants and Special Programs, work for Lois. And when the rules were changed in 2005, we had an error in the way we had interpreted them, and
we like an error.
So there were some students who qualified, and when we discovered the error, obviously we had to quit allowing such students who went beyond this 45 limit to qualify. A memo was sent out to the high schools indicating that we had discovered this and the new requirements would be in place. So there was a time when in the current law, some of those students were qualifying, but that was by mistake, and once we discovered that mistake, we had to quit allowing it to happen. We did not go back and require those students to return the funds of anything, but we did not allow that to continue to occur.
And it is my understanding, coming into it a bit late, that the interpretation of date to date has been the interpretation for years. Well, go ahead, Jane.
But I don't think it's been followed, has it?
The ability to receive an award for other than 36 months, which was the original program, has existed, I believe, since 2003. And at that time, when that was put into effect, the application that we started using to collect those dates, we're collecting the beginning and ending date. So that calculation has always been a date-to-date kind of calculation.
What we did in an attempt to liberalize, if you will, the interpretation was not to hew the line on what graduation date actually is, but when an individual completed his or her coursework. In other words, sometimes graduation occurs for May graduates a week to 3 weeks later. For January graduates, there may not be a graduation ceremony until May or June. And so for those folks, they could have they could have, depending on the interpretation, lost 5 months. So we tried to be as kind as possible in interpreting graduation as simply fulfilling all course requirements.
And this is the change that we would bring to you in October. And the students who graduate under these conditions, under the current program, have 6 years of eligibility, and the value of their award is $1,000. So we believe all of them will easily have full advantage of the award that they otherwise would receive.
And, Bill, we have no other flexibility other than what we're proposing to the board today. I hear the concern, yeah.
I understand the concern. I mean, we looked at this in detail, and I mean, if you'd prefer us to go back and take another look and go back to Ledge Council and do some more footwork before adopting, we can certainly do so. I don't know that the result will change, but it's feasible that it will. We can go back and do some pushing.
Well, you know, I don't want to speak for the board. I think that if we think we could have some likelihood of success, that would make sense from my perspective. I don't want to speak for the rest of the board, but I'm seeing nods of head, yes, want the south. Okay. Then, Bill, what I'd like to do is have, I guess, really a motion to table this until you can see if you can get some more.
Can I make a suggestion? Because we don't want to hurt the students who are out there now. So we've got to come back to you all in October anyway.
Right.
So we'll just come back with a new rule. Will that work for you?
Sure. So we still would not need to approve anything today, is that what I'm hearing?
Go ahead and approve.
Approve this, but with the understanding you're going to come back and try to get additional latitude.
Right.
Over and above redefining graduation days.
Right.
Correct. Okay. And I have a motion for approval as these are so presented. Mr. Foster, second. Ms. Neal, all those in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. Thank you, Nancy, for your comments. Agenda items 9K and 9M are on the consent calendar. Agenda item 9N is consideration of adopting the Commissioner's recommendation of the Board relating to amendments to sections 22.229 and 22.234 of the Board rules concerning the Toward Excellent Access and Success Grant Program. Lois will give us a brief explanation of that.
There are two ways to qualify for a Texas Grant Program. One is to be a recent high school graduate with the recommended high school curriculum, and the other is to come in with an associate's degree. There's been some confusion among the institutions as to whether or not students coming in with an associate's degree are considered initial year students, and whether or not they needed to, or whether or not they were renewal students. If they were renewal students, then they have to come in with a 2.5 GPA and a 75 completion rate on their most recent coursework attempted. However, when we look at the statute, there's nothing in statute that says that that's the way it needs to be. So what we're doing here is clarifying that when students come in with an associate's degree, they're an initial year student, and they get to start with a clean slate. The other language that we're removing in here was language that is obsolete and was put in here as TEG recipients were being phased out, or students from independent colleges were being phased out of the Texas Grant Program. We no longer need that in the rules because they have been phased out. So those are the two changes.
Any questions? Do we have a motion?
I have a question. Go back and tell me again what you said about students that have an associate's degree.
What we're asking for here.
Considered like freshmen?
Right.
Okay. Then my question is, does that impact what we talked about earlier about the 6-drop rule? Is there any consistency moving forward? If we say it for this, do we have to say it for that? Just a hypothetical. You see what I'm saying?
I see what you're saying.
are we going to consider students with an associate's degree graduating from a high school or early college program, if we're going to consider them freshmen for Texas grants,
Right.
do we then have to consider them having not been enrolled as freshmen for the 6-drop rule? It just, we might be charged with some sort of inconsistency.
Now, they're not going to be considered freshmen. They will be juniors.
But they're eligible for Texas grants.
Right, and they've always been eligible for Texas grant. This is just defining
Something
that
to think
they're an
about.
initial student as opposed to a renewal student.
Okay.
Any other questions? Motion for approval? So moved. Brad, second by Ms. Brooker. All those in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. Agenda item 9O is on the consent calendar. Agenda item 9P is consideration of adopting an emergency basis the Commissioner's recommendations related to new sections 4.191 through 4.195 of the board rules concerning the work-study student mentorship program. Linda's going to provide us with an overview of that.
Yes, we're asking for emergency adoption of this rule so that it can be implemented so that students, college students who qualify can be funded this fall. You will remember it was on the list that the board had as legislative initiatives, was to get work study money available to be used for college students who do work in the public high schools. This is the program. We have $2.5 million a year for each of the 2 years of the biennium. The legislation was approved by the governor so late that the rules were not able to be posted through the normal fashions. We need to have those rules in place so that we can operate prior to you having to do the action in October. So we are asking that you approve the rules on an emergency basis. They will come back to you for final official adoption in October. But it implements and allows us to flow funds related to that work-study mentorship program for college students who will be working in the public schools and possibly in the GO centers. I'd be happy to respond to questions related to that.
Would I have a motion for approval?
So moved.
Lorraine? Who's a second? Second. Lorraine's second. All those in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, nay. Believe it or not, that does conclude my report, Mr. Chairman. And I'll let you get on with it.
Mr. Renner, may I make one comment? Ms. Bricker reminded me that we did not have a place to actually remind the board and the people in the audience that the upcoming October 30th State of Higher Education event will take place in Houston, and at that lunch event we will award the Star Awards. Just to get that on your radar, if you don't already have it on your calendar, that's October 30th in Houston. And if you need details, we will be happy to supply those if you don't have them already.
October 30th.
Luncheon?
Lunch.
Okay.
Lunch instead of dinner.
And before Bob, I'm just take 10 seconds. I just want to thank Linda, Lois, Lynette, Abby, Chris, the whole team on PNS. They're shipping me out over to the other side to strategic planning, and it's in great hands under Ms. Bricker and Ms. Phillips. And I just want to commend all of y'all for the work you've done on HB1. And it has been really just a joy for me to work with each of you. So, and I'm not going anywhere. I'm still being around.
You better not.
But he's not. Thank you. I want to let you know in advance I have a commitment at 3 o'clock, Commissioner, that I have to do. So I'm going to get into some of the meat of this, and I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Adams unless we get through with this in advance. But in starting agency operations, obviously this committee met extensively yesterday afternoon, and most of you all were able to be there, which I greatly appreciate, not only the committee members, but Laura, you, and Nancy. And I believe under Arturo Alonso's leadership, Arturo, come on up. I think that the kind and the quality of information that we are now receiving in this area been greatly improved, Arturo. We certainly appreciate your effort. What my intentions are is to go immediately to the budget. It's critical. I don't plan on going through it line by line, but I'm going to have Arturo give just an overview of it, and any questions or additional questions that anybody might have, certainly feel free to ask. Arturo? By the way, that is item E, 10E.
The budget, of course, was sent to you multiple times, if you recall, and hopefully you were able to, with the multiple mail-outs, you were able to take a look at it. The budget that we put together, of course, is in alignment with the legislation that was passed, with the appropriation bill that came out of House Bill 1. We were able to, one of the things that the chairman had asked me to comment to make sure that we all understand is that we have an issue with the FTE cap, with the interpretation of FTE cap rider, in that there is some interpretation now that we may not be able to exempt the federally funded positions as we have in the past. So we have taken the worst-case scenario approach and balanced the budget with the lower cap. In other words, our cap, without exemption of federally funded contracts, positions, is right at 305 FTEs. So we asked the staff to balance the budget on that reduced FTE cap and still ensure that they had enough staff to carry out all the provisions of House Bill 1 that have been, or of all the legislation that was imposed on us for the next biennium. And we were able to do that. I described yesterday briefly, and I won't go through the whole presentation, but that this year in the development of the FY08 budget, we had involvement from all the divisions and the major units so that they could have ownership and be part of the budget process. That was received very positively. We were able to work together, and we'll continue to work together as they manage their budget throughout the year, and we give them the tools to make sure that they monitor those expenditures and stay within the budget. So I'll be glad to answer any questions related to the budget that may be specific.
All right, let me make one other comment that was talked about yesterday, and we talked about a number of times in agency operations, and asked you this question, the commissioner as well, is, do we have the resources, especially in Tony Tidby's area, to look at our internal audit department? It's my understanding as of yesterday we now have 3 full-time employees in that area.
Actually 4 counting Tony.
Yeah, well, I'm sorry. I was thinking 3 in addition to Tony. And certainly when we ask Dan and yourself, do we have the resources to carry that forward and then also move forward in the next phase of our audit? The answer was yes.
The answer is yes, both in the internal audit, the general counsel's office, the shored-up accounting staff, compliance, and so forth. So we are very, very comfortable with the staffing levels that we will be able to carry on what was identified as needed improvement in the 2 audits.
Joe, you might want to make one quick comment, if you will, about kind of the bottom line on the loan migration policy after this is, I'm sorry, the loan migration project. I'll no longer refer to it as the other name, but kind of where the bottom line sits and what we're going to be able to put back in the coffers, hopefully.
Well, the bottom line on that is pretty straightforward with about 3 items to talk about. It's on schedule, it's under budget, and it's up and running. And the only thing that's in way are a few road bumps here and there, but that's to be expected.
Yeah.
That's really the bottom line.
What, about $1.2 million under budget? Is that what it would end up being?
Right. Yes, that's my understanding.
Okay. Yep.
One thing that Arturo, you may want, I think is important that he explained to agency ops yesterday is a brand new approach to this culture in this agency, is that in developing the budget, now every director is going to have input. They'll have their own budgets. They'll have to justify those budgets. They'll be accountable for those budgets in building next year's budget. And that's the way it ought to be in every organization. And Arturo, I commend you for bringing that to this culture. So,
thank you, sir. And we'll have monthly reporting.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Give us indications of performance of budget.
Well, and we also have a budget that's understandable and credible.
Does anybody have any questions they would like to ask in this regard? If not, the chair would entertain a motion that we adopt the coordinating board's FY08 budget.
So moved.
Motion made by Mr. Hinton, seconded by Elaine Perryman. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. I'd like to go on then to item F, consideration of approval of the report on the audits of the agency loan program and agency-wide management controls by Deloitte. Do you have any comments, Kura, that you want to make on that? You want to make a comment?
Yeah, I had asked council yesterday at the agency ops to review the draft of the opinion letter that was proposed by Deloitte Touche and compare that to the engagement letter to assure that we were receiving the opinion that we had engaged them to provide. And council Bill assured me that that was the case, that he has reviewed that, and that those the engagement letter and the drafted opinion align. So, and I would, Chair, entertain a motion. I would make a motion to approve that opinion, accept that opinion letter. I think that's what we need to do.
Motion made by Mr. Adams and seconded by Mr. Foster. Any discussion on that item? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, same sign.
Mr. Chairman, the other thing that was gratifying about that report is the fact that a high percentage of the identified items are already in place and implemented, and what aren't are in the process. The other thing that there was no disagreement between management and the auditor about what should be done in terms of bringing the agency in compliance. So.
And one of the things, as a side note, that we talked about was engaging them this year. Obviously, as you all know, under the loan migration, that we've got a new system, and we can't stop there. We've got to audit our new system and make sure that that's working properly. So, Paul, you and Joe will be dealing with that in the coming months, deciding exactly where we need to focus in that area. Okay. And along the same lines, item number H, consideration of the approval of the reports on the agency's loan program and financial-wide statements ending fiscal year August 31 of 06 by KPM&G.
Mr. Chairman, I asked council again to review the draft of the opinion letter to be assured that it was consistent with the engagement letter, and it is. And since they gave us an unqualified opinion that she says she won't change, well, I guess we ought to accept it. Therefore, I move that we accept the opinion letter.
I think she said that on more than one occasion.
I think she tried to make that clear to me. I agree.
Item G. Well, if I did, it's incorrect. It's item G. Council made sure we're talking about item G. Yeah. Here again, we have a motion on the floor by Mr. Adams to accept our unqualified opinion, seconded by Mr. Heldenfels. Any further discussion? Needless to say, we were all very pleased with this result. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, same sign. Motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, one other thing related to that, to those that weren't not there, is that we have asked Arturo to get with KMPG, come back to a proposal for this board for next year's audit, and to give us a recommendation based on what their fees would be for that, and to proceed. So, and her assurance was that with what we have in place, we won't be getting an audit in July, but we will probably be getting it sometime in January.
which made us all feel good.
Yep.
George, do you have any?
No, I was just going to say that's the item H that Bill brought us back to, that we were, in other words, the committee yesterday voted to.
Well, that is H.
Right.
Yeah, he was speaking of H, and obviously I need to bring H up for a vote.
I'm ahead of you.
And that's all right. And what we're talking about there, as Mr. Adams had said, is consideration of amendment to our contracts for audit, for our agency loan program and agency-wide financials for the fiscal year ending August 31 of 2007 by KPMG. So I would entertain a motion to that effect. Mr. Adams, you probably already made that motion. Motion by Mr. Adams. Is there a second? Seconded by Fred Hellenfels. Any further discussion in that area? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Same sign. Again, I want to thank everybody that has worked so hard in this, and especially Joe Hinton. Joe grabbed this in the beginning, was tremendous help in both of these areas, and also from his vast business experience was able to put us in some contacts with some people on that long migration that I think were valuable to getting us heading in the right direction. Here again, as a side note to all this, I believe it was Mr. Adams asked yesterday about the death of our former computer and what happened to it. I believe...
as long as it's off, I don't care where it is.
I believe Abby Holliday said the good thing about that is that we didn't have to pay to have it carried off. So that's obviously been tremendous movement in that area. We greatly appreciate. Thanks, Joe.
You bet.
Now that I've jumped all around and taken care of, although all of this is important, I think the really big items, let me move back to item B, which is consideration of committee's recommendation, positive recommendation, to the amendment of our MOU between the Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board and College for All Texans Foundation. Bill, you want to give a minute and a half summary of that?
Thank you. Excuse me. What this really involves is housekeeping. The Coordinating Board Rule 1.84 designates the foundation, the College for All Texans Foundation, Closing the Gaps, as our official nonprofit partner, quote unquote. The Memorandum of Understanding between the Coordinating Board and the Foundation describes the relationship between the Coordinating Board and the Foundation and calls for it to be conducted strictly on an arm's-length basis with nothing contained in or done pursuant to this MOU as constituting the Foundation as a partner of the Coordinating Board or vice versa. Obviously, there appears to be an inconsistency between the two, and the proposed amendment is designed solely to eliminate that inconsistency.
Any questions? Not, I entertain a motion that we approve it. Motion made by Paul Foster, seconded by Lynn Phillips. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, same sign. Carries. Thank you, Bill. Item C was on the consent calendar. Item D is our report on the allocation of the Carl Perkins Vocational Technical Education Act. Calls Linda Barron. Linda?
I'd just like to point out, this is a no-action item, but I'd like to point out that you have replacement pages for your book that include the amounts that went through the Agency Operations Committee yesterday. That is my report.
Any questions of Linda on that report? Thank you, Linda. Item I, J, and K are on the consent calendar. Go to item L, consideration of adoption of the committee's recommendation to the board regarding the contracts with the Education Research Center. I was absolutely certain yesterday when I told the Agency Ops Committee that we had been given, Mr. Adams and I had been given authority to negotiate this, and Mr. Franz pulled me aside this morning and said, I think you all could designate the institutions, but I'm not absolutely certain that we gave you authority to be able to sign the contract. So what we would like to recommend this afternoon is that under the time constraints that we're given is to allow the chairman and the vice chairman to actually sign these contracts. Let me tell you where we stand real quick on them. We're dealing with three institutions, Texas A&M, the University of Texas at Austin, and the University of Texas at Dallas. We're getting down to the nitpicking, if you will, about the verbiage in one of the contracts. We don't have to give out 3 contracts. We have a timetable here, and we're under a deadline by the legislature, and if we don't distribute this money prior to August 31, it goes back to the state. So this all happened late in the afternoon, and I guess I was a little frustrated, but I told David and Bill there is a way to handle it, and I would certainly handle it this way in my business. And Mr. Adams, he did concur with me on this. What we will simply do, if we can't get to the point in the very near future to sign this contract with the third party, University of Texas at Dallas, then we're going to distribute the remainder of those funds to A&M in Texas and move on down the line and complete what our requirement was by the legislature to get this money out.
Mr. Chairman, I was wondering if that message was conveyed. I'm wondering if that message was conveyed to the University of Texas at Dallas yesterday.
I asked that question this morning myself. Did we get an answer?
Unless somebody's done it during the meeting, we have not.
You've not conveyed the message.
We have not had the opportunity to do that as yet.
Okay.
But we will do that yet this afternoon, more than likely.
Yeah. Well,
We will do it this afternoon.
Bill, you understand our position. I mean, we feel very strongly about this, and we think that it's an integral part of a lot of things that we're going to be doing here in the next couple of years. And the bottom line is, if they don't want to get into it under our terms and conditions, then let's move forward with those that will. Susan, David, Bill, any comments that you want to make in that regard?
Mr. Chairman, we do need to have a motion since we don't have authority. So.
Yes, sir. So
I'll make a motion.
Joe?
Yes, I move that we do that.
Okay.
Make a motion.
So, Mr. Hinton, did you make the motion to allow Mr. Adams
to allow you and Neil to sign the contract?
actually execute the contract?
Yes.
Okay, and seconded by Ms. Perryman. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, same sign. Motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, I want to be sure I understood the motion is it's not just to sign it, but to negotiate the terms of those contracts and make an ultimate decision about what to distribute through the contract.
Yes, sir.
That's what I understood the motion.
Had we not already approved that, Neil?
No, I'm just trying to be sure that was included as part of your motion.
I'll say it for you.
And do you accept that, Mr. Hinton?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Ms. Perryman?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Let's see. Next item. Is Dom here? Yeah. The email king of the coordinating board.
I'm never going to be able to live that down, will I?
Yes, sir.
For the record, Dominic Chavez. This next item is just a report item. There's no official action necessary from the board, but because it's going to impact the membership of the board and some of the advisory committees that act on behalf of the board, we thought we'd just report on how we're going to implement this particular statute. This is Senate Bill 1007 that was approved by the governor in June that requires 2 things. First, that the governor appoint a student representative to the coordinating board itself, and 2, that the coordinating board appoint 4 student representatives to various advisory committees. The coordinating board's actions in terms of implementing this is in your backup materials. Basically, we are charged with creating an application, which you see in there. We got a lot of great input from the Agency Operations Committee yesterday. We're going to implement that, and I also invite any other input from any member of the board in terms of what our application ought to look like from now until over the next couple weeks. We intend to send this information out sometime between August 1st and September 1st when the statute becomes effective. I do want to point out 2 things. These student representatives that will be serving with the coordinating board will be non-voting student representatives. They will not have the authority to vote on any action before the board, and they will also not count towards a quorum for official board business. Other than that, they will have the authority to attend meetings, participate in discussions, so on and so forth. And so in terms of future action the board's going to have to take with respect to this, we anticipate that in January, at our January 2008 board meeting, we will appoint the 4 student representatives to our advisory committees for terms that will begin on June 1st of 2008, and the governor has to appoint the representative to the full board by June 1st of 2008. And so those are kind of some of the milestones. I think in your backup material, the timelines are explained in some detail, as well as the basic requirements. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have.
This does not require action, but we discussed it quite at length yesterday. The main thing the board will have to do would be we'll ultimately have to develop some rules related to the advisory committees, since that's really our part of that process. Anybody have any questions regarding this issue? If not, we'll move on to the next item. Thank you, Don. Next item is item N, discussion possible amendment to rules relating to contracts for materials and services. Mr. Franz.
This likewise does not require action at this meeting. Rather, what this is designed to do was to solicit input from the Agency Operations Committee yesterday, as well as the remainder of the board today, as to its desire in terms of dealing with grants, which we handle through the form of contracts, where the agency staff has scant, if any, discretion in the awarding of those grants. For example, there are statutes that say if a particular institution has X number of students, coordinating board, you will grant to that institution X dollars per the number of students. And that's really what this proposed amendment that we would be bringing to you at the October board meeting is designed to do. A report would continue to be made to the board as to those grants, the amount of those grants, who received them, etc. It's simply to relieve you of having to deal with essentially pro forma contracts.
Yeah, this is going to be an exception to our contract policy. It's those contracts are templates. We have no discretion about those contracts. We're merely a vehicle, a trustee vehicle to distribute the money in accordance with the statute. But now, this is not going to be an exception where we do have contracts with other governmental agencies where we do have discretion about those terms. Those will still continue to comply with the contract policy. So this will be something we authorize the bill to come back to the board in October with a recommendation. Okay, thank you, Bill. The next item is item O, request board authorization to initiate the FY 2008 contracting process for medical and graduate medical education trustee funds. And that's your item O in your agenda. Anybody have any questions or comments? Roger?
This is an example of what was just discussed by Bill Franz. We're statutorily required to pass these trustee funds along for graduate medical education.
Okay. The chair is going to entertain a motion, but will not vote, but will abstain because I'm general counsel for an organization that does receive some of these funds.
So moved.
Chair, have a motion. Okay. We have a motion by Mr. Neal, second by Mr. Heldenfels to approve this distribution of graduate medical education funds. All in favor of the motion signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, same sign, and let the record reflect that I abstain. Next item is item P, consideration of adopting the committee's recommendation to the board regarding a contract for facilitation of development and implementation of the college readiness standards.
This item is just requesting permission to contract for a 4-year contract that does exceed the $750,000 threshold.
And this comes to you with a recommendation from the Agency Ops Committee to approve. Do I have a motion?
So moved. Second.
Motion by Ms. Phillips and second by Mrs. Mendoza. Any questions, comments? All in favor of the motion signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Next item is item Q, consideration approval of proposal guidelines for FY 2008-2009 Advanced Research Program in accordance with the Texas Education Code, sections 142.001 through 142.007. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. The advisory committee approved these guidelines and recommended them to the board for its consideration. The guidelines were approved by ACAR at their June 8th meeting. Once these guidelines are approved, they'll be posted on our website, and we will go through a two-step process to secure first pre-proposals and then proposals from the higher education institutions. We will put together external review panels where the academics come from out of state and the industry people who serve on the panels come from in-state or out of state. Those panels will make proposal selections and recommend them to the advisory committee, and the advisory committee will in turn recommend them to the coordinating board at your April 2008 meeting.
All right. This again comes to you with a recommendation for approval from the Agency Office Committee. It's nice to be in a position to distribute funds. In the last biennium, we had zero in this area, so this is a nice step forward.
Is this the fund that's
This is a process that's consistent with what we did before when we had funds. I don't think this process has changed, has it?
We've done the two-step procedure before. We did drop back to just requesting proposals and having the institutions limit the number of proposals coming forward. We submitted the number of, we limited the number of submissions from the institutions, but it has always been our understanding that neither the institutions nor the principal investigators prefer to do it this way, so we're opening up the water again. We do have we've got more than $16 million now.
Right. Ms. Neal, do you have a question?
Is this the one that's going to be named for Mr. Ackerman?
Yeah.
Say again?
Is this the one that's going to be named for Mr. Ackerman?
Yes, ma'am. This will be the Ackerman Research Grant.
You might be interested to know I visited Dr. Ackerman the day before his death at the Scott and White Hospital, and the last thing he said to me was, "Tell me if that ARP gets signed."
Were you able to?
I tried to get the information in the next day, but it was his daughter didn't think he'd understand.
Well, he was a great champion for us and donated his time and efforts in this area. And every time that Bob and I had a discussion with a senator or House member, Mr. Ackerman's name was referenced. So we've always appreciated his efforts, and I think it's appropriate. What this board's going to do in October is naming this research, these research grants after him. Chair will entertain a motion.
So moved.
Second.
Have a motion by Mrs. Perriman, second by Ms. Neal to approve the recommendation. Any comments or discussion? All in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Item R is consideration of proposed guidelines for FY 2007 Technology Workforce Development Grant Program in accordance with Texas Education Code sections 51.851 through 51.860.
Okay, this one was discussed at the agency office meeting yesterday. It is somewhat more problematic. We had prepared a program announcement that's in line, excuse me, with the Technology Workforce Development Act. It is our understanding that the current fund donor, which is the governor's office direction to the Texas Workforce Commission for money flowing from the U.S. Department of Labor, envisions something broader than what that act has in mind. And so the committee had recommended that we develop an RFP and your chair and vice chair approve it. It is our intention to go back to the Workforce Commission and to the governor's office and determine what types of changes are needed, and also to work with our general counsel to see what we have the legislative authority to do. But I think we can be a little more creative in how we operate this and get the money out. It is the interest of the governor's office to get this money to the kids as soon as possible, and we're going to work to do that.
The recommendation from the agency office is to give the chair and the vice chair authority to work with the governor's office and the Workforce Commission to develop a plan that would be consistent with the statute. Chair, I'll entertain a motion.
So moved. Second.
Ms. Phillips makes a motion to approve that recommendation. Ms. Mendoza seconds. Any further discussion? All in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Next item is item S, a report on college readiness and success contracts approved by the commissioners since the previous board meeting, and that information is in your book. Does anyone have any questions? Since the commissioner is not here, since David's not here, I guess it's Ms. Glenda's here. So if you have a question, we're going to have Ms. Barron to respond. Hearing none, we'll move on to item T, consideration of adopting an emergency basis, the commissioner's recommendation relating to new section 5.5 of the board rules concerning high school curriculum requirements for admission to public institutions of higher education. House Bill 3826, which I am way too familiar with, 80th regular session, Texas Legislature. Mr. Franz, you want to introduce our guests?
Thank you, Mr. Adams. With your permission, I've invited David Thompson to join me at the table. And as you are, David and I are both very familiar with 3826 as well. We spent a lovely weekend a couple of weeks ago.
And Ms. Brecker as well.
Yes, she is. At any rate, 3826 is a piece of legislation that was passed and signed into law during this immediate past session. It deals with high school graduates and contains various provisions modifying current law. And one of those provisions deals with top 10% students. The proposed rule before you today does not deal with that section of the law. Rather, what our proposed rule does is address the provisions that would have given, at least under the interpretation we're placing on this act, colleges and universities will have discretion to interpret how to, let me back up, will have discretion on whether or not to require that their incoming students have, or conversely not have, over the next 2 years, the recommended high school program. As many of you know, when this legislation passed and was signed into law, and I guess really it was signing it into law that seemed to create a bit more interest than had been generated during the session among the superintendents of the state. And David Thompson, who is seated to my left again, represents a number of those independent school districts where these superintendents, who Mr. Adams represents, are employed. And so I'd like to ask David to explain to us briefly the superintendent's views and the ISD's views.
Well, thank you, Mr. Franz. First of all, thank you, Mr. Adams, members of the board. It's good to be with you this afternoon. I appreciate here and being here. And Neil told me don't filibuster, so I'm gonna keep this very short. I think all school districts in the state and higher education hopefully have the same ultimate objective, and that is for students to come to higher education ready to succeed, ready to move on with their educational and academic careers. The concern arising with regard to House Bill 38 was simply transition. It was how do we give appropriate notice not only to your institutions but to school districts across the state, and particularly with rising juniors and seniors this coming year, so that students do have a reasonable notice opportunity to come into compliance with the new requirement. And I think that that's literally all the rule before you does. It's not a difference of opinion, and I appreciated the discussion you've already had today about the success of the P16 committees all over the state. and I hope those continue to grow and prosper. But it is simply how we transition, how we add a new requirement that all students come to higher education with the recommended program or one of the other requirements, and do it in a way that doesn't work unfairly to students who are already fairly far along in their high school careers and might not have an opportunity to adapt at late notice to a change in the requirement. So that's literally all the rule does. It doesn't touch the top 10% requirement. Simply gives institutions an opportunity to provide some transition for a portion of their entering first-time students to allow this year's high school rising juniors and seniors an opportunity to move forward and not produce some unintended results as we're implementing a new requirement.
There's two conditions. One is that the institution cannot exceed 20% of their entering freshmen. And this is grandfathered, and it will actually expire on, not grandfathered, it will expire, sunsetted, a better word, August 31st of 2009, which puts us in a position, we have another legislative session. If that intent changes, then certainly can deal with it at that point. I want to thank David. David and I have known each other for longer than we care probably to either. We've been involved in lots of battles.
I'll own up to it if you will.
Yeah, lots of battles together, some on the same side, some not. But always good friends. And David was very helpful and helped me draft this rule and helping to bring my clients to the table and get rid of the emotion out of this issue and look at it in a common sense way. This is on the agenda as an emergency item, Mr. Friends, and you want to explain why you...
It is, and what you have in front of you is what was just passed out was the preamble along with the other pages that were transmitted to the Texas Register a couple of weeks ago, and the other item where it says preamble continued is a further explanation of the rationale suggested for the adoption of this rule on an emergency basis.
And the reason for that, obviously, is that we have admission offices that will be considering these students that have graduated in 07, May of 07 and summer of 07, and so in fairness to them, we need to have this rule in place. So,
if this is not passed, the strict interpretation goes into effect, and they have to...
Institutions could differ on their interpretation, but some of the institutions might well take that approach and
deny.
They could.
Yeah, I mean, and this leaves it to their discretion to do that.
Now,
they set the admissions standards, so.
As a practical matter, there's approximately 1,500 students based on last year's number.
2006 cohort, yeah, there were.
That this would have impacted. And of those, we're not sure, but some might have been top 10%. Some might have taken and passed or not passed, but achieved a sufficient score on either the SAT or the ACT. We may be talking about as small a cohort as 500, 600, 800 students, but nonetheless, those are students who, as David just pointed out, were not quite prepared to see this rule go into effect, the strict interpretation, as you put it, at this point in time, and they probably would not have sufficient time to react to be able to meet the recommended program.
Well, they wouldn't. They certainly wouldn't. And we feel like based on the trend on the students taking the recommended high school program, which has gone up about, I think, Susan, 40%. I don't know whether Susan's in here or not, but I think it's 4% a year. We anticipate even the cohort in 07, all we had was 06. The cohort in 07 and 08 will be even less than the numbers that Bill's talking about. So,
and I should point out one more thing, that while the bill caps it at 20%, Dominic Chavez had a meeting several days ago with staff in Representative Morrison and Senator Shapiro's office, and they were a little concerned, interestingly, that we might want to go higher than 20%. As a practical matter, we don't believe there's a need to do that. No school in the state in the last 2 years exceeded 9%, Susan?
we went back and looked at that.
So it appears that our 20% should be a very safe harbor.
Chair will consider a motion.
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Mrs. Brecker and a second by Ms. Neal to approve the new rule and emergency status. Ms. Brecker?
Yeah, since we have the attorneys here, and I have my former board attorney and my attorney, so you guys have something in common that you probably don't like very much, me. But at first I was thinking House Bill 3826.
I think we both disagree with that, actually.
House Bill 3826, I thought that was how many phone calls we were supposed to get. But, I understand that 97.3% of the incoming freshmen already have the recommended curriculum. I understand that the Texas Grants requires the recommended curriculum, but somehow or another, what concerns me more than anything is what we have been working so hard to achieve, and that is a true P16 effort. And that's what bothered me more than this bill and more than anything else, is that there was a breakdown in communication, there was some mistrust, and there was some misunderstandings. And what I would hope is among the three of you all in the future, that whether it's a legislative item, whether it's a bill that we might be working on, or whether it's some sort of rule, that there would be better communication, because that really, I guess with my heart having come from the K-12 sector, it really concerned me when so many K-12 superintendents and board members and GR people were saying, we didn't know about this. So
there was slippage on both sides of the ball on that, Lori, and I shared that concern, that was the bigger concern, was not the rule, but the long-term effect of pulling the two factions together and communicating and not impacting what we had worked on to date. I understand David represents the Texas School Alliance, which is the largest school districts in the state, and like I said, I think earlier, represents about 75% of the
a little over 50%
of the kids in the state, high percentage of them anyway. And they met with Bill and Raymond. That leadership met with Bill and Raymond Monday, 3 weeks ago, I think. And I think came out of that meeting with the communication lines clearly established.
I think it's a lot better, but even as recently as this Monday, one of the superintendents is still not happy. And he's a member of the Texas School Alliance, of which I was a member for 9 years
I
as well.
represent 1,100 of them. I don't always make them all happy.
Right, well, you just need to work harder, Neil.
I'll try.
Let me know and I will call.
Yeah, I just, my feeling is that all of us have worked so hard to not have these silos.
Right. No, I agree.
And basically what it did was it took us back to,
Yeah, I think it did temporarily, but I think we've gotten beyond that. And I think the approach that the commissioner's taken, that this board's taken with this, and the openness that we showed to have an ear and to realize there was an issue and try to address it quickly will go a long ways as well.
And as we move to the 4x4 curriculum, it will bring it up yet again, because it will have fewer and fewer course choices for those that are going into career and technology or other issues. And we may be looking at a whole different challenge. I know that K-12 and higher ed both want the same end result. I know we all want rigor. I know we all want excellence. I know we all want those students to be successful. But I just hope that this type of thing is a lesson that we can all learn from.
I don't disagree with that at all. Other comments or questions? All in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Mr. Thompson, thank you for your effort.
Good to see all of you.
Okay.
Appreciate it.
The last item on the agenda is item U, report on program and facility decisions made by the commissioner since the previous board meeting. And since he's not here to report, there won't be a report. And the acting chair, since that concludes the agenda items, will entertain a motion to adjourn.
Second.
Okay, motion second. All in favor, stand up.
Yeah. Good job.